Hey, welcome back to the Crash Base. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's a Sunday evening. It is November 7th, 2025. Hopefully you're doing well today. Yeah, sorry, Sunday evening. Normally we stream on Sundays. Sometimes it's Sunday mornings. Usually it is. Sometimes it has to be Sunday evenings based off of, is there something happening? And this morning there was something happening. I was very excited to be invited to record on a Netrunner podcast. So that was this morning, which means we're going to get our Marvel Champions in tonight. And I think we're going to have a great stream. So if you're joining live, hopefully you're well. If you're watching the VOD, maybe your week was good. We'll be back for next one. Actually, speaking about being back for next one, if the reports are correct, if you want to believe the rumors of Asmodee Canada's website, it looks like Civil War might just be in stock come Friday, the 12th of December, 3 months late, like clockwork, perfectly 3 months late, mind you. So it seems like this is a strategy. It looks like Civil War will be out here in Canada, here in Montreal, maybe even Synthezoid SmackDown, but at that point we have enough stuff to work with. So come in next Sunday morning. We're going to be playing new stuff. Until then, we're going to be playing some of the old stuff. And I think there's actually a card from the new stuff that I'm aware of that this deck would really quite like. I'm actually really excited that the new Tigra and Hulkling, which for some of y'all might not be new, is aggression and protection, which I think are some of my favorite, definitely my two favorite aspects to get new cards. It looks like there's some really cool new cards in that. Quickly before we dive into the deck today, we are playing a Magneto deck. This was a response. I got a nice comment on the last stream. There's a lot of views on the last stream. Hopefully people are finding the channel and enjoying the content. But from, I want to say Uncanny Broder Zed asked if we could play some Magneto. And Magneto was on the backlog of heroes that I wanted to get back to this year, because we're trying to beat a campaign with every hero in Marvel Champions. We're probably not going to make it. There's only a couple weeks left, and I think we're more than halfway through, but not much further than halfway. And so Magneto, it was a deck that I've been tuning for a bit. I just finished the campaign with it, and I'm here to show you what we've built today. So sometimes we come into a stream with a deck we haven't tested. Sometimes we come into a stream with a deck that we've played a fair bit. This one has gone through 5 games, Expert Apocalypse, no problems. And so we're going to try it today out against Unus to show you that it can work and it does work. And then we're going to try it against probably Enchantress. And if we have more time tonight, Loki as well, because I haven't played too much of Trickster Takeover since it's come out. And I think Enchantress looks really, really swell. Hopefully y'all are well. It's a bit of a quieter night, mind you. We're not normally streaming Sunday afternoons, or sorry, Sunday evenings. So hopefully people can find this on their YouTube feed. Sometimes you're just a person in a room talking to themselves, which, like, that's okay. I'm used to that. We'll be fine. Let me talk about this deck specifically. Give me 1 second to move the mouse. I need to pull this up and we are off. Oh, I guess I want to say we uploaded a video earlier this week. It was probably, I think, Friday morning. It was the weekly one-shot, Xavier's Final Exam, which is a really cool rule set. I actually went out of the way to make it even more difficult because I wanted to try a challenge where we never leave alter ego. I do think on turn 1, we played a card illegally. I spent so much time worrying about this card. And then turns out the card has a hero action on it. And I played it in alter ego, which means, like, this card had no reason being in our alter ego only deck. I do want to say, like, this is a weird thing when it comes to Marvel Champions, is anytime that's like bold condition text on a card or where it says max 1 per player, my brain just skips that stuff. Max 1 per player, I just skip it. I'm like, oh, okay, it doesn't matter. Hero response, whether it's hero response or interrupt or action or resource or, you know, any response, my brain just says do it when it makes sense. And, like, obviously that's not good. It is super frustrating when you spend time putting the video together and then you edit it, in which you normally notice some mistakes, and there were mistakes in the gameplay, but hopefully it still lands well as content. So excuse me for that if you can. But yeah, Prism Dust, I'll never forget that, that's for sure. Okay, today it's Magneto. Magneto is a hero I had a lot of games with. Magneto's Precon, I believe, was a leadership deck. It came with some really cool leadership cards. I think overall people really like Magneto as a character, especially as, like, this hero character that came out near the end of the Age of Apocalypse cycle, if I'm not mistaken. Broder Z was saying that they actually picked up Magneto before they picked up the core set, technically, I think, something like that. But this is the reason why they got into Marvel Champions, and I think Magneto does have that sort of pull, pun intended. So I know we play a lot of protection on this deck, or on this channel, excuse me, and this is going to be no different. This is Magneto. And to show off what the deck is, we're going to do a quick deck dive. Again, there's timestamps in the description. Once this thing is not live, you can jump forward. So Magneto, we have 10 health. 222 stat line. That's a pretty common stat line that puts you in a pretty good place when it comes to solo play, just because 2 thwart is very different than 1 thwart when it comes to solo. We are going to be defending somewhat in this deck, not too much, and we're going to be attacking. We actually have the ability to bring our stats up to 333, which is super, super flexible. But Magneto's ability is awesome. As an action on your turn, you can discard cards from the top of your deck until a magnetic card is discarded and add that card to your hand. So functionally, you're a 6 hand size hero, as much as your deck could have no magnetic cards, and as much as it does damage to your deck, which is not something I entirely believe in, but you will draw on counter cards more actively than some other heroes. I do want to say that one thing that's really frustrating about Magneto is that I go out of my way to shuffle my discard pile. A lot of times if I have cards in my discard pile that I'm carrying to track, like how many tactics are left in your Scott Summers deck, or like where is Dumpster Dog if you're playing Lockjaw, right? I'll often actually have multiple cards in my discard pile, and that's not uncommon for people to do in card games, to sort their discard pile so they have an idea of what's left in their deck. And this Magneto deck actually has a fair bit of recursion. On our hero side, when we our alter ego side, it says response: when you change to this form, shuffle the top 3 cards of your discard pile into your deck. In this game, you are not allowed to reorder your discard pile. It's a rule I hate. There's just a bunch of cards, not many, but a couple cards that interact with that. As early as the core set, I believe Penny Potts, Pepper Potts, one of the Potts. Is it Pepper? Pepper Potts. She cares about the top card of your discard pile. And that technically means that you have to be very accurate with the way that you're playing the game. When you play a card, you pitch the resources first, then the card, if it's an event, resolves after that. Anytime you discard cards, say from the top of your deck, and this is really important using our hero ability, if all the cards are discarded simultaneously, from my understanding, you can rearrange those cards when they enter your bin amongst themselves. So if we discard 5 cards because they're discarded simultaneously, I believe we're allowed to reorder those 5 cards before we put them in our discard pile. Yeah, I don't know. I don't love this part. I think that's sort of like maintenance and not having to shuffle. It just makes it harder for me to know what's in my discard pile. If I'm searching for the cards that I'm shuffling back with Eric Lencher's ability, I don't know, it frustrates me. We'll see how bad it is, but I've played a lot of Magneto. It's not the worst. I just want to, it makes me harder to organize. Okay, I actually organized this deck text slightly different than we normally do. Normally I have like all the hero cards and all the other cards. I've actually organized this by themes. So if you have any feedback, if this makes more sense, let me know. This is Magneto's cape. It's a 2-cost upgrade. It gives you the aerial trait. We don't care about that. And it says after you resolve your magnetic pull ability, which is the one where you discard cards, ready Magneto. That's really good. That means we want to do our magnetic pull ability every turn. It also means we can defend. And then once it's the hero phase, we can immediately ready ourselves. And then we also have Magneto's armor. I do want to say that Magneto showed up as a villain. So sometimes we might accidentally pull up the villain cards. Magneto's armor says, based off the icons of the cards you've discarded to magnetic pull, and I believe it does count the 1 card you add to your hand, the icons will give you different stats. Now, wild doesn't matter, so wild cards are a bit unfortunate in your deck, slightly, but we can get +1 thwart, +1 attack, and +1 defend. I want to be very clear, when I built this deck, I didn't go out of the way to make sure we have more of one type than the other. Just kind of naturally, overall, all those stats are pretty useful, and it's not uncommon for you to discard enough cards for you to have all 3 boosted stats, so that's quite great. But the big thing with this deck is we're discarding a lot of cards. We have the ability to discard 2 or 3 cards from the top of our deck all the time. So we are playing the entire discard package, which showed up around Gambit, and it's really, really good. We're playing 3 copies of Digging Deep. This is wild, but functionally we don't care if we discard it because it's just a resource that goes straight to our hand. And we're playing White Fox, who's not the best ally, but when she's free from the top of your deck, she's incredible. There's so many turns where getting White Fox is just what you need to get the piercing off the thing you're attacking on turn 1. White Fox is just great. And this is what I mean. Tracking these 4 cards gives you a lot of information on how valuable your discards are, and unfortunately you can't order your discard pile because of the rest of Magneto's cards. Finally, Dumpster Dog, Lockjaw. Man, have I been playing more and more Lockjaw since I've been really put onto Lockjaw somewhat recently. It's also really good in this deck because it's a card you can functionally play from your discard pile, so discarding it kind of gives you +1 hand. Lockjaw stats are also not bad, and this deck has a lot of resources. This deck actually has, I think, 8 resources, and on top of that, it has dead draws. It has a whole bunch of cards that only work on certain board states. I think we have about 7 to 8 cards that only do something on specific board states. So having a card like this, which I would call a resource sink, something that's always accessible, that if you have extra cards in your hand, you can dump them into Lockjaw, is just really, really naturally good for this sort of deck. So it's so many things work really, really well together. And speaking of cards that only work in certain circumstances, this is Wrapped in Metal. This card's amazing. I just love this idea. For a 2 cost, it's a magnetic card you can attach to a non-elite minion. That elite clause does actually struggle in certain scenarios. The attached minion just cannot activate, and you treat their text box as if they were blank. This is so good. This card is amazing. For 2 cost, you basically shut down a minion on the table. Their text doesn't matter. They can't activate. They can't attack. They can't thwart. It's really, really good. But on the opposite side, this is a card that on a lot of board states, if there's no minions, doesn't do anything. And that's why you have to watch out for Magneto. You don't know if it's coming off the top of the deck, but this is why we like resource sinks. This is why we also added all the other cards. And speaking of all the other cards, I believe Magneto came out with the leadership version of this card that says, go ahead and grab the next I think the next minion from the deck and then play an ally, reducing its cost by 3. Come Get Me Bub instead heals us for 3 and gives us toughness, which is quite nice. Our kit wants to be at full health, our kit wants to be tough, but we have to add cards in our deck because we're playing solo that get minions out of the deck, so these cards are not useless. This is also a deck, and I've really wanted to play Pin Down for a while now. From my understanding, Pin Down is actually not that bad of a card in Tigra, so that's going to be really exciting. You can attach it to any minion, including Elite Minion, and that minion gets -2 attack, which there's a lot of minions that means they attack for 0, which means we can keep them on the table forever, and then eventually, once we get a Wrapped in Metal, we can just wrap them in metal then. Now, that might seem a bit silly, and it kind of is, because if that minion's already subdued, why would we have to wrap them in metal? But this is the idea, is that we can set up board states that mean these cards later are playable, and the big reason why is we have Magnetic Missile. I don't think any other hero has a 2-card combo that's as direct as this. This says discard a minion with Wrapped in Metal attached, deal 5 damage to an enemy and stun it. Notably, this is also not an attack, so it beats stun, it beats guard, but this is a 1 for 5 damage and a stun, and it technically deletes a minion as much as the minion's already been taken care of. This is just so good. It's so fun, and that's why we have all these cards to set it up. Either get the minion subdued, finally wrap the minion, and then throw the minion. And this is what I mean where the deck has so many dead cards that on a lot of board states, we need ways to spend our resources. We also like Brother Voodoo, who's just a really good protection ally, but Brother Voodoo allows us to look at the top 5 cards of our deck to find an event. So some turns you're just fishing for the magnetic missile, and we can find it. As much as we also have a bunch of other good events like Come Get Me Bub on certain board states really matter. All right, that's one of our things is wrap minions, throw them at folks. The other is our defensive package, and this is Magnetic Bubble. It's such a cool card. It gives you Retaliate 1, which is nice. It's expensive, but it's a magnetic and a superpower, so it can reduce the cost. And as a forced interrupt, when you would take any amount of damage, and you can take whether it's an attack or incidental damage or a cost, anything like that, you place the damage here instead. Then if there's at least 6 damage, and that's after all the damage is assigned, so if you get attacked for like 37 damage, it still puts all 37 on here, and then the bubble breaks, you discard this. From my understanding, if the damage discards the bubble, Retaliate won't be there because damage is assigned first, Retaliate is assigned last in the steps. But this is a card that's just really quite nice. It means you won't take damage, and it means we have Retaliate. And if we keep our health up, which we have a bunch of damage mitigation with Magnetic Bubble, and we can heal ourselves with Come Get Me Bub, Dauntless will give us Retaliate 2. And Retaliate 2 is just really good because minions will just end up defeating themselves. If we pinned down somebody, that means they'll attack. They usually attack for like, if it's a small minion, for 0. And if they're attacking for 0, they still take Retaliate damage, but we don't take any damage. So that means the minions can slowly grind themselves down if we leave them on the table, which is also why we're playing Change of Fortune. And this is the only damage we have. We're not playing any sort of like counter punches or ripostes. Change of Fortune is all we have. Eventually, minions will grind themselves down against our shields if we can keep our shields up. Now, keeping our shields up is really important. I originally built this deck and it was like an energy barrier deck, and then I hopefully quickly realized that none of this works. Energy barrier is another card that allows you to mitigate damage by using cards on it. However, this is an interrupt, and Magnetic Bubble is a forced interrupt, which means you always have to put the damage on Magnetic Bubble before energy barrier. I think forcefield generator is also forced, so you can use those in your choice of order. That could work, but the sort of like keeping a bubble around you deck is possible. You just kind of need to play this expensive tech card instead of energy barrier, and I like energy barrier a lot better, especially because it works really well with Change of Fortune. How we're gonna keep our bubble? We're technically not going to defend. I feel like there's protection decks that want to defend perfectly, and there's protection decks that want to take no damage but not defend. And we do that by having toughness. And we have so many nice ways to give ourselves toughness. Firstly, we have 2 copies of Metal Shards, another card that kind of cares about the board state. It's 3 for 7, which is not bad. It's a bit overcosted, but if you defeat something with this, you get a tough status card. If we get attacked with tough status card, tough has priority over Magnetic Bubble. So the tough pings off, they take Retaliate 2, we keep our health up, we keep our bubble up, and we're in a good spot. So toughness is really, really valuable. For that reason, we're also playing Polaris and Armor, which are both very good protection allies that can give an X-Men character toughness, including ourselves. And Armor, not you, but you. Armor, did I spell her Canadian style? No, just a lot of armor to go through. Yeah, she just gets toughness herself, which technically doesn't interact with any of this stuff. She's just a really good card. Cool, that's our package. Give ourselves toughness, give ourselves Retaliate 2, bounce off the small things by pinning them down, and this package works really well together. There's a lot of cases where we're at full health at the end of the scenario. Then we just have some cards that are okay in our kit. Electromagnetic Blast is a 2 for 3 thwart. That's not it. What is that? Oh, it's an Iron Man Nemesis card. It's been a bit. 2 for 3 threat is fine. However, if this removes the last threat from a scheme, you can discard an attachment that has hero action or hero response. This has very varying amounts of utility depending on the scenario. Sometimes it's absurdly good. Sometimes it doesn't do anything and it's just a 2 for 3 you're playing because that's fine. Again, our stats are 2/2/2. We can get them to be 3/3/3. So we're super flexible how we use our activation and we can ready ourselves. So we go pretty far, but this is a really nice, and when it lands, that's a lot of value. When some of the actions to remove an attachment, like against Claw or against Ultron, it's like really, really expensive. Finally, Asteroid M is the last part of our kit that's not like incredibly synergistic with anything else we're doing. It, in theory, gives you an incentive to jump down. We get a bit of healing, and we can take the topmost magnetic card in our discard pile and shuffle into our deck. This is where I don't love that we have to keep our discard pile ordered in a certain way. That's just not the way I like to play card games. I like to know what's in my discard pile and keep it sorted, but this will make sure that we have to keep it unsorted. Notably, that the cost of this is just exhausting it. So if you have no magnetic cards, it doesn't whiff. You can still heal 1. If you're at full health, default, you can still shuffle a card. So it's as easy to play as you think it is. Ooh, I want to shout out actually really quickly. This might be not totally apparent. Oh, excuse me. Wrong Asteroid M. It looks like I'm going to be changing my collection now. These are Dragon Shield matte sleeves, and I've been using Dragon Shield matte sleeves for a lot of board games, but not Marvel Champions. These are so nice. It was recently Black Friday, and so I bought a whole bunch of these. Not enough to resleeve the whole collection, but what I think I'm going to do is anytime I play a deck, I'm going to resleeve the cards that I used in that deck, and then eventually through like attrition or not resleeving the cards I never play, I'll have a fully newly sleeved collection sooner than later. So far it's only hero cards, but oh my god, this is such a difference. Unfortunately, this is like 2.5 times more expensive than the Game Genic sleeves that I'm using. So this is a luxury thing I'm treating myself with this year. Hopefully it works well. Speaking of Asteroid M, if we want to jump down, and we have some good reasons to jump down because we have recursion on both sides of, or excuse me, on our other side of Eric and on Asteroid M, we're playing Ready for Fight. I don't think we need a good reason of why we're playing this card. It's just that good in solo. It means that you'll never get schemed out. You can always get attacked. Again, we have bubbles floating around us, so why not? Next, resource generators. We have Magneto's helmet. It's expensive. It's not the worst card. Giving yourself steady is really valuable in some scenarios. That's worth a lot. But otherwise, this is a resource generator for magnetic cards. We have a lot of magnetic cards. All our hero cards are magnetic cards, if I'm not mistaken. It's good, so we'll play it. But it's not actually the best resource generator. There's a lot of board states where we could play X-Jet sooner because it's also 3 cost, and it just generates a wild. And wild is technically better, but this does give you steady, and that does work a heck of a lot. We're also on Depth Focus. Depth Focus is really good. A lot of our cards have superpower, even our upgrades, some of them do. So this is nice. Again, this deck has a lot of resources, and that's the big thing is we have, I think 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 resources cards. So sometimes you draw hands of only resources. I don't know what to do with this. So far, it hasn't been a problem. A big part of Magneto is setting up as soon as you can. Mind you, Master of Magnetism is just a 2-type resource. And it's nice to discard this because it's 2 different icons for your armor or your cape. I forgot which one it is. But yeah, we just have a lot of resources. So it's good. It's good. You play your expensive cards, then your deck is just nice events. Finally, we're just playing the cards that are generalist cards, which kind of show up everywhere. Particularly if you're playing expert, these cards show up a lot. And I actually think they're even better than they are in some other decks that can play them. Firstly, Nick Fury. Again, you don't need a bigger explanation of why you're playing Nick Fury. Nick Fury's that good. But the big difference with Nick Fury, again, is we have a lot of cards that don't do anything, and we have a lot of resources. So any hand that has like, you know, pinned down that doesn't do anything, wrapped in metal when there's no allies, or sorry, no minions, those hands are really, really bad. So having a card that allows you to convert those cards and extra resources into 3 more cards is even more valuable in this deck than most. So Nick Fury, even better in this. And Prof X also nice. 3 thwart, confuse is really good, but also even redding ourselves is great because there's a lot of board states where we have 3 attack, 3 thwart. So if we play Professor X, that's like an extra 6 thwart that turn, if you want to put it that way. So Prof X still good, arguably better because also we can flip down and do some recursion stuff, recur 4 cards, especially when our deck is thin, which is sick. It's really quite good with Asteroid M. And that's this list. It's been really powerful. It's really fun. There's a lot of turns where the sequencing really matters, and mostly it's about putting the right cards on top of your deck, which like is maybe not my favorite sequencing because understanding the order that you pitch your cards and the turn that you do things just for recursion value isn't as exciting as board value, if you know what I mean. But I played through a whole Age of Apocalypse campaign. The only part where this is a struggle is setting up sometimes. You are really, really much more powerful before you get, or after you get your key upgrades. So your open mulligans can be amazing, and then also they can be bad. I think that's just kind of par for the course when you're playing things like Digging Deep and White Fox. Like when your opening hand is 2 Digging Deeps and a White Fox, that is such a loss of value for the first cycle of your deck that I would say things are a bit swingy. But once you get through the first cycle of your deck, you're kind of like cruising in a really like not super build up like a Ironheart way, but in a nice like powerful tank way that somehow has 3 thwart half the time. That's mostly it. I've had a good time with this. I think there are some cards we considered changing at some point. I think Professor X used to be build support, which could make some sense. There's some turns where I didn't feel like I had extra thwart, but clearing this will allow you to get, or not build support, sorry, superpower training. Because we have some, no, not you, superpower training. We have a couple big upgrades we want to play, specifically our big old bubble, costs 3, and sometimes ends up in the discard pile. So that's nice. You could play build support, but there's some really nice upgrades that there's a chance superpower training is worth it. I never played it, I'll be honest, so I cut it for Prof X and felt better about it. I think that was the only big cut that I was considering. I think there's a chance that you can cut maybe one of the copies of Pin Down or one of the copies of Come Get Me Bub, but like having a deck that's a Come Get Me Bub deck is just so satisfying, and a Pin Down deck is also super, super satisfying. So we're gonna try and keep those copies in. Man, this shuffle's so much better. Dragon Shield Mad Sleeves. If anybody from Dragon Shield wants to give this small channel a sponsorship deal, you know where to find me. Give me 1 second, we'll set this up. Now, the one thing that's interesting about Unus is that Unus, there's like 7 minions in the deck. However, a lot of the minions have guard. Most of the minions have guard. Technically, if you pin them down, they lose their text box, so they lose guard, which is cool. But that means if we're trying to leave a minion around by pinning them down, we can't attack Unus. It's not the worst thing because there's like extra stuff that we have to deal with. We have the gene pool side scheme, but it's like not perfect. Notably, pin down also doesn't work on elite enemies, and that's why I didn't want to open with Enchantress, because Enchantress deck is like a lot of elite enemies if you're playing with the Trickster Takeover scenario encounter set. So I didn't want to open with that, but I think we'll get there eventually. It's just like if there's only elite minions, a bunch of your deck doesn't do anything, and that's like not the most fun thing to do. All right, that's good to go. We're flipped. This is here. Oh, it's gone now. Let me just catch my breath, have some coffee, and then we'll set up Unus, which I feel like Unus is like my go-to testing scenario. I really like this one. I think Age of Apocalypse is such a banger box. Still available in stores from my understanding, which is great. I just don't recommend the campaign mode part of it. You can skip it, it's still pretty sick. Okay, we're playing Unus. Let me see what we got here. Hunting Gene. Who's Gene Trader? I've never met Gene Trader. Oh, and I have to do this. Scenario set Unus. Okay. So this is Hunting Gene Traders. So we're playing stock standard. We're playing with standard 3, which came with Age of Apocalypse. So once this gets 4 counters, and different encounter cards will give it different counters. Once it hits 4, we go get our Nemesis set. So it just is a bit different than standard, but not that much different. We're playing stock standard here, so let's look at some of these numbers here. Unus has 2 minions, which are these infinite hunters, a whole bunch of attachments and treacheries and side schemes, and then infinites is a very cool set. It's 5 minions. They all scale with the amount of threat on Gene Pool, and then Dystopian Nightmare shows up in a bunch of different encounters in this box. It's kind of just generic. A bunch of reasons to jump down to Alter Ego. I think a bunch of reasons to jump down to Alter Ego, so that actually works with us relatively well. It says reveal the Gene Pool side scheme in expert mode. Deal each player a face down encounter card. I've already shuffled this, but we'll shuffle it on camera. Give it a cut. And we'll take one of those and we'll flip this over. Not a lot of text. It's only one scenario here. Hunting Gene Traders side 2. So this says, man, I moved the monitor slightly back because it was making this part of the screen kind of dark, and now I'm struggling to read some of that small text. Prelate Unus and a squad of infinites scour the ruins of the X-Mansion for the enemies of Apocalypse. So 11 threat, that's relatively healthy for solo. That's not too bad. It's the only main scheme. If this advances, we lose. But the force response, and we might forget this, I hope we don't, after resolving step 1 of the villain phase, also place a threat on Gene Pool. This is Gene Pool. It's permanent. It's awesome. I like Gene Pool a lot. It shows up in, I think, 3 of the scenarios in this box. It comes in with 4 threat and says, after an ally is defeated by anything other than consequential damage, place 3 threat here. This does mean things like Nick Fury and Professor X are a bit worse because you generally intend to chump block with them, and we can't in good faith. This card also, we care about how many counters on it because of the text on Unus. Unus has toughness and 15 health only. I think only goes up to like 18 health on side 3. It says the amount on threat on Gene Pool is at least 3, 6, or 9. Unus has Retaliate, Stalwart, or an Amplify icon. I think I have those. I'm really bad at flipping these dials in and out, but I'm pretty good at remembering about them. Also, there are infinites. I think they're just called infinites, right? Are they just called infinites? Infinite soldiers? Yeah, these really matter because there's 5 of them in the deck, if I'm not mistaken. And we really want to stay Gene Pool sub 3 because then these things don't have quick strike. We want to keep our health at full. We want to keep our bubble ready. So making sure these don't have quick strike is a problem. Having them on 9+ health is 9+ threat is also really bad because then they have 6 health and guard. So you cannot kind of win quickly. You have to play their game. If I'm not mistaken, it was said during an interview that originally the Infinite Soldier, if you're on 9+, they were meant to have, I don't know if there was infinite health or just said, the text at some point was a lot worse, but just +3 health is still frustrating. 6 health is a lot for a small minion. Okay, we have an Amplify, so we'll flip these over when and if we need them. So it's Retaliate right now, Stalwart, and then Amplify. I think that's mostly it. Just let me make sure. Everything's running good, and then we'll just jump in. Hopefully everyone's doing well. Oh my God, there you go. I was like, it's really quiet out here and there was no chat. I'm like, I'm feeling not good about this. So I refreshed and now all the chat is here. So let me catch up on chat. I'm so sorry. It was just blank on my side. This happens and it makes me a bit paranoid about it. Stop watching your final exam video to watch the live feed. Not sure if that helps or hurts you. Hey Gordon, how's it going? I honestly don't know. So whatever works for you works for me. Let's just say, hey from Spain, Josh, how's it going? How's your evening? Hey from Sweden, Yellenhorn, how you doing? Happy holidays, man. Looks like YouTube isn't showing my username, Magnetough again. Yeah, they do different things. Sometimes it's your username, sometimes it's your handle. Happy holidays. I don't know what holiday it is. I guess just like December. How you doing, Matt? What Civil War card do you wish you could add to this deck? It's defensive conditioning. It is defensive conditioning, 100%. And it's mostly because we are playing, what's it called? Dauntless. And Dauntless needs you to have extra health. Or be above your base health. And the easiest way to do that is adding a card that gives you +3 health, the basic one. I think the one that gives us +1 defend and +3 health, which I believe we have in the Cerebro. It's called defensive conditioning, I think you said. Is it called that? I can't find it. Maybe it's called something else. Defensive. Maybe I spelled it wrong. Yeah. This is perfect. It's only 2 cost, which is totally doable. And giving us +3 health and +1 defend means we just defend better and we'll probably be over 3 health or over full health, over 10, which is really, really good. Deck looks rad. A greasy, silly heroic player like I used med team with Shadow heals allies who thwart for me. X Gene and X Bunker is also rad, and anticipated attack soars in mags. I haven't ever played anticipated attack, or more accurately, I've put it in decks and never played it. I feel like playing 2 cost for toughness is just kind of too much for me. Like that just seems too much. I also emotionally don't like the fact that I'm going into the villain phase or into the hero phase with less cards in hand. The cool thing about anticipated attack though is it is defense traded, so you can fire, you can get a toughness and fire things like unflappable, which is really, really cool. That's like the difference with this deck and a lot of other protection decks. A lot of other protection decks want to defend so they can fire unflappable. We're technically not defending 80% of the time, but just using toughness to not take damage, which means any of the cards that care about defend and not take damage, we cannot play because they don't do anything. But yeah, I could see that being a bit better. I just haven't played anticipated attack in a deck and not been like excited about it. I like Unus for test decks. Yeah, Unus is really fun because it gives you a bit of everything, like attachments, side schemes. You can't chump block forever, which, you know, certain scenarios call that harder. Dystopian Nightmares feels like the down to earth from the set. Yeah, exactly. Just like kind of generic do alter ego stuff. Hey, first time viewer. Hey, Nate6. Sorry, I didn't see your message for a bit. Was sent by the Winning Hand podcast. So far, really enjoying your setup. I saw that. So Winning Hand podcast reached out a while ago. Boom Guy's really nice. And I'll be joining for a podcast next year, I believe. Really excited for that. They shouted out the channel on one of the last episodes in Iceman month. I mean to write a nice comment on YouTube there to thank them for that. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. And I think a bunch of people found the channel recently through that. So welcome to the channel. If you have any comments or questions, please don't hesitate to ask. I hope you don't mind. I shared a YouTube channel on D20 Woodworking Content Creator stream, and he said for everyone to sub to your channel on the stream. Shit. Yo, like, this is the problem. Firstly, thank you. I should check that clip. I'm in this really awkward spot where because we don't have Civil War in Canada, let alone Synthezoid SmackDown, I have gone out of the way to stop watching a bunch of the content creators I've watched who do gameplay stuff. Like I haven't watched D20 in a bit. I haven't watched Nelson in a bit. And that's because I don't want that stuff spoiled for me. And like as of Friday, I can catch up on a whole back catalog. So hopefully everyone's doing well. Did I hear that Canada was getting Civil War and Snary next week? Yes, Bromby, how's it going? That is the hope. December 12th is what it looks like. Now, sometimes it's a bit different here in Quebec, but I'm hoping for that. Maybe even Synthezoid, because I think some places got them. I think the UK got both of them on the same day. Hey, Matt, that's how I found this channel. How's it going, Tony? And I've already watched so many videos and streams, so thanks for that. Thanks for watching, let alone leaving a comment in the live stream. That's really, really cool. Civil War and SS came out last week in Canada for me, Bromby. Yeah. Oh, it did. Yeah. Okay. East Coast. So I hope we're having it soon. SS is not an acronym I think we should be using like that, but yeah. Cool. I'm hoping for it on Sunday. Next Sunday we'll be streaming in the morning, is my intention. So next Sunday we will have hopefully our Civil War stream. We'll play precons and then we'll dive into it. I think we're trying to play every villain. We're going to stream for a long time. Oops. No, I don't, you don't mean anything. It's just kind of funny. Okay, cool. I think that's our setup. I think we're totally set up, right? Let's go. Let's mulligan. Sorry, chat wasn't catching up. Anytime chat's not catching up, it's kind of scary. Let's do this. All right, I'm just gonna cut out of. That's what we do. Big protection players, so finding your channel has been a blessing. That's really good to hear. I'm a huge protection fan, especially solo protection is just like the wildest thing to me. The issue is I'm worried that too much of the content on the channel is just gonna be protection. Like I make my own thumbnails and I'm like, wow, the last 7 thumbnails, 5 of them are protection. What are you doing, bud? Which is also why I was excited to play Justice just last week on the video. We don't keep Come Get Me Bub, right? This doesn't do anything. Well, not necessarily, but we don't need a minion on turn 1 because we're at full health. Toughness is okay. If we draw a Wrapped in Metal or like a Pin Down, maybe we'll keep it, but this is in the mid category. This is cards we always keep. This is we'll consider it. This is we're never keeping any shot. Brother Voodoo is in the maybe category. Our deck has a lot of setup cards. There's not actually any events we want on turn 1, so it's probably no, because we really need to find our Magneto cards. Electromagnetic, no. It's like a card that if we had it after we mulliganed, keeps showing up, that guy. Magnetic Blast. We would consider it. I would put this in the no category, though. There's much more important cards. Death Focus, that's what we want. Not the most expensive card. A lot of things are superpower traded. Sorry, that's the other art. The text is the same. And we have a Metal Shards, which we're not going to keep. So this hand is really bad so far. This is 5 cards, so we're not done, but we're definitely not keeping that. Doesn't really have text. And we have another Electromagnetic, so that's bad as well. This is what I mean, where it's really annoying. It's not going to technically matter, but we have to consider the order of the cards we discard on the mulligan, because in theory, we could hit Asteroid M and play it, which is like not my favorite part, but the order of the discard pile matters. So we have this plan where we could keep Come Get Me Bub and Metal Shards, and that's technically like a combo. There's no minion that won't get knocked out by Metal Shards. The issue is that's really expensive, and all we're doing is getting ourselves a toughness and getting a minion out of the deck, and we don't really want to get a minion out of the deck immediately. So I think we're just going to full mulligan this. Again, we're trying to hope for a big old thing, a big old upgrade. There's a chance we could keep it Electromagnetic Blast because it's a superpower, and then we'd play it for 1. But I think we're just going to try and really push it. Sometimes you also don't want to mulligan too aggressively because we're going to draw into like White Fox and Digging Deeps, and that kind of stinks. But what can you do? How do you feel about the new stuff from FFG, like environments? Oh, it depends. Here's the D20 video. Oh, thank you, Matt. Yeah, you're not able to share links, unfortunately, in YouTube chats. I think there's something I could do on my side to make that available, but generally it stops, more bad things than good things. So unfortunate that the link won't go through. If you tell me the name of the stream and like write out a timestamp, I'll try and dig it up after. I really appreciate actually if you could do that. How do I feel about environments? Okay, weird. I think it's uncomfortable that I think a lot of people want to pick up old heroes that aren't in print. That sucks. I think environments in terms of like balancing this game does make some sense, but because this is not a competitive game, I don't care. Right? Like when boxes come out modernly, they seem too easy. And maybe that is because they're too easy, but also maybe because our card pool is so big that it's easy to build a deck that's so synergistic. There's some truth to both sides of that. But again, because this is not a competitive game, I honestly don't care. But yeah, I don't know. If environments make it easier for them to put out more product, I think that's important. I just wish like there's so much good content. The fact that it's out of print, there's a whole bunch of different realities why that is. Asteroid M, that's mid. Prof X, kind of mid on turn 1 too. So Asteroid M is why we were meant to care about the order of the cards we discarded. So I think this is probably still fine. Asteroid M is showing the side scheme. I should have seen that coming. Prof X, you might know. Sometimes it do be like that. We drew White Fox. That's awful. We drew Nick. That will save all and every hand. So that's good. And then we want a resource. We got a strength. So that's good. So this is what I mean. We have a bunch of cards we don't want to play. We never want to play White Fox. I don't want to play Prof X on turn 1. I don't want to play Asteroid M. So some amount of these will play Nick Fury. Nick Fury will draw more cards. And of course, in our hero side, we'll be able to draw at least 1 more card, sometimes even more. So not the best hand, but hey, this is why we play Nick Fury. And we'll go from that. Okay, so we have nothing we want to do in Alter Ego here. In theory, we could play Asteroid M. It's not incredibly impactful. Doesn't really matter to me. I don't think we really need the Electromagnetic Blast that bad. In fact, all we want to do here is find our upgrades. So I'm just going to go flip. I think there's a question of in what order you want to do your magnetic pull versus draw cards. And the answer is, it doesn't matter. Every card is the same. They're just random cards. So whatever you believe in theory, if you have to make a decision on your discards, which you don't, or on your Nick Fury, you should do the card that gives you more information. But the order of this does not. Actually, wait, hold on. Does it matter? It kind of matters because what we draw could change what we pay for Nick Fury. No, so it doesn't not matter. But it mostly doesn't matter because we're not going to play any of these cards. So I think we're just going to pitch these 4 for Nicholas and then draw 3. Yeah, I could see it slightly mattering, but it probably doesn't. So we're going to spend 4. Again, we choose the order these hit the bin, so White Fox in theory is the card we want to shuffle back into the deck the most. So we're going to put it on top. Anytime you pay costs, you choose the order they hit your discard pile. In theory, yeah, Profex is probably in the deck. And then we'll just draw 3. We draw. Digging Deep. Shit. So we did the discard first. We would have got an extra card. Come Get Me Bub is not useful, and a Master Magnetism is not super useful. So this is what I mean. We would really like to discard here Lockjaw. I think that would be incredible because we have a lot of cards in our hand we can't really use. I think it matters if you run the Digging Deep package, but you already got White Fox. It technically doesn't, unless I'm missing something, because drawing or discarding, what you're doing is basically taking random cards out of the deck. Maybe you get the Digging Deeps first, and then you use the Digging Deeps to pay for Nick. I think there's some truth to that. But at the end of the day, none of these cards are we going to be playing. Like maybe if we drew 3 Digging Deeps, we play Prof X. Actually, yeah, that's probably the truth of why we should have done it in the other order. Results oriented, we would have drawn Digging Deep and Master Magnetism, but yeah, weird. Somewhere in the middle. It's the Hangout MC Civil War live video from 5 days ago at 18:07. Thank you, Matt. Why did I type get? I think it matters. Yo, I'm Kenny. You made it. I thank you for doing a Magneto video. Like you said, I'm so excited. Yay, glad it worked out. I played a whole campaign with this deck so far, and it's been a lot of fun. If you want to like jump back and watch the deck dive at like 3x speed, you'll catch up here eventually, but glad you can make it. We're just going to use our hero ability. We're going to start discarding cards again. The order, we got a magnetic missile. Okay, so this is not a good setup because a lot of these cards are unplayable. We don't have Lockjaw. We literally can't do anything with this hand. This is very, very bad opening turn. So at least what we can do is set up. So we'll play Master Magnetism for an Asteroid M. It doesn't do anything, but it will do something maybe eventually. So that's on the table. We'll pitch a Digging Deep for a Deft Focus. At least now we have a couple cards in our deck. We are still superpower traded. We could go get a minion, Come Get Me Bub. If we do that, we would definitely want to knock 2 off of the Gene Pool first, so the minion doesn't totally gank us. But these cards are useless. If we had a Lockjaw, that would have been really good. So if we did that in the other order, we might have actually played Professor X this turn. So yeah, and getting the Confused on Unus so we could flip down next turn. We probably did not do that in the right order. Do you have a full collection? Yeah, from my understanding, I have a full collection. I got into this game at the end of 2022 when everything was still available. The only thing technically I don't have is that like modular Ronin scenario that Marvel CDB bothers me about, but everything else I have, yeah. I only played 1 game with Magneto and I got squashed, so I could be very wrong. No, you are technically right. Yeah, I guess you are right on that. It's not that like discarding cards you should do before, but with Digging Deeps, that's a card that in theory we'd rather pitch for Nick. Okay, Nick Fury is going to just thwart for 2, and we're just going to thwart for 2 to keep this down to 0. We could pop the toughness. In theory, Retaliate will pop the toughness. Generally, we're not a rush deck. We want to set up and then we want to push. Spending 2 damage for the toughness doesn't matter, but keeping Gene Pool in a check really does matter because now Unus doesn't have any text, and we like that a heck of a lot. That's all we can do. We'll pass and we'll draw 5. And we're looking for some big old upgrades. Like this one, Magnetic Bubble. If we drew that, this turn is so much better. Because then we have Retaliate, so we can knock off Unus's toughness. Really, really good. I need to remember to keep the hand on the table while I draw it, because I keep putting it down while typing. These are the other cards we wanted to draw, our setup cards. Our setup cards, yeah. Dauntless is good. We have a Ready for a Fight, so we can consider jumping down to fire Asteroid M, shuffle cards back in our discard pile. This is also what I mean, is we had to throw out our useless cards last, and so they ended up on top of our deck. So if we jump to Alter Ego, we're shuffling like these cards back. In theory, we can pitch cards first to change that order, but yeah, the order really matters. Yeah, this hand is salad. I don't know what to say. Oh, this is not the right card. Salad hand, not great. Okay, Hunting Gene Traders. This goes to 1. I don't know if this Gene Trader guy is. This goes to 1 as well. This always just gets 1 a turn, so technically we have to worry about that. Nick Fury right now could block, but if Nick Fury blocks, we put 3 threat on Gene Pool if he dies, and he will definitely die because the villain is attacking for 2 and a card. So we're not going to block this damage. We're just going to take it. There's a chance we can draw him down to Alter Ego this turn. On any turn that we're drawing multiple counter cards, I don't love blocking. In theory, blocking when you're playing against Expert, you're playing around exhaustion, but I want to be flexible based off of the encounter cards. Because if we draw a minion, we generally want to be ready. If we draw a side scheme, we generally want to be ready, particularly because this hand doesn't do anything. So the only thing we're going to be able to do next turn is activate, as much as we're going to get 1 more card that's magnetic. So I generally don't love to defend on turns where we have a lot of stuff and our hand doesn't do anything. 1, 2, 3, 4 damage, hunted. So we take 4. That's it. We draw 2 encounter cards first. Infinite Soldier, so this is what I mean. So there's 5 of these. We found the first one. We'd love to pin this down or lock it down. It comes in with 3 health. It doesn't have any text, but besides guard. Second card, genetic experiments. Oh, it's getting stronger. Oh. So not the great order for this. So this attaches to a minion. Otherwise it gets surge. This minion gets +2 hit points. And when attached minion is defeated, place 2 threat on gene pool. Plus it has +1 stat, +1 stat. And it's back to us. Nick Fury is temporary. I'm East Coast Canada, so it's actual 9 p.m. almost. I usually have D&D, but glad I could catch a stream. Yeah, this is a bit late, I'll be honest, but it was good that we can make it work. I'm going to watch live for now and watch the rest later. It's nearly 1 a.m. Just want to say thanks. Still, because I asked like a day or so ago and you're on it already. That's so cool. Yeah, hey, I mean, you asked like a week ago. I had some time to do this. You asked on the last stream, but I'm glad you're here to watch this. Magneto is something we wanted to do anyways, and it lined up really well. Magneto Bubble is one of my favorite cards, so thematic to Magneto, and as a tank player, all games I love an HP Bubble. I am a CC tank player generally. I like it a heck of a lot. Okay, so here, the only thing that we can do to get more information is discard cards from the top of our deck using our ability. I think we're just going to do that so we get more information with this hand. This hand is totally playable. We have a physical icon for ready for fight so we can hop down. The cool thing is actually Nick Fury's on top of our deck. So Nick Fury gets shuffled back into our deck alongside Come Get Me Bub and Magnetic Missile. So what we can do here on this turn is throw out 2 other cards and shuffle those 3 back when we flip down. So that's kind of neat, but oh, actually, no, this is not going to be on the top anymore because we're going to use our hero ability. So never mind. We're not doing anything smart. Hey, metal shards. Is that perfect? I think that's kind of perfect. I think that's a perfect top deck. We didn't disrupt Nick Fury, and we have a way to deal with a 5 health infinite soldier. I think that's kind of perfect draw there. Thanks, Metal Man. If I ever call Magneto Magento, it's a joke. I got it from another streamer who does it, and now it's just kind of been like, it's just baked into the lore here. Okay, so we have depth focus to make metal shards cheaper. This might not be a turn that we play Magnetic Bubble because it's really expensive and we didn't draw any other resources. It is a superpower, but the cool thing with this is if we patch this, throw this out and another card, we can take cards that we want later and shuffle those cards into the deck. We also, in theory, could shuffle Nick Fury and 2 other cards, then pitch Magnetic Bubble to play something like a Dauntless, and then use Asteroid M to put it back into the deck. I really like deck management, especially when your deck gets thinner, because then you're much more focused. But yeah, there's a lot of discard ordering here. 2 ready for fight, so we could play ready fight for, we could pitch ready for fight for ready for fight. We need to do that, which means we have to pitch superpower +2 for metal shards. So then we'll shuffle back Magnetic Bubble, Dauntless, and Nick Fury back into our deck, which seems totally fine. This seems good. So we'll do depth focus really quick. So generate for superpower. We'll throw out 2/3 and we'll play metal shards. Metal shards just does 7 damage, and if it defeats a thing, we get a toughness. So we're gonna go get a toughness. The infinite soldier's knocked out. However, we have to put 2 threat on gene pool, which hits 3. So the minions now have quick strike, and this goes to retaliate. Cool. Did you get Magento from the OG typo stream where they did it? No, there's a Marvel Snap streamer named Binks who calls him Magento. I don't know where he got it from, but I've just been calling him Magento for a bit now. Was it a week? Yeah, it was on the last stream. It was on the last Falcon stream. Maybe a day after or something like that. We're at 6 health. We're gonna recover 1 with Asteroid M. We could full recover, which will matter eventually for Dauntless that we put back in our deck. Or we could take 2 threat off of this. If we take 2 threat off of Gene Pool, we have to have, there's 4 fewer soldiers that will have quick strike, and we're planning to jump up. As much as actually we could let Unus scheme probably. Yeah, we actually could probably let Unus scheme and only jump up later. So I don't think we're gonna heal. I think we're just gonna take 2 off of this. Then we'll jump down. In Alter Ego, we have to shuffle the top 3. Technically, we don't have to, it's response, but we'll shuffle these 3 cards into our deck. Before we shuffle more cards into the deck, oh no, that's not Nick Fury, because this resolves. I'm a fool. Shit. So Nick Fury's not shuffling back. I forgot about that. Okay, that's fine, because this ends up in the discard pile. That should have been obvious. Before we do any more shuffling, though, I'm just going to use Asteroid M here, so we can do all the shuffling at once. So we heal 1, and then we can shuffle the topmost magnetic card, which I don't know what it is. It's a magnetic missile. That honestly, we have to do it if we can. I honestly would not shuffle that back in here. Is there a trick to help us keep a card in rotation? I love that bubble and want it as much as possible. Is there a trick to that? Yeah, you can just shuffle it back in with Asteroid M. Or the only other thing you can do is superpower training. You can knock this scheme out for 3 thwart, which is super doable, and then grab it from your discard pile or your deck. There's no easy way. Actually, no, the other thing you could do is mutant education, I think. Mutant Education, as long as you have the expansion, it's a fair bit better, but you can shuffle 2 of your hero cards back into your deck. So that's another way you can do it, as long as you're mutant, which you are. So you actually have a lot of ways to get it back in rotation. Do you have a favorite campaign? It depends what you mean. Campaign as in like the campaign rules, or campaign as in like a box? The campaign rules of Sinister Motive are really good. The campaign of Red Skull is fine. The campaign rules of Galaxy Most Wanted are really good. The campaign is really difficult. I think we'll just play our Change of Fortune. I'm sorry, Ready for a Fight. And I'm not going to hold on to the Change of Fortune. I'd rather draw something else. Oh, Hope Summers? Yeah, I don't play Hope Summers. She can grab... Isn't she only an event, though? Oh, a superpower. Yeah, great. It is a superpower. You can also play Hope Summers. That's not the worst thing either. There's a whole bunch of ways. And we'll pass. Draw 6. We can pop this if we need to. So if we draw Dark Designs, which is the advanced equivalent, standard 3, we'll pop it. So we have Armor, Master Magnetism. Armor is 2-cost ally. Gets toughness. Come Get Me Bub, we might not need, depending on the rest of the cards. Dauntless is back, so this is what happens when you shuffle cards into your deck. Lockjaw's here. Good old Dumpster Dog. It's just kind of the best card, honestly. And then we have the Magnetic Bubble back already, so our plans are working. We can always shuffle in 1 more card and heal 1, and we should be getting more cards off the top of our deck. This goes to 2, this goes to 2. Unus Schemes for 2 in a card. 1, 2, 3. Sinister Strike, this is the assault equivalent, so 1 less attack. So this goes to 5. We could have hopped up before we saw the boost card. We think we're okay here. And then we draw War Weary. This just stuns us, I think. When revealed, you are stunned. Mind you, we can get steady if we draw our helmet. So otherwise take 2 damage, that's totally fine. And it's back to us. So what we can do here, which is kind of cool, is we can first play Master Magnetism to play our Magnetic Bubble alongside Lockjaw, just so Master Magnetism will be in the bin and it will be the topmost magnetic card so that we can shuffle it in. Otherwise, we're going to end up shuffling a copy of Master Magnetism. Okay, so it doesn't matter. That's fine. If we use our action to discard cards first, that will change the order. So, well, actually, no, it doesn't, because we have to do that in hero mode. So I'm just going to use Asteroid M. So I am getting annoyed that Asteroid M shows up twice sooner as a scheme. So we're going to exhaust this. We're going to do more shuffling. And we'll recover 1. Oh, I guess I meant both? Oh, if you mean both, oof. It's like Age of Apocalypse Box is my favorite campaign, but it has the worst campaign rules. Like, just don't play it. Like, just play all 5 in a row. Like, it's sick. But my favorite campaign is probably Sinister Motives then. The story is cogent. The card rewards are great. You care about victory and experience, so you actually play slightly differently. Red Skull is just like classic, but it's technically their worst campaign because they made it really quickly. They didn't know that was going to be a campaign box. That's a funny story. Next Evolution's campaign mechanics are whatever. And then what am I forgetting? Oh, Mutant Genesis has a really good campaign as well. Mutant Genesis is really nice too. Actually, Mutant Genesis might be it. It's between Mutant Genesis and Sinister Motives. Okay, we're not going to recover. We're going to flip up. We have a lot of threat work to do. We're just going to go ahead and use our ability here. There's no reason not to. And we're going to discard cards until we find a magnetic card. We lost Polaris. We got Magneto's armor. That's perfect. So this card you want on the table before you do the thing. Unfortunately, we didn't get it. So all I want to do here is play as many cards as we can. Luckily, this is a superpower. So we can just do Master Magnetism plus Deft Focus for our bubble. I'm going to put our bubble up here. And I'm going to do something that's technically illegal. So the way this card works is it takes damage, but the way that we track damage on this channel is we put the health on the card and then we remove the health from the card. So I'm going to put 6 health on this card, but it can take more than 6 health. When it loses its 6 health, it will delete itself. Okay. So this doesn't mean it has 6 damage on it. Just the same way we do allies. I think it just makes more sense. And we technically have Retaliate while that thing stands. Then we're just going to do 1, 2 into Magento's armor. This will do something next turn. The way that we track this, I have a good system, is we'll put 3 dice next to it. Whenever we get the cards, whenever we discard the right cards, I'm going to take the dice next to the card and I'll put it next to our hero. So I'll slide this over, but you'll see how it works next turn. These dice are just here so we can remember to remove them. And then we're just going to play Dauntless for 1, which doesn't do anything. But eventually it will. If we have full health, it'll have Retaliate. We could have got full health. Technically, we don't have Retaliate. I'm just going to go ahead and clear Gene Pool so that the minions don't have Quick Strike. Hey, we have a Toughness. That's really good. And we'll pass. We could have actually healed 3 that turn if we had Dauntless in our hand. It might have been better than Thwarting for 2, I'll be honest. We'll pass. AOA campaign is very grindy. If you have 3 stat allies, defense packing for the campaign. Yeah, there's like a meta to allies with like bad text but wild icons. I don't like any part of the Age of Apocalypse. It's just not for me. Okay, Master Magnetism off the top. We have a pin down. So in theory, if we get a small guy, we can just keep it around. Metal Shards, I don't think the small guy will stay on the table. We get the small guy. Magnetic Missile, so this card doesn't do anything. I regret shuffling into the deck, but we have a Digging Deep. Okay, that's fine. So the deck has, I think, 1 more Digging Deep. This hand is okay, but again, we just get a card off the top of the deck that can bring it all together. We're looking for our Helmet is the last part of our setup. This goes to 6 of 11. This goes to 1. Unus is attacking for 2 and a card. We don't care because our toughness will stay safe on the magnetic bubble and the Retaliate will take his toughness off, which is great. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We lose a toughness, but so does Unus. 1 encounter card. Culling the Weak. This adds 4 threat, I think. Place 4 threat on the Gene Pool. This goes to 5, which means Unus has Retaliate. Back to us. Fortunately, no minions, so we have some dead cards here. So before we do anything, we're not only looking for the helmet, we're also looking for the cape. Let's just discard cards until we find something we want to do. Yeah, no reason to do anything else first. So we could jump down this turn because we're ready for a fight. This is why we have to check our discard pile. So if we jump down right now, we shuffle Lockjaw into the deck, which is bad. I'm going to put Lockjaw like this. This might be a Lockjaw turn to remember where Lockjaw is because we can't rearrange the deck. But I'm just going to use our hero ability here to get some more cards. Oh, it's bad. Oh, that's bad. This is what a Lockjaw hand looks like. That's not good. We discarded only a physical, so this turn we have 3 attack, which is the thing that we didn't want. We wanted more mental because we wanted to thwart. So there's still 2 good cards here. We could jump down and then do Asteroid M and then Asteroid M next turn to heal a bunch. We could also do Metal Shards for damage, which I think we just do Metal Shards for damage while we have it. So we'll do Death Focus for superpower, double for Metal Shards. This will just start sending some damage. So this does 7 damage. No one dies. Retaliate 1 means we take 1 damage on our bubble. That's fine. Now these 2 are better cards to shuffle back, so those will be there. These cards don't do anything. So we're just going to spend 4 of these for Lockjaw, but we're going to do that after we shuffle. So here, both of these have to go down a fair bit. Unfortunately, we lost all our thwarting cards on turn 1. So we're just going to do what we can. I know we're wasting 3 attack, but I'm going to thwart 2 into this for safety. We might be able to not have to use Ready for a Fight and just use it on the next one if he draws a thing. And we'll flip down. Using our ability, we will shuffle 3 into the deck. So we'll shuffle the top 3s, which is going to be Armor, who's okay, but these are good to go back. And before we finish the shuffling, we'll use Asteroid M. We, in theory, could shuffle back a magnetic card from our hand first, but I'm just going to shuffle back the top magnetic card, which turns out to be another Master Magnetism. And while we're here, we'll spend 4 for Lockjaw. Lockjaw's so good. Been so impressed with Lockjaw the more I play him. Like, I thought he was okay in certain decks, but yeah, I think just about any deck can play Lockjaw, and then we'll just give this a big shuffle. And the Shield Box campaign and Civil War box. Hey, Ramones, how's it going? We were getting Civil War in Canada, hopefully this Friday, so I don't know. For what it's worth, it's not a campaign, which to me is already a big downside. I mostly do play campaigns. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is my least favorite box by a lot. I really don't like it. I really don't like the campaign mode, but also the box, mostly as a solo player, is not very appealing to me, unfortunately. I think Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is the best board gamey box of the bunch. I loved every villain. I only have minor gripes about the final boss. Honestly, yeah, I do not like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I probably should make a video long form talking about it, but it really did miss me. We'll just go ahead and thwart for 2 off of this for now, and we'll pass. We're getting there. We're going to draw a lot of cards here. We should find our last pieces in our first cycle. Speaking of our last pieces, that's Magneto's Cape. This is the best one because now we're ready twice a turn. Like the difference of before Magneto's Cape and after Magneto's Cape, it's absurd, the difference in this hero. Because not only will we get boosted stats, we're going to be able to ready twice. Master Magnetism will play that cheaply. Digging Deep, that's the last one. That's a bummer. Another Master Magnetism, so that's fine. Armor, no surprise. Wrapped in Metal. So if we draw a minion, we know what to do with it. This is a really good hand. This is a really, really good hand. Your impact to shuffle cards back in your deck matters more and more the thinner your deck is. If we shuffle 3 cards back into your deck here, it's like really, really impactful because we're guaranteed to draw them in the next couple turns. This goes to 3, this goes to 6, which means Unus gets Stalwart. It actually might have been right on the last turn to thwart this with Lockjaw, just so that we don't draw Surge on any of the small minions. So that's actually worth worrying about. Unus is thwarting for 2 and a card, or scheming. We don't need a Ready for a Fight here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, this goes to 7. And our 1 encounter card is Surge. This attaches to a minion. If there's none, it gets Surge. No, we're safe. Okay, cool. So we add 1 counter to Pursued by the Past. Once it gets 4, we have to go get our Nemesis, and we have to discard an upgrade or a support we control. I think it's going to be ready for fight. It's probably Asteroid M, honestly. 1 health, and we get to shuffle back a Magnetic Missile. Like, I don't want to do that. I'm just going to get rid of Asteroid M. It's okay. 1 health is not that important. Got any characters you want to see that aren't in the game? Emma Frost is my big one. Would love to see Psychic Thwart stance or Tanky Diamond stance too. I'm not too familiar with Emma Frost as a character. I haven't read too many X-Men comics. I think a lot of the cards I wanted to see were like Defenders, so I'm really stoked for the next year of stuff. There's definitely some like weird mutants I would like to see. I'd have to think about it. I want more tanks. Like, I just want straight tanks. Like, I want to play as the guy man of rocks and just see what he does. Maybe Emma Frost is what I want. Lockjaw became a channel being like how Nelson gets slammed by Sauron. I haven't tried Shield Box yet. I'm planning on running Winter Soldier and Fury through the campaign. It got too much during Black Friday though, so I need to get other characters on the table first. It's like unfortunate now because with things going out of print, people are feeling more pressure to pick up stuff. This game has so much content. Whatever you have is generally a really great time, so you can't go wrong. So enjoy what you have. Hey, Witchhead, how's it going? I remember the She-Hulk deck you played where someone suggested Lockjaw to completely solve the deck. Yeah, that was Matt. That was Dumpster Dog, and Dumpster Dog just saved that deck. It was so good. All right, it's us. We could heal for 3, but I think we have a threat issue, so we're not going to do that. We're just going to flip up, and we are now built out relatively well. So we're going to do a Master Magnetism for Magneto's Cape. Magneto's Cape. So now after we use our ability, it will ready us, and we'll have buff stats on the run back, which is really great. The rest of this hand, not super playable. We'll probably play armor, but here we're looking for another double resource would be good. Not that we can get one, but we're hoping to draw. I think the best thing we could draw here is actually our hat, Magneto's hat, famously known. So we'll thwart for 2. We'll keep this down, and then we'll use our ability. So we'll start discarding cards. F. This card's useless. So we have a Wrapped in Metal. Luckily, though, this has a mental icon in it, which means because of our Magneto's armor, we have 3 thwart when Magneto's Cape readies us. So our helmet is not in there. We might just play Lockjaw again. Otherwise, how many resources are we wasting? This was not a superpower. How many resources are we wasting here? So 1, 2, 3, 4 for dog. We waste this. So I think we just waste some resources, unfortunately. We can hold on to Master Magnetism. I don't think there's that many more Magento cards left in our deck. Oh, there was a Metal Shards too. But yeah, we wanted the helmet because the helmet generates for a magnetic card. So, it's okay. The steady would have been nice. Wait, did we do an attack while we were stunned? Or did we just get the stunned when we were in all 3 go? I think we did. AoE is my least fanfic campaign, but the villains are high level awesome. Oh, the villains are amazing. The campaign is, yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. So we'll keep Lockjaw around. In theory, there's a card that snipes one of your minions, so you want to get rid of the minion. But I think Lockjaw will just thwart for 2. Into this. We want to make sure that we have Lockjaw in our bin, or sorry, on our hand or table when we deck out, which won't be this turn. Then we're going to go spend just, yeah, we're wasting a lot of resources here. Yeah, we're wasting so many resources this turn. Armor is good because she will block. We will thwart for 3. Bring this down to 1, so he loses everything. Yeah, I'm just going to play Lockjaw again. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll spend 4 on bringing the dog back. Lockjaw will just keep thwarting. We have a 7 damage attack coming up, which is going to defeat Unus, and then we'll get a toughness, so that's good. I don't think we need to hold on to armor. Holding on to Wrapped in Metal makes some amount of sense. There's still 6 minions in the deck, so it's fine. And then we'll pass. So we wasted a bunch of resource generators. It's okay. 1, 2, pin down, 3 energy, pin down. Oh, this hand is not good. Magneto's helmet helps, and we're going to be able to discard, which is guaranteed to be a 7 damage attack. Go to 4, goes to 2. Villain attacks us for 2 and a card. We can let the magnetic bubble crack, so it goes back into our deck. We're going to deck out soon. Or we could defend. There's not that much we want to do on the table here, so I'm okay defending. We don't have a buff defense stat. That's a really big thing about Magneto's armor is that the buff lasts for the whole round. So if you buff your defense, it actually is valuable. So I will defend for 2 just to like mitigate some damage on the bubble. That seems a bit silly, actually. The bubble's likely to take... Like, unless we get a 3 boost, the bubble stays anyways for another attack, which is what we need. So Unus attacks for 1, 2. Cool. Infinite Hunter has text. Infinite Hunter. So it says choose to either place 2 threat on the gene pool, or the attacking enemy gets +2 scheme and +2 attack for this attack activation. We'll go for the +2 damage. So that's going to be 4 damage. So the magnetic bubble takes 4 damage. And Unus takes 1 retaliate, which sets up perfectly that we'll defeat him in a second. Then our 1 encounter card is Infinite Prelate? No, what is this? Infinite Prelate, yeah. When revealed, Unus activates against you. Ooh. If there's 3 threats, 6 threat, or no threat. So Unus is just attacking us for 2 in a card. So in theory here, no matter how much damage we take, the bubble will absorb all of it. The problem is when the bubble pops, you don't do retaliate, which is totally acceptable. So 1, 2, boost, Evil Alliance, put on Pursued by the Past. At 4, we got our Nemesis, and we lose the bubble, which is okay. That's right before we're going to cycle our deck. Technically, if we jump down, we put it into our deck. There's some value in that. That actually might be us, and it's back to us. All right, we lose our thwart. Let me catch up on chat. Love Defenders as well. Excited for that wave. Hoping for Midnight Suns at some point. Yeah, Midnight Suns would be really good. I like Blade. I have no doubt they make a cool design for. But even like I played the Midnight Suns video game. Almost all those characters would be quite nice. I'm your X-Men Encyclopedia. You want tanks? I think Armor would be great. Her armor gets bigger and almost mech, so she would be Colossus Iron Man hybrid of getting upgrades to be more tanky. Oh, that'd be fun. I like the Bendis Defenders, but not a fan of Bendis. I own every Moon Knight, Hulk, and Weapon Age trade released. My fave heroes are Marvel heroes, also Tigra and 8-Ball. Oh, cool. Yeah, there she goes. I was happy they used Alessandro Cappuccio's art for Tigra. I'll be real, I have no idea who Tigra is besides a police officer. That's all I got. And she's a cat lady, which that's cool. Okay, so we want to keep Lockjaw on the table because we're going to deck out. If he enters the deck, it's so much worse. If he's in our discard pile immediately, we have a lot of flexibility. We definitely can jump down here. If we use our ability, we're almost guaranteed to go get the thing off the top of our deck we want. We're going to thwart for 2. The only issue is there's a 1 in 3 chance that we totally deck out. If we totally deck out, we won't jump down. If we don't deck out 2 or 3 times, we can consider jumping down because that will shuffle Magnetic Bubble into a deck of like 0 cards or 1 card. So we're guaranteed to draw it alongside armor or whatever else we set up. So that's quite nice. So we're just going to use our ability to rip it. X-Jet, 50-50. All right, Metal Shards, we got it. So we don't deck out. We discarded an energy and a physical. So we get plus attack and plus defense. The last card in our deck for those tracking is a genius. So that's good. Sort of. All right, that is fine. We want to knock out Unus here by playing our Metal Shards. So let's go ahead and do... Oh, actually, what we shuffle back in the deck will change. Oh, yeah, that's ugly. So the Magnetic Bubble might not go back because we're going to play, we want to play fewer than 1 card before we jump down, which is possible. I think we just have to do something ugly. We'll do like Deft Focus plus energy. No, because this is 3 cards because it's 1, 2, 3. This X-Jet got us. I guess we're not jumping down to cycle in the cape or the bubble, excuse me, which means this hand is probably, this hand is probably 1, 2, 3 for Magneto's helmet. Magneto's helmet plus Deft Focus for this Metal Shards. It leaves 1 left over, which we can't use. Oh, we're ready, mind you. If we jump down, we can heal, which is nice. We'll have a toughness, which is nice. So maybe we still jump down. We can't get this bubble back in if we want to play the Metal Shards, because no matter what, it's going to enter the bin. So I guess we don't. Deck needs Shadowcat. Why? For the thwarting? I don't think so. She's a good card, though. So let's do 1, 2. And then we'll do 3. We have Magneto's helmet. This is also really nice. I realized I could have attacked first. Magneto's helmet is a resource generator, but also gives us steady. So now the stun doesn't matter. If we wanted to get rid of the stun, we should have attacked, but we knew that we're going to get the steady on the table. Then we'll do 1 resource from this, 1 resource for this, and the card we're going to have to shuffle back, unfortunately. So we actually should change the order. We should discard these in this order. Yes. And then we'll discard, I guess, Wrapped in Metal to play Metal Shards. So Metal Shards will target Unus. It'll deal 7 damage, which defeats Unus, and we get a toughness because you can defeat some villains. Unus advances. Text is the same, toughness, 18 health only, not a lot of health. And the exact same numbers, so that's fine. We don't want to use Lockjaw because we're going to deck out. This pin down is trash. We could attack here for 3. We could thwart for 2. We could recover so that we have Dauntless set up. We might just recover because the board's in a good spot. This will hit 3, which doesn't matter if we're an alter ego because the guys having quick strike don't matter. So I'm going to jump down. When we jump down, we can shuffle 3 cards back in. So let's shuffle Big Attack. Unfortunately, a Wrapped in Metal and an Energy. So our deck is mostly resources at this point. So that's not great. We can technically discard this whole deck. I guess we're going to be drawing the whole deck, so that's fine. The 2 resources lines up well for Lockjaw. And then we'll just pitch this while recovering for 3. We'll pass. Sorry, we can't go over 10. Now we shuffle. So we're going to draw 6. So we draw Wrapped in Metal, Metal Shards, 2 resources, an encounter card, and we have to go for the shuffle. Yo, Hotel Foxstar, how's it going? The Nightcrawler ally must be a good include. Another way to keep the bubble around, but I'm loving this deck. Oh, yeah, maybe you're right. But the problem why I didn't want to play Nightcrawler is that Retaliate doesn't work, does it? When an X-Men character would take any amount of damage from an enemy attack. Oh my god. Yeah, we should straight swap armor with Nightcrawler. I thought you can only use Nightcrawler to protect other allies because that's the only way I played it. I didn't realize this was for any character. That will change in the next game. That's a really good inclusion. Nightcrawler is a really good card in hindsight. But yeah, I'm playing armor, which is not synergistic. That's way better. Also, having med team keeps your allies having to thwart for you. It's weird how I think you're not wrong, but that sort of playstyle of just keeping them alive feels so much less dynamic that I think I just don't want to do that. Like, I want to play in a different way. Like, I'm okay with my allies going. I'm all right with that. They'll come back. Oh, I'll be excited when I draw them. But like, I'm not joking. Technically, I don't know. I kind of like to see them come and go. Yeah, Nightcrawler is actually really good. Bubble's back. Okay. No stress. All the resources in the world. That's sick. Okay. Goes to 3. Goes to 3. We have Retaliate. Unus is scheming for 2 and a card. We could ready for a fight here. I do think we actually do just ready for a fight here. There's no reason to be an alter ego, and the toughness goes hard. So I think we're going to jump up. So we're going to crack ready for a fight. We have no reason to be in alter ego here. We don't have to recover. So we jump up to hero mode. Ready for a fight says when the villain would scheme, don't. I also would rather be in hero mode when there's extra encounter cards. So Unus is attacking us for 3 and a card, but we have toughness, so we don't care. 1, 2, 3, 4. Unfortunately, we lost the soldier. We lost the toughness. Unus takes Retaliate 1 because of Dauntless. We're at full health, mind you. So we take the toughness off. And we draw 2 encounter cards. Polaris could be a fun character. 2, I know she has the same power as her dad, Magneto. Wait, Polaris is Magneto's kid? I had no idea. There's like 20 characters with guns, so I can live with that. I have been so far. Good to hear. Hunted. Okay. We have reasons to jump down. It's an alter ego obligation to discard a card from your hand to get rid of this. Generally don't like extra encounter cards. Second card. I really want a minion. I can't believe we haven't drawn one in a long time. It's a Prelate Sidearm. Attached to Unus. Unus gets +1 attack after Unus attacks and defeats an ally, which like doesn't happen in this scenario. You're really incentivized not to do that. So this is a weird text. But you add 1 more threat in the gene pool. And after you make a basic attack against Unus, you can spend those kinds of resources to discard this card. Now, the good thing is that we can just use our superpower to remove 3 threat and get rid of the card anyway. So I don't think we have to care about that text. All right, it's back to us. We have 3 in every stats. Sorry, we have 2 in every stats. Metal Shards is just going to send damage to Unus, but we want to get rid of the toughness first. So, the Retaliate. So I'm going to use Lockjaw just to get rid of this, to get rid of this. Lockjaw hits the bin. We play Dumpster Dog on the Crooked so we can find him later. Order matters, lol. I think we're okay with the threat here. We haven't seen any card that says Unus schemes, but we're at the point where we can do this turn. We can easily do 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 damage. We might have lethal this turn if we get lucky. So I'm going to attack 2 into Unus. And then immediately we're going to use our hero ability to discard cards, which will ready us. Based off of the type of the cards, we want to really discard a physical here. Energy, so we get plus protection. Energy, that's all we draw, but this is the one that gets rid of the Prelate Sidearm, so that's nice. I don't think we're going to defeat Unus, but that does a lot of our threat work. Found her, threw her on the floor. Fighting She-Hulk at the moment, 2-handed with Colossus and Magic, it's been fun. I need to play Born 2-handed. But like off camera to see like what it does to my brain and then decide whether we want to do it for real. We're just going to do 1, 2 plus, I guess, Magneto's helmet to play. This is a superpower. Yeah. We'll play the bubble again. So we have double Retaliate. And this has 6 health, technically, the way that we do things here. I don't think we're going to get rid of Hunted. I think we're just going to send it until the end of the game. Then we'll do Deft Focus plus... Oh, actually, are we going to be able to do everything this turn? I actually don't think we electromagnetic blast. I think it's more important we just do damage. Like, I don't care about this. I don't care about this. We have the bubble. So I think we're just going to send the damage to end the game. So we'll do Depth Focus plus a double for metal shards. Just so 7 damage, doesn't have extra text. That's fine. Unus is down to, what is it, 9? We will attack for 2 to get close to the end of the game. We could threat for 2, but we should be okay. And then we're going to spend 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, the order that we discard cards should matter, so we should have done this first, like this, and then done the metal shards. Order really does matter in this game. I don't even think I did it perfectly there. It goes to get a Lockjaw. Lockjaw can do some damage. But the thing with Lockjaw is we don't need to do... We have 1 more 7 damage burst card in the deck. If we draw that, we're golden. On average, we attack for 4 every turn. Lockjaw attacks for 2. So that means we should be able to defeat Unus next turn almost no matter what. The only thing that kind of changes is if we get a guard. So if that's the case, I'll just do Lockjaw for safety off of this, and then we'll pass. All right, let's draw. You are stunned there? Oh, we are stunned, but we have Magneto's helmet, so we're steady. But good catch. We do miss that a fair bit. Yeah, the helmet has steady. Yeah, I think you saw it too. But yeah, that's good. So change of fortune, drew the white fox. Would love to not draw the white fox. There's the 7 damage card. Brother Voodoo is nice. Come get me, bub. We've barely gone through 1 cycle. Admittedly, our cycle was slower because we shuffled cards back in our deck, but like we are flying. Goes to 2, goes to 2. Unus attacks for 4 on a card. We don't care. The bubble will probably pop, but that's fine. 4, 5. Bubble doesn't pop. Last soldier, or not, 3rd soldier. So this takes 5 damage. Unus takes Retaliate 2. We draw 2 encounter cards. Infinite Soldier. Okay, so this one has no additional text outside of guard. If we pin it down, it loses guard. So that's technically a way to deal with this for 2 health, but guard will slow us down from defeating Unus. My favorite thing is if we can pin this down and then just throw it at Unus for the 5 damage defeat, but it doesn't look like that'll happen. And then we have War Weary, which actually is going to hurt us. So there's way more cards that start with War. You are stunned. Okay. If you were already stunned, we're not technically not already stunned if we're steady, right? Like, I know we had a stunned card, but I don't think we were already stunned. I think now we're stunned. So now we're actually proper stunned. And then this goes and resets. I'm betting I'm super late to the party here. Andy, how's it going? I'm not used to you streaming so late, but how's it going? Magneto, nice. We're just at the end of our first game. We are streaming late on a Sunday because sometimes we have some things to do Sunday morning, but glad you can make it. Hopefully you're well. Play mostly 2-hand, and it's just don't try to big brain heroes at once. It hurts my brain. You're playing stunned correctly. Thank you, Forrest. How's it going? Okay, good. So we're not considered stunned, even if though we had a stunned. Now we're proper stunned. All right, all we have to do is win. Unfortunately, we have nothing that does 3 damage. So ideally, we will attack to get rid of the stuns. Then we will use our hero ability to get rid of some cards. Mental. Okay, this sucks. This is the worst part about this card is why you want to get on the table, because it has a wild icon, which has no implication with Magneto's armor. So great. Love to draw that. So now we need to knock down Infinite Soldier. So we have enough damage. Lockjaw attacks for 2 into the soldier. Goes to 1. We attack for 2 into the soldier. Soldier goes down. And then we can generate a resource, throw out a metal shard. Does 7 damage, and we get a toughness. That's what this deck is meant to do. Float the toughnesses, keep hitting hard, have flexibility, and it is working well. Totally whiffed on all of the nuanced interactions of like, come get me, bub, and change of fortune, and pin down, and throwing, wrapped in metal enemies. None of that worked. Our basic stuff is so good. But yeah, we drew most of the enemies on boost cards, so what can you do? Drawing White Fox 75% of the time is a rite of passage when playing Magneto, but it makes it feel way better when you actually discard her. When she lands, she's so good. Like, there's just inherently this absurd variance of digging deep in White Fox, which, like, I wish there was better ways to shuffle her back, but yeah, when she's on top of the deck, shuffling her back feels so good. Plan B is a good source of damage and protection when late game. Yeah, I don't play a lot of Plan B. I probably should. It's cool that it's not an attack. Oh, you do exhaust it, so it is once per turn. Yeah, Plan B is not a bad card at all. We're generally pretty good at using all our resources with things like Lockjaw. In theory, this is more efficient than Lockjaw, but yeah, I could see that. This card's almost never bad. Hey, Nocturnal, how's it going? I guess the name lines up a bit better. Gets around attack, yeah, it's not attack traded, so it gets around stun and guard, which is cool. All right, let's shuffle this up. Again, I have played this successfully through an Age of Apocalypse expert campaign. Not playing the campaign rules, just like 5 heroes in a row or 5 villains in a row. These will flip down because we'll use them. I'm going to try against Enchantress and see how that goes. I'm just gonna put these off at the side. We're probably gonna need them. And give me 1 second to clean this up to some level of quality. How's everyone doing tonight? I'm realizing a lot of people are like stumbling along this channel because of shout outs on things like Boom Guys podcast that I always am worried I'm going to say the name wrong, so I just call it Boom Guys podcast, which I really appreciate that. And I guess there's been a shout out on D20, so welcome to the channel. If you're new around here, you want to say hi, super appreciated. You want to ask questions, if I miss something on chat, mind you, it's usually because there's too many things going on at once. I have a background in streaming, so I'm good at reading chat, but if I miss it, it's not like I didn't want to read your comment. So if it is something that you think is valuable, please just ask it again, and then I probably will see it at some point. It feels bad when Mr. Streamer doesn't read your comment. I get that. Okay. I'm doing a better job than I should be. Infinite Hunter is a cool card. Dystopian, Infinite. Great. Cool. Great. The winning hand. That's it. Thank you. Like, I didn't know that. I just don't want to say the wrong name. Anytime that you like you promise that you're going to say a name correctly when you're live is like just a nightmare scenario. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Something's wrong. Infinites. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This should be it. Patience is a virtue, they say. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. When you're on your own, you can take all the time in the world. When there's a camera and lights and stuff, oh my god, does suddenly time dilate in a really weird way. All right, let's do Enchantress. Looking highly likely you'll have both Civil War and Synthesized Smackdown for next weekend. Yeah, yourself too, I take it, right? That's the hope. Asmodee could be wrong, but that's the hope. I'm worried that like I don't have it properly pre-ordered at my local game store. So I'm just gonna have to call them on Thursday and be like, hey, if this comes in, put one aside for me. If they don't have one, I will find another store, I reckon. All right, it's Enchantress. We have numbers for this, right? It's been a moment since I played this. I played this maybe like 6 or 7 times. This came out relatively recently here in Canada, so apologies if it's not new. She has 4 minions. Unfortunately, one of them is elite, and we're playing Trickster Magic. Unfortunately, all these minions are elite, which means our Wrapped in Metal doesn't work. I was really excited to play this, and then I realized like this has a non-elite clause, so this is probably not the best example of what this deck can do, but it still is probably going to be kind of fun. The rest of the kit, this is like maybe a bad thing to do because we barely showed Wrapped in Metal in the last encounter, and now this is not going to be any better. Definitely swap out pinned downs against Enchantress. Pinned downs might not be the worst because you can attach them to anybody. I would swap out the Wrapped in Metals, I'll be honest, and then I'd swap out the other card. But like, what other attack? I think these like the Defiant enemies or Enthralled enemies, excuse me, probably attack really hard. We'll keep it the way it is for now. We got it here this week, and I made 2 passes through each of the villains so far. You're West Coast, right? I'm pretty sure you're Victoria. I was talking to Dave about you the other day at an airport. He had some nice things to say. I've taken to make my own tokens in the style of burger tokens. Did you create your own Retaliates? No, I couldn't tell you who makes these. If you search on Etsy, at least Etsy Canada, you'll find them. I have a whole bunch of these. My partner got me some more. I used to use these all the time, but now we have bigger dice. If you find them on Etsy, you can, sorry, I have to use my other hand because the microphone gets in the way. I can't tell you the name of who makes them, but you'll find them. They're pretty good. Yeah, okay, that's not focusing like even slightly. Oh, there you go. Yeah, they're nice. They come in all sorts of different things. I use these a fair bit, and then dice just kind of worked out a bit better for me. But they're nice. I have these also for not Arkham Horror, for Lord of the Rings. I use those for those. That sounds like Dave. He's very kind. Yeah, Dave is great. Yeah, we hung out. We traveled a bit together for Worlds. I got Synthezoid the other day. I much prefer She-Hulk over Vision. They're both fun, but heads up, she has approximately 28 extra copies of Exhaustion in her kit. I mean, buckle up. I'm going to be a defense deck. Can't exhaust me. I've exhausted myself. You do whatever you like live, Ted Lasso and me, when telling people to play what they like. I think they're called burger tokens. No, these are not burger tokens. Burger tokens are different. Burger tokens, from my understanding, you have to like attach to, I think, a penny, which like I don't think now either of our countries, America or Canada, has them. But these are definitely not burger tokens. These are called like next level or something like that. You'll find them if you find them. But the dice are from burger tokens. Burger tokens you have to attach to a penny, I'm pretty sure. These are not those. That I can promise you. Okay, this gets set aside. We do prime real estate. Penny's just got things snapped. Yeah, I think America is discontinuing the penny. We discontinued the penny in Canada like 10 years ago, I think. Enchantress 2 and 3 because we're playing on expert. One modular set. We're doing trickster magic. You can do whatever you want. In theory, we should probably play something else if this goes to. Let's just play a different modular set because this is the one that has all the elites. Does anyone have a good modular set that has a bunch of non-elite minions in it that we can care about? Like, do we just put infinites back in this? Because I think that's going to make the deck a lot better if we don't add like all these elite minions. Okay, set the future despair side scheme aside. Attach a random hypnotic gaze, so we'll shuffle. The spin down dice are just great. Cannot recommend them enough. Supernaut, yeah, they're so good. How you doing? I've got so many questions about them. I bought most of them. Some of them were free, but Burger Tokens is doing gangbusters with that sort of stuff for sure. No shade on the other Marvel Champions YouTubers, but your gameplay presentations are the best I've seen. Love how you highlight the cards and super clean table presentation. Thank you so much. That's very kind. I put a lot of effort into it. Just so it's approachable. I do have a lot of background in doing this sort of video stuff, so like I do have a leg up there. But yeah, no, I'm glad it's translating. Hellas Horde might be thematic. Oh, that's cool. Oh, we also could do all of the Ice Giants elite. There's not that many of them. Yeah, maybe we could do Hellas Horde. That's a good idea. 1 to 5, 4. We're taking this one. I'm big chillin'. I mean, Sunday night. That's a good way to do it. Okay. Yeah, let's try and get Hela out of the box. Give me 1 second. Ransacked Armory? No. No. We learned our lesson. Give me 1 second. Yeah, Legions of Hell is the one we want, I think. I'm pretty sure Frost Giants is like Laufey and 2 other guys, and they're pretty big. Legions of Hell has some effects that like steal your minions or your allies, excuse me. Frost Giants has, yeah, not enough friends. Legions of Hell has 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, they're your Frost Giant. What are you doing there? Okay, I made a mess out of it. I'll be the first to say. 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There should be another Draugr somewhere. Give me 1 second. Okay, and they can take our allies. Okay, I obviously made a mess of this. I'll just sort this later. This is fine. Symbiotic Strength is also wild in Enchantress. Why? Because she activates more than once? For crafters, I attach my own stickers that I design and print myself to stamping blanks that are the same size as pennies. I believe that's 3/4 of an inch. Get acrylic bubble stickers from AliExpress the same size. Yeah, I think that's probably not too dissimilar how these are built. It's like acrylic, which automatically like bubbles itself relatively well. We have to put this in, and then that's good, I think. Okay, that's it. This deck seems relatively big. Yeah, it's kind of big. Okay. Flip this over. Prime real estate. There's 2 of these. So we can lose this one. It only has 6 thresholds, so we might. It comes in with 1 threat, adds 1 a turn. When a charm counter would be placed on an enchantment, if you were enthralled, place a threat here. We're starting as Defiant, and then eventually, once this gets 5, it'll become enthralled. This card, there's 5 of them. They all have the same back, but the fronts are different. We'll find out the front when this flips in a couple turns. Hopefully it doesn't. That'd be kind of cool. Our villain is Enchantress. Enchantress 2 right now. Villain name Enchantress, and she has 16 health, right? So she's steady in toughness. That matters. We have a bit of confuse. She's tough. In standard mode, we do something. In expert mode, we don't. And after Enchantress attacks you, place a charm counter on your enchantment. She attacks for 2, schemes for 2. Let's go. My fave mod set in the game is Savage Land. Really? Do you put the environment in play? Or do you just draw it naturally? I really wish that Dark Beast got like, yeah, the Thunderbolts treatment, where there was a couple more encounter sets that were made exactly for him. I don't mind Savage Land. Like, I played against Dark Beast during the Age of Apocalypse campaign, and when you discard 3 cards from the top of your deck and discard like a Digging Deep and a White Fox, like, I think you're laughing. I'm pretty sure they work when the villain discards them. Dark Beast is my boy. I find him so boring. I find like every Dark Beast game I play is like 20 minutes, and usually the text doesn't matter. He loves Sauron? Yeah. Yeah, okay. I don't play enough Sauron. All right, that's it. Let's just shuffle and we're off. I don't mess enough with modulars. I need to do a better job of that. Like, I always play recommended. I've started veering a bit off of it, and I have enjoyed my time there. Especially also as a way to make things harder, which sometimes you want to do that. Sometimes you want to make it easier, particularly if you're playing certain heroes that don't have a good matchup, like we're doing right now into certain scenarios. Or maybe not a good matchup, but like not an interesting matchup. Let's say that. Okay. Let's mulligan. Draw 6. Magneto's armor. I mean, you're pretty happy. This is what we want to start with. One of our powerful upgrades that puts us forward and uses our basic activation for good stuff. Magnetic bubble. Okay, hold on. These cards are expensive. Maybe one at a time. Thank you. Take your time. Dauntless, we probably don't keep this. We want to now find double resources because these cards are very expensive. We definitely don't keep Polaris. Oh, I was meant to add, if we draw armor, we're going to make her into our friend Kurt in a second. Digging Deep, we definitely don't keep this. It's just literally a blank card. And Prof X we don't keep. So I think we're going to still hope that we find a double. Or when we use our discard ability, we can find Master Magnetism double resource. There's armor. Okay, I will go grab somebody else, Nightcrawler. So I'll get that in a second. 1, 2, 3. He's more expensive. Def Focus helps us play Magnetic Bubble, which is nice. But we're really going to need like 2 doubles here. 1 double. We're really going to need 2 doubles here. Damn, almost had it. Okay, let me get him really quickly. I love Sauron so much as a mod set. I made an entire custom VT campaign for him to show him and mess with players. Also, whoever made the D&D VT custom campaign. Oh, I played that one. I couldn't beat the final scenario. I think that one needs a bit of tweaking, but the theme was really good. The final scenario where you had to draw the egg from the deck was like so frustrating because if you milled the egg, you had to go through the whole deck. That scenario needed a way to shuffle the egg back from the discard pile. If you played that, you probably know what I'm talking about. It's Kurt. Villain Theory has great resources available to help find fun modular set combinations. Yeah, not only that, but somebody has taken that and more and made this website called modularchampions.com, which even has Villain Theory's recommended sets in them, which is really cool. I need to re-sleeve that because we're doing a thing. For now, I'll just do this because these are new nice sleeves of a better quality. Okay, here we go. My partner made the Raft Prison one. Oh, I don't think I played that one. So we have a reason to play Magneto's armor first. So if we do electromagnetic into depth focus, we can do depth focus plus a resource into bubble, which means we just need 1 resource for magnetic armor. The problem is we want this to be on the table first. It's not a huge deal because +1 stat really won't matter this turn. We probably thwart for 1 attack through the toughness. So I don't think it matters, which means we should do the thing in the order that gives us the most flexibility, which means we should just discard first. Because if we draw Digging Deep, it might change the entire order of this turn. So I'm just going to flip. And then here we're going to use our hero text, and we're just going to discard cards until we find a magnetic. That does change the turn a fair bit there, our friends. However, it does not help that much. This is Magneto's helmet. So we have drawn out of the 4 Magneto upgrades. We have all of them besides our cape. The issue is that these are immensely expensive. So if we can re-rack this, there's a chance we won't play the bubble, we'll just hold it. Helmet's nice, and we can use helmet. Depth Focus is nice, and we can use Depth Focus. Maybe we can use both of these to play Magnetic Bubble for 1. That makes sense to me. And then we can hold the armor for another turn. I don't think we can afford it. Man, if we drew Digging Deep into this, it'd be so easy. So say that we play this for Depth Focus. We play 1, 2, 3 for this. Then we have to throw out our armor to get the bubble. If we jump back, that's fine. I think there's enough stunner confuse in this set. It seems like an Enchantress thing is my guess, but it's been a moment. Oh, we don't need any of these. That we might want to have our helmet, which gives us steady. Yeah, if we drew Digging Deep, this hand would be sick. We'd be able to play all of it. Fortunately, it's not the case. So the other line is that say that we just hold on to, say, the helmet for next turn. Then if that's the case, we can play this for this for this, that. No, we would still need another card. Okay. What if we don't play Deft Focus? This gets so confusing. That will do 1, 2, 3 for the armor. Sorry, the helmet. Helmet plus 2 for the bubble, and then we can hold the armor. That seems to be the most acceptable. Maybe we'd like where we can play both of these and get both our research generators on turn 1. That would be 1, 2, and then this. And then we could throw out the bubble. I don't like that. I think we're just going to hold on to the armor. I think we're just going to do, sorry. Whoa, wait, whoa, is this better? No. I think we do this. And then we hold this for next turn because we don't need this turn. It doesn't do enough. I think that's right. So spend 1, 2, 3 on our helmet. We'll use this. We have steady to generate a resource. To play with Nightcrawler to play the bubble. Bubble gives us Retaliate and 6 health. I don't know why I cleared all our buttons. We're going to need them. So now we can tank at least 1 attack, no problem. And then we'll just hold on to magnetic armor. We will thwart for 2. Our Retaliate will take off the toughness and we'll pass. That was almost so easy. But that's a good setup. We can't be upset about that. Magnetic Missile, that's blank. Wrapped in Metal, so maybe not blank. If we draw a minion, not that. If we draw a minion, we might be in a good spot. Energy is really nice because the armor is a bit expensive and a pin down. So we really want to draw a minion here. We have like 17 different cards that interact with minions. This goes to 1. Enchantress now activates against hers. She says after Enchantress attacks you. Okay. So she's attacking for 2 in a card. We can't lose her bubble, so we'll take it. 1, 2, 5, 3 boost. So this goes down to 1. And she takes a toughness. So we'll probably just take another attack off of that. We add 1 counter. I'll use green because it's on theme to this. When it hits 5, it flips. So we're at 1. 1 counter card. Give us a minion. No, that's so much worse than a minion. This is Dark Designs, so it's basically Advance, but for Pursued by the Past. So it plays 1 Pursuit, and then she schemes for 2 in a card, which we can't lose to that. 1, 2, 3. This has a boost. Place 1 charm counter on the enchantment card in your play area. I mean, if you're really serious about that. So this is 1, 2, 3. This goes to 4. No minion. A bit of a bummer. She only puts counters on us when she attacks. So in theory, that's fine. And it's back to us. Nightcrawler added to the deck just be trash turn 1. Yeah, but now he gave us a physical resource instead of a physical resource. So he's doing pretty good. All right. Here we could get some boosted stats. This hand doesn't matter. We would love to discard. We'd love to draw an expensive card, but we'd also love to discard Dumpster Dog. Lockjaw would be sick here because we're gonna have like 4 floating resources. So I guess we don't use the energy. We do like Magneto's helmet plus pin down to play Magento's armor. This comes in with our boosted stats. Oh, actually, this doesn't do anything. Oh no, sorry, we pull first. So then we're gonna pull. So pull, physical. Physical. Digging deep. All right, we need Lockjaw here. Mental. Good, that's what we want. Physical. Okay, we didn't want to draw these cards. We didn't want to draw any of these cards. Asteroid M. Okay, not a Lockjaw, but we'll play it. It has a wild on it, so it doesn't interact with our armor, but we have 3 thwart, 3 attack for this round. Okay. Can't do much with this hand. I don't think we want to jump down. We will thwart for 3. We will play Asteroid M. Doesn't do anything, but Alter Ego, maybe it does. We are not really considering the order we're discarding our cards. And yeah, I'm going to throw out 3 cards. Basic activate before pull? No, because we want Magneto's armor to help us, right? We don't have the one that readies us, so we want to pull first. Because this will give us +1 thwart, right? I don't think we messed it up there. Man, if we had a minion there, it would have been really sick. We'll pass. We'll draw. We have another magnetic missile. Okay. Change of fortune, we can set that up maybe. There's the cape we want. So this is the one that we do it in the other order because we need the cape so we can ready ourselves. Then we want to activate, then ready, then activate. A genius for the cape and a master magnetism. That's the armor, not the cape. Yeah, exactly. Well, the cape's here, so no stress. This goes to 2. She attacks for 2 in a card. If we block, we're not going to block all the damage, so the bubble's going to pop anyways, so we'll just take it. 1, 2. Boost love concoction. Reveal this card. So attach to your identity. This is a forced card, so we'll put it up here so we remember it. Forced action. We have to do this before we end our turn. We have to exhaust this card to place a charm counter on enchantment in your play area to ready your identity. Or otherwise, we can exhaust this card in alter ego to get rid of it. So that takes 2 damage, which actually we in theory could have blocked and preserved the bubble, but the bubble pops. She doesn't take retaliate because the bubble has disappeared. She puts 1 here. And we draw an encounter card. No place. Is this not a campaign card? Each player must choose to either discard the upgrade or support they control with the highest cost, or take damage equal to the total number of upgrades and supports they control. Well, shit. The helmet is not that good. It's only giving us 1 for what's it called, for a magnet card, which is like so far not been super important. Or we could go ahead and take 1, 2, 3 damage. My guess is we get rid of the helmet. I don't think there's research generators doing that much. So far, Steady isn't doing that much. I'm just going to discard it. We can always jump down this turn if we want to, but I'd rather discard this upgrade than take 3 damage. So we will. These are really good cards to jump down to shuffle these back in our deck. We might consider it. Oh, and Digging Deep? That'd be really good. Bubbles Burst, sell your Magneto stocks. Then we can get rid of this. The only issue is that in our hand, we don't have any of our confuses, not that she doesn't have Steady, and we don't have Ready for a Fight. So jumping down is definitely risky. We could get this down to 0 and then jump down and assume she doesn't get a 3 boost. That's probably what we want to do here. But also, the more we're in alter ego, the less likely our hypnotic gaze will pop off. So I think we're going to try and get rid of this. Yeah, Summon Back is the one that looks similar. That is the campaign one, but they all have kind of similar art. Yeah, this one gets your nemesis, right? Yeah, cool. All right, that's us. We're going to spend 2, but no more, because I think, wait, do we want to shuffle back these 3 cards or these 3 cards? I think no matter what, we're going to shuffle these 3 cards because I think we're going to want to use our cape. So now we can ready ourselves after. So we will board for 2. I guess we're not doing much. It says exhaust this card, place 1 charm counter, ready your identity. That's fine. So actually, the cape does nothing. Oh, no, we could attack. What am I talking about? So then we'll use our hero ability to discard cards. We'll ready ourselves. We discard blue and yellow, so we get protection and energy. So not what we want. Here we'll just attack for 2 to the villain. We'll jump down. When we jump down, we'll do our alter ego thing to shuffle the top 3 of our deck. 1, 2, 3. Those go into our deck. So those are really high value cards. At least some of them are. Heal campaign card. If we look at Asteroid M, we can shuffle back the top card of our deck that is magnetic, or sorry, of our discard pile that's magnetic. I should actually check that before doing a shuffle. So that would be a Wrapped in Metal. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and do that too. It heals 1. I honestly don't know if Wrapped in Metal is a good draw, but we'd love to show that part of the deck. Yo, Wasteland Sniper. Yeah, late stream. How's it going? We've been streaming for about 2 hours. We got maybe an hour and a half left in us. Hopefully you're well. Maybe more. Okay. Alter ego, exhaust this card to discard this card. So we get rid of the love concoction. Then in our hand, we'll do what we can, which is not a lot. So we'll play. Oh, we could have shuffled the Master Magnetism back into the deck. I don't think we need to, but we could have. That might have been better than the garbage card we shuffled back. We'll pitch 1 for Change of Fortune. This might fire. This card is super ambitious. Probably the worst card in the deck, but it's really, really fun when it works. I just think there's certain scenarios where you have small guys that die to like your double retaliate. That makes it very, very good. And unfortunately, we don't have Lockjaw. This is such a Lockjaw coded hand, but we haven't seen Lockjaw yet. So I'm just going to discard these. I'll put this on top and we'll pass. Draw 6. Good old garbage. No, stop it. She was so good when we played the campaign and now she's just in our hand. Okay, at least he's here. Saving the day. Oops. Lockjaw, not lock and loaded. Master Magnetism. Digging Deep. I hate this hand. Wrapped in metal. I hate this hand so much. Come get me, bub. All right, we're doing something this turn. We're gonna get a toughness and wrap something up. You can shuffle magnet double next turn. Yeah, we still can. I think it's what we will do. We just have to care about the ordering a bit. And that's that. This goes to 1. Villain. She schemes for 2 and a card. 1 boost. Evil Alliance just does that. So this is only up to 3. So we're hoping for no dark designs. Nice, a minion. We haven't seen those in a while. Enthralled Lackey has Quick Strike. We dodge it. Success. Not elite. After this minion attacks, you place a charm counter. Yeah, actually pinned down is really bad because no matter what, if this thing attacks us, we have to add a charm counter and we don't want to do that. So that means we can pin this thing down. We can also go get a different minion and pin that one down. There's a chance we'll have 3 attack this round. So that's good. I think, so we can decide here to Asteroid M. It might not be worth it. And that's because the only card we can shuffle back in is a double resource, which is not the worst because we have Lockjaw in our hand, but this has blue and yellow on it. And we really want to discard red cards because red cards mean that we can one-shot the Enthralled Lackey, which maybe we do this turn, or if we don't wrap it in metal. So I'm actually not going to do it. I don't think I'm going to shuffle this back in. I'd rather discard different cards. I guess we should see what's in our deck, but like we want the bubble. Metal Shards is even better. Red. It's like probably won't matter, but I'd much rather get magnetic, metal shards, electromagnetic. Like this would be the worst card to get off of our ability. So I'm not going to shuffle it back. Just because you can doesn't mean you should all the time. Okay. We'll flip up. We will. I think before we do anything, we do Come Get Me, Bub. The cool thing about the timing of this is that the thing has Quick Strike. It hits you first, and then you heal 3 damage. So we'll discard cards from the top of the deck until we find a Draugr. That was easy. Also has 3 health. Guard when revealed, and we don't reveal it. Mind you, Come Get Me, Bub puts into play, so this seems kind of perfect. This is the card we want to pin down and let it grind itself out against our Retaliate, but we don't have any of that. So we have a Draugr, has Guard. Now the rest of Come Get Me, Bub, a bunch of it won't fire, but we still get a Toughness, which is worth a heck of a lot. So we get Toughness, and we heal 3. This card's so good. Man, this card is cool. And it's back to us. Okay, so the guard kind of matters. I think we're going to just get a +3 attack off the top of the deck. So I'm going to thwart for 2. Then we'll use our magnet ability, ready ourselves, discard cards. We didn't get the boosted attack, but we do have a magnetic bubble. So that can maybe now defeat the Draugr. We can fire Change of Fortune this turn is what I'm trying to say. So add the bubble to our hand and we get +1 defense. Cool. Cool. Very cool. So what can we do here? We have no resource generators because we discarded all of them. I remember being very confident about that. So we'll do, this might not be a Lockjaw turn. That's fine. 1, 2, 3. We got our bubble back. Magnetic bubble. Comes in. So now we have Retaliate. So we can knock out the Draugr. And we're going to put 6 health on it. You know how it works. We tick damage down as much as this could take more than 6 damage. We'll then just attack for 2. So the Draugr will die to Retaliate. And then we're going to go ahead and do Lockjaw, Digging Deep, and we'll pin down this Enthralled Lackey. So it doesn't have text and it won't attack us. It is fully wrapped in metal. Unfortunately, I don't think we have any of the cards that throw the Lackey. I think they're all in our discard pile. I think we drew them early. 1 magnetic missile, 2 magnetic missiles. So we can just leave it on the table forever. It's nice now that we draw something that can do 7 damage toughness, but actually we probably won't kill it. I'll just do it like this so you can see the text of the card. That's it. We'll pass. We're going to be drawing a lot of cards with Change of Fortune. Are we decking out? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, we're not. So we'll draw 5. Brother Voodoo. There's a Metal Shards, Nick Fury, so we can deck out if we want to. An X-Jet, a Resource Generator, and a Ready for a Fight. Sorry, I don't know where to hold these. I probably should put them here, but not too bad. Goes to 2. Enchantress is attacking us for 2 and a card. It can't pop her bubble, so we're just going to take it. So we're not going to block. We, in theory... Oh, wait, we have a Toughness. Yeah, never mind. Everything is like super good. I should put that up here. So attacking for 2 and a card. 1, 2, 3. Sinister Strike. We take no damage. She takes Retaliate 1. We add 1 Gaze. Enthralled Lackey doesn't attack. Draugr attacks for 1. We won't defend it. It does 1 damage. Retaliate defeats the Draugr. Change of Fortune fires. We draw 2 cards. We have our Helmet is back and Electromagnetic Blast. Hopefully we'll get an attachment. Never mind, we're getting attacked. Sinister Strike. This is the last copy. I think we just saw one. So place 1 pursuit counter. Doesn't have 4. So instead, Enchantress is going to attack us, which means our Hypnotic Gaze will go off this turn. She has a chance of popping it here. We know that there's going to be no more minions on the table unless this boost card spawns a minion, and we have 3 defense. So I think we're actually going to defend here. And because the damage prevention actually goes before the forced interrupt on magnetic bubble, because your defense stat reduces the damage you end up taking. So we're going to block 3 of this damage. She's attacking for 1, 2. Boost. Oh, actually, we are going to have a minion in play. That's awkward. So after this activation resolves, place a pursued counter on Pursued by the Past. So we're going to get our Nemesis set, which is actually kind of rude. So she attacks for 2. We block for 3. We take no damage. She takes Retaliate. Now, this cracks. And we go get Exodus, our Nemesis. This is a big guy we have to deal with. Exodus shows up in a couple different places in Marvel Champions. I think there's an Exodus set that came up with Cyclops. I think Cyclops. Maybe not Cyclops. Maybe it was Gambit. Toughness, steady, villainous, so gets a boost card. After Exodus attacks you, discard cards from the top of your deck equal to his attack. I assume that's the attack plus the boost cards, so we can defeat that. He is elite though, so we can't wrap him in metal. We get Martyr for mutants. Good card name. Comes in with 3 threat and amplify, and when defeated, we discard the top 9 cards of our deck. If we don't have 9 cards, we just discard whatever we have. That's kind of whatever. Sometimes that helps us, honestly, because it can discard White Fox or Digging Deeps. And we shuffle 3 cards into the deck. 2 of them are minions. 1 of them has Quick Strike, 1 of them has Guard, but they're 4 health minions, I think. So there's just more minions in the deck for our like wrapped in metals machinations and all that good stuff. Magneto's a hero I've barely played. I don't remember playing as much Magneto as my stats say I have, but he's really interesting. There's a lot of different levers, and he, I think, supports a whole bunch of different playstyles. Has some very, very splashy cards. Thralled Lackey's about to get the hammer wrapped around him. Cool. That's it. We have a lot to do this turn. Oh, our Hypnotic Gaze should have cracked, right? Yeah, Hypnotic Gaze should have gone off. So let's flip this card over, because she attacked us the last time. So if there are 5 or more charm counters on air, remove the charm counters and flip this card. I don't think I've got this one. I've wanted to get this one for a while now. Trance of Greed. So permanent. When revealed, you are confused, otherwise take 2 damage. We are not currently steady, so we'll hopefully get rid of that. But forced action. Exhaust this card to draw a card, then play that card if you can, playing its cost, if you cannot take a damage. This one might just be straight upside. The problem with this deck is we have a lot of resource cards, which you can't play, and we have a lot of cards that care about certain board states, like Wrapped in Metal and all of our other minion carrying cards. So this one actually might be a bit annoying. The art is phenomenal, so that's a problem now. Can't wait to do versus Iron Man with Magneto and Civil War. I mean, that should be a free win. We have 2 cards left in our deck. You can double Wrapped in Metal a card. I didn't know that. You can double Wrapped in Metal someone. So no matter what, both of these cards are playable. I'm just going to full shuffle. Promise you I don't know the order. In theory, we can just roll a die when we're about to draw a card. That might be more fair. What were they, though? They were both Magneto cards, actually, so that can matter. So I want to knock the toughness off of Exodus, because if we get our big attack, we can knock out Exodus. Yeah, I think we should do that. What does the order matter here? We probably play Nick Fury. Magneto's helmet is good because it gets around the confuse. I don't think we have too much pressure on the table. Defeating Exodus is going to be like guaranteed, but we are exhausted. Okay, so I think we start there. So we are exhausted. We need to take the toughness off. The only other way to take the toughness off is playing Brother Voodoo, which doesn't seem like the play. So we will use our hero ability, readying ourselves, and we'll discard cards from the top of the deck. Unfortunately, we discarded metal shards, which means Trance of Greed is going to be a fair bit worse. So this is added to our hand. We have +1 attack. Okay. So that might change a bit. Only a bit, though. I would have taken Morph over him. Magneto has done some evil stuff, but doesn't feel heroic. But like all comics where baddies become popular, become heroes eventually for a time. From my understanding, Magneto was like incredibly heroic in the Age of Apocalypse timeline. Like, I think it was told to me that there was no character that could have brought all the mutants together besides Magneto. It's surprising that we don't have a character like Morph or like a chameleon type like Mystique. I guess we have Rogue, which like mechanically feels kind of similar. Okay, how do we deal with this? Do we waste our attack? I think there's a chance that we'll Trance of Greed after we play Nick Fury. But the issue is all of this. Like, we have no research generators. The only research generator we have is Magneto's helmet. That's not that great. We want to play Nick Fury, then maybe we clear this because this could get us more. So we want to play Nick. Say we play Nick. He's kind of expensive, but we don't need 1, 2, 3. These cards will also go back into the deck so we can redraw them, which is nice. I think we have 2 research generators, the helmet and the X-Jet. I think maybe we just play the helmet. It gives us steady. That seems kind of useful in this scenario. So we'll try this. So, oh, sorry, 4. Okay, so I guess we'll get rid of one of them. So that plays Nick Fury. Unfortunately, Lockjaw is going to get lost. That's fine. So Nick Fury comes into play and we draw 3 cards. I forget we can chump block with minions again. So we're going to draw Wrapped in Metal. We'll get an encounter card. We'll shuffle and we'll draw 2 more. I want them to make Forget Me Not just to see how they make it work. I think that'd be really fun. Even things like, how cool would it for them to make multiple mana as a hero? Or like you can split your health across multiple heroes, but the only way you can die is by losing all of your heroes. Like you can do some pretty ambitious stuff. The issue is there's just not that much rules text you can put in Marvel Champions boxes. I think that's like one of my feedback usually by watching or reading people's like custom cards is a lot of custom cards have too many words on them. And that's one of the cool things that FFG does is they make really, really interesting kits without using that many words. I think that's a harder skill is to use less words than more words. We have to draw 2 more cards. I want to see multiple mana as a hero. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it'd be very, very cool. We get Digging Deep, bummer, and we get Pinned Down. We can pin down Exodus. The problem with Exodus is that he has Villainous, so he'll draw more cards. So now, I guess we hopefully play the top card of our deck. Like we have to greed here. Wait, this board state got really, really interesting. If we clear this, we discard 9. So there's 3 cards in our deck we could discard that would help us out. I think we're going to have to end up Metal Shardsing Exodus. I think we have to do Trance of Greed last, unfortunately. Really weird. So we will attack for 2 into Exodus. It doesn't really change who does it. And then we're going to get Toughness off of this, which is really good. So we'll do 3 for Metal Shards. Actually, then should we just play Magneto's Helmet here? Maybe we should. We could do 3 for Helmet. Helmet plays Shards. Worst case, we take a damage, which means we should do Trance of Greed first. But no, Trance of Greed makes you play the card. So if we can't play the card, we would love to take the damage. I just don't want to take the damage after we play the Toughness. So I'm just going to rip it. Exhaust this card, draw a card, then play that card. Sick. Really sick, actually. That's incredible. So we'll play this card for 3. So we'll do 1, 2, 3. And we'll Metal Shards Exodus, which knocks out Exodus, takes 7 damage, and we get a Toughness. Wait, that was perfect. There was only 1 more in the deck. That was incredibly unlikely. So we get Toughness. Okay. We're left with this many cards, which is honestly not enough. I know nothing about Howard the Duck, fingers crossed. Wonder who the wordiest hero is? Oh, that's... I thought I solved this a while ago. I was thinking about it. There's a chance it's Magic. Magic has like some really ugly templating where the cards always have to have like a lot of words to explain a very simple concept. The sort of thing that another game would give a keyword to. Hey Joel, how's it going? This hand I realize we're a resource short, so maybe we just do Martyr for Mutants and then discard 9. I don't know how that's going to help us. We've done everything we have to do. Nick Fury can block. We can preserve our toughness. We can get rid of our Confuse, which is a reason why we want to play the Magneto's Helmet. So if we played the Helmet first, that would have been right. Because if we played the Helmet first, we could have used that resource to play for the thing, but we have to play that thing when we draw it. So yeah, unfortunate. So we could throw out the Helmet to play the Blast. I guess we will. So we'll just play Electromagnetic Blast. So we'll move 3. Not you. So when we clear Martyr for Mutants, discard the top 9 cards of our deck. Give us a Lockjaw. Give us a White Fox. Nightcrawler. Genius. Look at all our good cards go. Master. Magnetic. There's only 1 more of those. 5, 6. Digging Deep's in our hand. That's useless. Depth Focus. Strength. Okay. Whatever. Not great. That's it. We'll throw out the Digging Deep. We're not going to jump down and we'll pass. We have to thwart first. We're confused. Got it. Board state got really complicated. Okay, we'll pass. Yeah, that got really complicated. Finally got to put my Netrunner collection in binders. How'd you organize it? What was your plan? This tells you a lot about a person. So don't worry, I'll judge a lot. Digging Deep, last one, bummer. Brother Voodoo, pinned down, not useful. Come Get Me Bub, okay, now suddenly useful. And then finally, a Master Magnetism. We haven't drawn a White Fox yet. That's a win. We'll get her on the table. Reason why I suggested Bunker is you're playing Digging Deep. Wait, the reason why you suggested what? Why I suggested Bunker is you're playing Digging Deep, that rock. Sorry, Magnetough, that got messed up real bad. This goes for 3. Enchantress is now attacking us. Now it really matters. The text on prime real estate actually does matter, because now when she attacks us, we functionally add 1 threat to here because we are now enthralled. So when you put a thing on this, instead it goes there. So she's attacking us for 2 in a card. We'll block with Nick. Nick Fury, 1-2. Boost. Ah, damn. Alluring Call. Attached to your identity. Forced action. Exhaust this card. Place 1 charm counter on your enchantment, which is 1 threat on the main scheme. This is not going well. Play a card from your hand, reducing its resource cost by 1. Nah, this card's sick. I'll take it. So she attacks us for 2. Nick is knocked. More like Knock Theory, am I right? We have to add 1 to our enchantment, which goes here instead. Enthralled Lackey cannot attack against us. We draw 2 encounter cards. This could go bad. Kiss of Temptation. I guess we're just going to collect all of these. Maybe we should jump down to Alter Ego and get rid of some of them. Attach to your identity. Exhaust this card. Place a charm counter. Draw a card, then discard a card. Forced action. Next card. Enthralled Brute. Okay, this thing has an absurd amount of health, if I'm not mistaken. Guard. While we're enthralled, it has 7 hit points. Now we can pin it down. It still has guard. In theory, we want to wrap it in metal so it loses its text box. I think we're just going to have to slide this down so we have more real estate here. There's a lot going on. So these are all forced. These are all our friends. Okay. X-Bunker for Magneto. X-Bunker. Oh, but I don't play side schemes. I have no side schemes in this deck. I don't know if this does anything. I don't think it does. Each binder is a faction and organized by cycle, then alphabetically, so front is core, then liberation, then borealis. Okay, do you separate your cards by type? Or they're all just like in there? I just barely finally tried Silk, had no interest in her when she released. She's more fun than I thought she'd be. Went with a protection deck that uses Spider UK to block and kill off minions. Oh, which one's Spider UK? When defends against an attack, deal damage to attacking enemy equal to the number of web warrior cards you control. Holy crap, I need to play that card. That card sounds sick. I think that'll end up in my SPDR deck. One of the web warriors, the protection web warrior that came in Silk that can soak damage for everybody else is just so good. But yeah, that's awesome. That's really, really, really cool. Weapon X, I swear I'm not high. Oh, Weapon X. Yeah, I would consider that. But I think we have a bit too much toughness to want to play this card. But Weapon X works really well in Magneto. Because also you can get the card into like, actually, yeah, it works really well with Digging Deep. Yeah, we probably should play this. That's a natural inclusion for Digging Deep and White Fox. Alphabetically from there, so core is every card in alphabetical order. Oh, weird. I've never heard of someone doing it like that. That's kind of interesting. I love Weapon X with Nightcrawler. Yeah. I play Weapon X with certain heroes pretty consistently. I didn't consider it, but with the discard package, I should have considered it. All right, sorry. We're losing the plot a bit. This board state got out of control. So if we jump to Alter Ego, we can get rid of both of these. That's fine, just to like reduce complexity. We can attack. She has a lot of health and guard. Do we have another? We have no more wrapped in metals. So the best we can do is like just make her take Retaliate 1 every turn, which like, okay, it's going to take us a couple turns. If we draw a Dauntless, that's something, but this hand doesn't do much. Brother Voodoo has a chance to draw 5 damage stun, which maybe that knocks out the Enthralled Lackey here. We can draw a card, discard a card, but then this goes out of control. So not good. Things are not good. Things are bad. Things kind of snowballed. So again, this is play a card, reducing its cost by 1. That's acceptable. This is place 1 charm counter on the enchantment, draw a card, discard a card. This is rip the top deck and hopefully you can play it. Do we start here and see what this box holds? I think I'm going to see what this box holds. Trance agreed. I think we're just going to hit the button. So YOLO. Nice. Wait, we have to pay its cost. It's not free, right? So we'll pitch 1. Nice. We have Retaliate 2. Greed is good, my friends. Greed is good. Don't listen to what the other guy said. Sick. All right, now the Enthralled Brute will die in half as many turns. Still think we need to work on this though. So I'll thwart for 2 off of this. Then we will discard cards. Energy, so we have +1 defend. Physical, we have +1 attack. Damage dumpster dog, and we get a magnetic missile. We nailed it. So that's actually really quite good. So dog is, we can choose the order. I guess we'll do this. Okay. Cool. We will use that and then play a magnetic missile for free. So we're going to throw out this enthralled lackey, and we're going to do 5 damage and stun. It's not an attack, so it beats guard. So I honestly think we do it to Enthralled Brute. We don't actually want to stun her though. So I'll just do it to Enchantress. So Enchantress will take 5 damage. We have done like no damage to the villain and we'll stun her. It does beat guard because it's non-attack. She has half of a stun. You do want to stun her because every time she attacks, she adds threat now. Okay. We have +3 attack. So I think we're just going to deal with the Brute a bit. This might go. I don't think we're super, concerned if it does. We'll get some more information with our brother Voodoo here. So we can look at the top 5 of our deck and we can go grab an event. I don't think there's actually much we want here. So we can get Electromagnetic Blast. There's a White Fox still in the deck. We can get a Come Get Me Bub out of the deck. This is not going to really change what's playable here. So we have no resource generators for some reason. So this is optional. I'm not actually going to fire it. I know we shouldn't have looked, but like that was all the events in our deck. But yeah, this is technically optional. In theory, no, we should just get the card out of the deck. There's no shot we want to draw this in the next turn. It's a bit weird, but my knowledge of my cards are at what cycle much better than before. What cards are at which cycle? That's how I always organize my cards. Well, by type, but within type, I don't do alphabetical. I do by release date. Because when I think of the game, I think of the progression of the game. And then generally, like especially with Marvel Champions, right? Or not that different from Netrunner. Like all the Sabotage cards came out together. All the Mutants came out relatively close together. The damage goes to the bubbles. You still take it and use it. What damage? I didn't take damage though, right? Won't the bubble soak the damage from Weapon X so you can't take the damage and don't get the discard? Oh, from Weapon X. Because Weapon X taking the damage. But this is take damage. This is when you would take damage, place it here. So you do take the damage, it just goes somewhere else. Tough says the next time the character would take enemy damage, discard this card instead. So that would prevent Weapon X, if I'm not mistaken, because you didn't pay the cost. But the bubble actually does take the damage, it seems to be. I am assuming that's what Magnetough is confirming. That sounds right. We'll attack for 3 into the Brute. Goes down to 4. Oh, we have to do this Kiss of Temptation, don't we? Yeah, I guess we do. Bummer. So this goes to 4. We have to draw a card, then discard a card. No! We'll pin down Enthralled Brute. So she has -2 attack. So she'll still attack. She just doesn't do anything. And then we'll use Brother Voodoo to thwart for 2. We'll pass. We're not going to keep this. Shit. Because we took the Brother Voodoo card, we're decking out. I mean, that's not the worst. I just hate to deck out before playing Lockjaw. So we definitely should not take the Come Get Me Bub out of the deck. It means we would have drawn something else with Kiss of Temptation. So we definitely straight did that wrong. Because we're going to draw this hand. This hand is okay. We'll probably just play the X-Jet. But yeah, don't love what we did there. It keeps the tough on, I believe. No, it shouldn't keep the tough on. Because forced interrupts happen after status cards. It's like the Groot problem. It's status cards. It's like ongoing effects, status cards. I believe maybe the other two are flipped, but interrupts happen after status cards. They always have priority. So you can't use your like force field generator to keep a toughness. That I'm pretty confident about. All right, we perfectly deck out. Okay, let's get back on track. This got way more complicated than Unus, that's for sure. This goes to 3. She attacks for 2 and a card. We are not going to block because we have toughness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A lot of damage, but that's just the toughness. That means she takes Retaliate 2. We have to put a threat here. These are all ready. Enthralled Brute attacks for 0. So we take no damage off the magnetic bubble, but that means the Brute takes 2. So it'll be killed later. And we'll get some nice card draw. We see 2 encounter cards. First one is Seduced. Oh, they reprinted this thing. I guess we're going to Alter Ego. You cannot play attack events. That's not the worst. Oh, you cannot basic attack. Yeah, that's the bad part of it. So this one's really frustrating. So weird to have this in Valkyrie, but yeah, that's back. So we have to get rid of that. And we have Law of Attraction. I think this gets a minion, right? So Law of Attraction comes in with 2 threat. When revealed, discard cards from the top of the deck until an enthralled minion is discarded. Reveal that minion. If you use the encounter set this comes with, there'll be more enthralled minions because the Draugr is not enthralled. Neither is Cinder. So there's actually not that many cards. This will do a lot more damage to the deck. We have another enthralled brute, 7 health guard. I would actually say that things are getting away from us. This is a cool scenario though. But man, did the board state get complicated. Yeah, status cards are timing 2. Ongoing effects are timing 1. So if a card says like Thanos cannot take damage, that will go first. Then the toughness will go. Then the forced interrupt. Then the interrupt. Then the forced response. Then the response. That is the timing order. This has an acceleration. We have 2 guards or 2 brutes. We have a ready for a fight. We lose our buff stats. We need to go down this turn because we cannot do any attacks. We would love to draw an energy mental. We have 2 resources, Master Magnetisms, that have exactly what Seduced needs. So we would love to get that. We can draw a card, filter a card. We can play the top card of our deck. We might end up taking a damage, which is fine. And we can reduce the cost of a card we play by 1. What's really important is things are ready for a fight that have a condition. You cannot reduce the cost because then you didn't play the physical resource, which is its condition. I think we'll just go ahead and just pin this thing down too. We'll just worry about this one later. So it has 0 attack. So that's fine. I think we'll start with some card draw. We'll do Kiss of Temptation. So we'll draw a card, put a 1 threat here, and then discard a card. So we draw metal shards. We can't play it. So we'll just discard it. We need to spend mental and energy to get rid of Seduced. That leaves us with this, which is not very good. That's not very good. We could have played the X Jet. Oh, I guess we use Magneto to discard cards. So all we can do here is thwart for 2. That's all we're allowed to do here. So I'll thwart this. Then we'll do our discard thing. Okay, we have a wrapped in metal. Actually, that's kind of good. Gives us +1 mental, which is nice. But this actually deletes one of the enthralled brutes, so it loses guard. That means we shouldn't have attached this thing to it. Yeah, there's no reason to do this now. Why did we do that immediately? We should have done that last thing on our turn before we flip down. So let's just take that back. Because if we wrap this in metal, it loses guard and it just stays on the table, which is like the cheapest way of dealing with it. This also gives this back, which is another physical resource, which we might use for ready for a fight. All right, I'm going to do Alluring Call. No, hold on. I'm going to thwart for 3. Then I'm going to use Alluring Call, which puts a threat here. And then we're going to go ahead and wrap her in metal. So she's not going to activate. We have, 1 more resource. We'll get rid of the Professor. No, we'll get rid of the X-Jet. It's fine. Transagreed is going to get us. Oh, we also could have got rid of these. Now we can't because you have to exhaust this card. That's fine. Timing goes, constant ability status, forced, interrupt, boost, when defeated, when revealed. Oh, those happen first. I guess so. Huh. Okay, so these 2 get rid of Seduced. It leaves us with these cards that are playable. The problem is we need Trance of Greed to whiff. We need Trance of Greed to whiff unless we stay up 1 more turn. We're going to end up shuffling these cards into our deck, which is kind of fine. Let's do this. Exhaust this card. Draw a card, then play that card. We have to play this? Wait, that's hilarious. We have to play this card. So I guess we're getting another minion. I think there's only Quick Strike guys left. This is going to do so much. Oh. Nope. There's that thing. Congratulations on finding Ulik. Ulik has toughness. We have toughness. Take that, Ulik. Schemes for 0. Forced response after a player deals any amount of damage to Enchantress. Ulik attacks that player. Love that text. 5 health. When defeated, Enchantress attacks the player who defeated this. The cool thing is if you wrap it in metal, which you can, and then you throw it with Magnetic Missile, you don't actually defeat the minion. You discard the minion. So you actually don't fire any when defeated text, which is like kind of relevant in some scenarios. Big minionade. That's fine. Okay, we did all our stuff. I think we're in not the worst spot. I think putting Brother Voodoo back in the deck is totally acceptable. So we'll thwart for 2. Brother Voodoo is defeated. come get me bubs in the discard pile as well, unfortunately. We will flip down. Our hero ability, or sorry, our alter ego ability is optional, but I think we will do it. These are, it's not the best. No matter what, they're all going back because we'll Asteroid M. So we'll shuffle 4 cards back. Actually, no, hold on. It might not be, these will get shuffled back. It might not be this card because we're going to deal with Seduced first. Seduce forces us to discard a blue and a yellow, so we'll discard Electromagnetic Blast and a yellow. So then Electromagnetic Blast goes back with Asteroid M. So we shuffle Electromagnetic Blast, Come Get Me Bub, Brother Voodoo, and X-Jet. All of those cards are technically playable off of Greed, which is kind of nice. We could have instead shuffled a Pin Down back, but I won't, and then we'll play Ready for a Fight using a physical. So that is that. Replying all the win-defeated minions with coup de grace is filthy good. That's a card I don't have yet, but I think that discards them. Oh no, it says don't do win-defeated text. But I think it's like an expensive card. Maybe it's only 2 cost. Okay. This is gone. Board state is a bit much, but a lot of these cards don't do anything. And we'll pass. We might not have to Ready for a Fight here. I think if this goes through, it's like not the worst thing for us. We draw 6. Digging Deep, love it. Electromagnetic Blast, we're going to need that. X-Jet's back. Magneto's Helmet's back. We probably should end up playing that. Brother Voodoo's back. And then a Magnetic Missile's perfect. We want to wrap Ulik in metal. We could get one off the top of the deck because we do have a bit of draw and filtering. This goes to 2. I think we actually do Ready for a Fight here. We have no reason to be an alter ego. So why not jump up and pop our toughness and do some damage? So when the villain would scheme, it doesn't. Instead, we jump up and she attacks us. Oh, that means Ulik is going to attack us. I mean, that's fine. We draw 2 from an Enthralled Brute. That's totally acceptable. So Enchantress attacks us for 2 and a card. We have toughness, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's our really bad obligation. So we lose toughness. She takes 2. Enthralled Brute attacks us for 0. She takes 2 damage. And we draw 2 with Change of Fortune. We draw Magnetic Missile. Okay, not super useful. And Master Magnetism, so closer to finding our last Wrapped in Metal. Enthralled Brute cannot activate. Ulik will attack us for 3. Just 3. We're not going to block that, so we're just going to take 3 damage. I don't think Ulik has more text. Ulik says after a player deals any amount of damage. Oh, actually, when we deal damage to him, Retaliate deals damage. There's like a distinction that's really frustrating in this game between dealing damage and taking damage. We deal damage to Ulik. Oh, this goes to 1. Even if Ulik doesn't take the damage, we've dealt damage. So Ulik attacks us for 3. We take 3 off of this. And then we have to deal 2 Retaliate damage, which means Ulik didn't take damage, but we dealt damage after player deals any damage. Oh, 2 Enchantress. Okay, I should have just read the whole sentence. Oh, wait, that means Ulik should have attacked us. So Ulik is attacking us twice. Okay, okay. Hold on. Ulik is attacking us again because Ulik attacks us once when the Retaliate hits Enchantress. Now Ulik attacks us again and takes off the Magnetic Bubble. We could defend 2, but that is enough to keep the bubble around. Actually, do we defend 2 here? I think we do. We will defend 2. So Ulik only attacks for 1. So the bubble stays on 1. And Ulik takes Retaliate 2 instead. I think that's what we're going to do. Yeah, okay, cool. 1 encounter card. Spellbound. Crisis is scary, especially because all of these add threat. When defeated, each player who has the Defiant trait places a charm counter. Each player who's enthralled discards a card they control. Okay, 4 threat. Threat's a problem this turn. Threat's not good. Threat's bad. And it's back to us. Okay, our defense package is doing a thing. We can Magnetic Missiles to knock out Ulik. When we knock out Ulik, though, Enchantress gets upset at us. It really serves us a lot to pin down Ulik so that we lose his entire text box. Because when you defeat him, Enchantress attacks us. It'll knock out the bubble, which is not the worst. So in a pinch, we could do it. But that means no matter what, I think we're going to do Magneto's Cape and just start discarding cards. So Hero Text, discard cards. Metal Shards, so +1 attack. That's not what we wanted. We can still draw more. Okay. So we have a couple of these we can do. I think we're going to start with Trance of Greed and just hope that we rip something good. I don't think I'm smart enough to know if there's a card that we would want to play in what order. So draw a card, we have to play it. It's a digging deep. We can't play it. We take a damage and knocks our bubble off. Okay, that was bad. That was not good. That was not the order we should have done that in. There were a lot of resources in there, so yeah, that's not good. Dumpster Dog's not in here. No. Doesn't Ulik take 4 damage from Retaliate? He had toughness, so it was 2 for the toughness, then 2 more. So he should be on 3. Yeah, from 5. Yeah, because on Expert, Ulik has toughness. That's the only difference. Okay, that sucked. Pin down is an upgrade, so we can't grab it with Voodoo. I think most of this is just going to be setting up stuff. Yeah, that's mostly it. Man, losing the bubble to 1 damage is like super, super unfortunate. So I think we just knock out Ulik with metal shards and then get the toughness. Enchantress attacks the toughness. And that's kind of what we do here. This might be a turn we jump down to Alter Ego just to clear these because these are adding up. We can't add 2 threat a turn. We have so many cards in hand. This is getting really difficult. So I'm just going to do 1, 2. We can double stun Enchantress after this turn. That might be the breathing room we need. 1, 2, 3. We'll play our helmet. Resource generator. I've never had this much of a built-out board state. And I mean on this side of the table while playing against Enchantress. It's always been way more straightforward than this. Okay, so this generates 1. I don't think we can play the X-Jet here. Can we? 1, 2, 3 for X-Jet. Then metal shards is 1, 2, 3. Then we can play magnetic missiles with that. But I think we'd rather play the electromagnetic as well. So that's fine. So then we will do 1, 2, 3 for metal shards. So I don't know the timing of this. Deal 7 damage to an enemy. If it defeats, get a toughness. So we'll defeat Ulik. We have a toughness. However, Ulik's text says, when defeated, Enchantress attacks a player and gets +1 attack. So Enchantress is now attacking us for 3 in a card. We have a toughness, so we don't really care. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Takes the toughness off. It adds 1 threat to the main scheme, and she takes Retaliate 1. Okay, we've dealt with that. Is this the jump down angle? It might be, but we have so much threat to work on. We have so much threat. I think we just let this go through, and then we go to the final scheme. I think it's totally fine. But yeah, otherwise we have some big problems here. We could stun her and stay up, but we have to deal with both of these, and that will add a threat. This will add a threat, and we can't get to it. So I think we have to. Oh, actually, we can't even play all these cards. We're resource short. Maybe we should have played the X-Jet. What happened? Oh, because we're Alluring Call. We can't play Alluring Call. We need to keep this at least on 4, because then it goes to 5, and Enchantress doing her thing gets rid of it. So if that's the case, I think we'll hold on to a magnetic missile, or we'll just shuffle it back. That's totally acceptable. So we'll thwart for 2. We could play Brother Voodoo and thwart for 2 more. That's the best we have. Otherwise, we can play Electromagnetic clearing this, and then we can hold on to a magnetic missile. That's also fine. I think we'll do that. So this thing just removes 3 threat. There's no attachments to get rid of, as much as she does have attachments. This means we'll be shuffling back. There's no way to change that. So I think we'll just let it go through. We'll jump back. And then all of these cards say Alter Ego, exhaust this card to discard this card. So we'll get rid of all of these. These are too big of a problem. That's that. Board state's cleared up. We will shuffle these 3 into our deck, and then we'll Asteroid M to shuffle a metal shard to our deck, and then we'll hold on to this and we'll pass. We're expecting the main to pop. For sure it will. I finally beat Loki with Psylocke using her own nemesis with Psychic Misdirection to smash into Loki. Oh, that's sick. I think having a card that can pull a minion is so good in Psylocke. I was playing Psylocke with that Misdirection card in Protection with Come Get Me Bub, or the one that gets your nemesis as well. Don't you want Bubble? We do, but it's not our choice, right? Like Asteroid M grabs the topmost magnetic card, and when we flip down, excuse me, I hit the microphone, with Alter Ego, we have to get the top 3. So we can't choose. I wish we could, but there's not a sequencing there that I think we can do all that, because we have to play a whole bunch of hero events. This is why like the discard pile order is like unfortunate. I will hold on to this. It's interesting, but yeah, sometimes it's a problem. 1. Do we hold on to this? Yeah, Stunning Enchantress is good. It'll knock her out. I guess we want to knock her out first, then get the toughness, then do this. 2, Pin Down, useless. Nightcrawler, we'll play him probably. White Fox, god Dang it. Not one time can we play White Fox on the top of the deck. No. Oh, this hand's awful. This goes to 5. Enchantress schemes for 2 in a card. 2 boost. This pops. Final scheme. Sovereign Sorceress. When revealed, Sovereign Sorceress. If the Crown of Enchantress attachment is not in play, stun each identity. Sorry, if it is in play, otherwise go grab it. So maybe we can get rid of this. I do think it has a hero action. We saw it way earlier. Oh, I forgot our Nemesis set is in here. It was the first card we saw. Otherwise, search and counter deck and discard pile for Crown of Enchantress and reveal it. Oh yeah, when we defeat her, also it adds a big scheme. So we have to watch out for that. 2 threat, Sovereign Sorceress. Forced Interrupt. When a charm counter would be placed on the enchantment, it has the same text. However, when this is completed, we lose the game. 1 encounter card. This thing doesn't go. No, but no, please. We have so much threat issues. Each player who has identity has the Defiant. Each player who is enthralled discards a card they control. Oh, when defeated, we forgot to do that. Excuse me, we forgot to do that. So we'll get rid of Change of Fortune when we defeated it. In theory, that would have been shuffled back into the deck instead of another card. I forgot about that text. That's fine. We can't really fix that. Come get me, bub. Psychic Misdirection, my favorite way to play Psylocke for sure. Yeah. Even the one that like the Psy-Flail attack. Is that what it's called? Like, again, I don't love spending a lot of resources during the hero attack phase, but this card's also really, really good for 2. Really quite nice. All right, that was a mess. If we Asteroid M, we can shuffle one of these back into our deck. That's acceptable. Resources work well for us, so we'll Asteroid M that in. Yeah, it's just the top magnetic card. So the discard pile ordering like really matters. The order you pitch your resources kind of matters. When you discard cards using hero ability, anytime you discard more than 1 card at once, you can choose the order they enter your discard pile. That's kind of nice. Like, that's generous. I didn't think it was like that. At least from my understanding. I could be wrong. We're at full health. We'll flip up. And this is 4 threat. Okay. So we throw the Enthralled Brute at Enchantress. She takes 5 damage. I guess we didn't even read this text. Crown of the Enchantress. She gains Stalwart. Oh. Never mind. Cool. In expert mode, she gains Stalwart. After Enchantress schemes against you. Oh, this actually should fire if I'm not mistaken. Because she attached this in the scheme, and then it was on the table when the scheme finished. So in theory, this should go to 3. If I'm not mistaken, this has actually showed up on a stream before. But because she schemed and advances it, when this gets attached, then the scheme ends, and so this text should resolve. I think we missed that every time before. So that's fine. The really awkward thing is when the Trance of Greed fires and takes the damage, we lose Dauntless, which is like not my favorite, but not much we can do about that. So each player exhausts their identity, takes a damage, discard that card. I guess we're going to lose Dauntless no matter what. So I won't feel bad about it. Let's start with the Trance of Greed. Actually, what we'll do is we'll thwart 2 first onto this. So if we hit a Trance of Greed and it hits the one that clears 3 threat, we will be able to clear this attachment. So now we'll do Trance of Greed. This one has been way harder than some of the other trances. This Enthralled Brute is so absurdly wrapped in metal. Just like the most wrapped in metal you could be. I'm glad we didn't draw that. We'll play that for 1 and 1. Who cares? That's fine. It's honestly the first time I've seen Magneto played. His design is so tight. It's really cool. It's really, really quite nice. The crown is nasty. Eric's in the hot seat. It's fun to watch. We have a lot of work to do. I think we're getting over it. Like, things were really bad, but yeah, not my favorite so far. We'll do our hero ability. So we'll ready ourselves and we'll discard cards. Blue and yellow means these 2. That's fine. How wrapped can you get? When we clear this, we have to discard a card. That's fine, because we can attach a pin down here. And then Magneto will thwart 3 on Spellbound. When we clear Spellbound, we have to discard a card they control. I'd rather get this back into rotation, I think. So actually, we shouldn't play this. I was trying to be clever, and then I realized there's 2 wrapped in metal. Why are we doing this? Okay, never mind. I'm not clever. We don't have to be clever. Okay. We can play Nightcrawler, which is fine. We can Magnetic Missile into Enchantress, but we have to get rid of this. We can't get rid of that because we have to exhaust our identity, so that kind of has flown the coop. We could, in theory, I don't think there's any minions left besides the minions from our encounter set. There's not a huge reason to get them on the table. 3 health and toughness, like the toughness is worth something. But I think we just play Nightcrawler here. We have no dumpster dog. So we'll do 1, 2. We waste so much of this hand. It's so bad. We'll play Nightcrawler. It's been a while since I played Nightcrawler. Oh, well, that one sparks a lot more joy than this one, but maybe that will change over time. So interrupt. When an X-Men character would take any amount of damage, spend an energy resource. We don't have our X-Jet, which would make this really, really safe. It generates a wild. Cancel the damage, return this to your hand. We will thwart for 2. We get attack for 2 into Enchantress, but then it advances, and I think it spawns a side scheme that we're not excited about. Maybe we just Magnetic Missile instead. Hold on. Yeah, I think we can't waste this hand, so hold on. Nightcrawler will advance. We'll attack for 2 into Enchantress. The villain is defeated. We advance to Enchantress 3. Steady. Toughness. No, this was a terrible plan. This is not right. I forgot I has toughness. No, this is an awful plan. Okay, that's fine. Villain set 18. When revealed, put the set aside Future Despair into play, then place an additional 4 threat on it. That's probably fine, right? Future of Despair. Comes in with 6 threat now. When revealed, place 1 charm counter on each enchantment card in place. This goes to 4. I hate what we've done. We haven't seen any of the cards that say Enchantress schemes, and she schemes for 600. She gains Stalwart and cannot take damage. We have done something very foolish here. Keep White Fox in hand for Nightcrawler response. That way she has actual value. It doesn't do anything, because White Fox only works when she's discarded from the top of your deck. She doesn't work when she's discarded from your hand. Otherwise, like Plan B and all that other stuff would work, if that's what you mean, right? Like, she has value because she has an energy icon, but any card hopefully has an energy icon. I feel like the current designers are just getting blown out by that DB and Hone Technique combo. Tony just says, shouts, damn you, Caleb. I don't play enough Hone Technique. Spend an energy resource? Yeah, sure. But like, I'm assuming we'll draw into an energy resource. Like, I don't want to hold on to her. Honestly, I want to get her into the bin so we can consider jumping down. I'm getting rid of this whole hand because she cannot take damage. I really don't think what we did is a smart thing there. If we don't draw an energy icon, maybe we'll feel bad about it, but we'll be okay. Wild Assumption? I mean, I don't think it's that wild. I'll hold on to it for you, okay? We'll hold on to this energy icon, see if it's worth anything. Mental, energy. Oh, this hand is only allies. It's like not a good hand when it's only allies. Like you want to draw 1 a hand. Instead, we drew all 4 of our allies. I guess, yeah. Mind you, Magneto doesn't have a unique like hero ally, which is not everyone does that. This goes to 5. Enchantress attacks for 2 and a card. Cool thing about Nightcrawlers, we can see the damage value first. So if it's a big boost, we can decide to not take it. But that's 1, 2. Boost on Fabian Cortez. Says discard the top 4 cards of your deck. So we do this no matter what. 1, 2, 3, 4. Imagine a White Fox. That would have been sick. Bummer. Oh, we also lost one of these, which sucks. That's what we wanted. We would have got this with our ability, so we could clear this, maybe clear that. Okay, so it's 2 damage. I don't think we Nightcrawler for 2 damage. Like, obviously Nightcrawler's not doing anything, but I don't think we replay Nightcrawler with this hand. Wait a second. Are you saying if we didn't keep White Fox, we would have got this in our hand? Is that what we're saying? Sorry, Andy. I think we should have maybe discarded it in a very, very healthy, result-oriented way. I think we take 2 damage. We're going to take more damage anyways. It should be fine. So we go down to 8. Enthralled Brute doesn't activate. 1 encounter card. Enthralled Lackey is also going to attack us. Nope. Yep. Force response. After this mini attacks, you place a charm counter. It doesn't care if it does damage. So attacks for 1. We'll take 1. And then this goes to 6. Okay. Stuff is bad. Things are not good. Oh boy. So she can't take damage. So we can't even take the toughness off because Future of Despair, this is what like this aura text happens before toughness. That's the most priority thing. So we cannot even take the toughness off. So this we'll get to eventually. All we're scared of right now is this. That is the most concerning thing. That is important. I don't have a good idea what's in our deck that's playable or not playable. I think we want to one-shot this by getting +3 attack. That might be a possibility. I think here we don't mind these cards so much. We have no magnetic cards, so we can't even use Magneto's helmet. So I think I'm just going to hit the jackpot. Nice. Actually, really good jackpot. Metal shards. It's a bit expensive. We play it. Reduce cost by 1, 2, 3. Defeats enthralled lackey. We get a toughness. Oh, order's kind of bad because if we want to get rid of the crown, yeah, not my favorite. That's totally my bad. No. It was honestly like I did not know enough what's in the deck. It's just kind of funny. But I often won't keep a card in my hand if I need a certain resource, unless I know my deck is like really missing those resources. And then this hand is unplayable. What have I done? Oh no, we haven't got cards yet. Okay, so we'll thwart for 2. Actually, no, we'll do this first. This is a priority. We will discard cards. Physical. We got all of them. So we're at max stats. This gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards. So we can play any of the cards in our hand, or we could go ahead and play. Brother Voodoo actually might be the most important here. Or we can play Dumpster Dog. Dumpster Dog's not bad. There's not much else we want to do with these. We have the toughness, which is good. This should go here, I guess. We could hold on to Polaris. What do we do here? We could get rid of the Crown of, but I don't think we do. Do we have another card that, yeah, we have one more Electromagnetic Blast in the deck. So I'm not going to get rid of the Crown. We'll try and do it naturally next turn. We are decking out on exactly 5 cards. Should have brought Shadowcat against Enchantress. But why? Wait, why? What does Shadowcat do? I don't understand. What part of this text do we care about? It just doesn't do anything. Wait, what are you talking about? I don't get it, Magnetough. I've enjoyed Shadowcat though. I've added her in decks that are like deficient on thwarting. She's quite good. Yeah, that's fine. We'll thwart for thing. And I think we just play Dumpster Dog because we're going to deck out. I think that solves it. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm okay holding on to Polaris because Polaris is probably worth playing because we don't have a toughness generator. I don't think in the bottom 4. Dog comes in. Dog. I think we'll just do value thwart for 2. So we can knock it out next turn. We'll pass. That was a good turn. Cool. The cool thing about Nightcrawler is you spend an energy, but Nightcrawler just enters your hand, so you're not down a card. Like emotionally being down a card feels bad. This also means we won't deck out if we hold on to Polaris. So actually, no, let's just deck out here. I think this is a fine time to deck out. We used ourselves. Yeah, we'll pass. We'll draw 5. Come get me, bub. Nick Fury is quite nice. Ready for a fight is good, so we can jump down. Magnetic Missile, if we draw something. This is a really good bottom 5 cards. We draw 1 card and we shuffle. So far, so good. We'll get through this. This has been really interesting. This has been a good, long, drawn-out fight. I like this a lot. Vivian would help. Yeah, Vivian is sick. Well, for what it's worth, Vivian on this turn, I don't really care about the text in Future Despair, but Vivian being a 2-cost card with good numbers, like, I think Vivian is so good. Blanking text for 1 turn, attacking for 1, chump blocking is, like, really good on a 2-cost card. I think Viv is underplayed. She's an additional good ally to thwart and protection. She also has Founder good in solo. Yeah, I could see it. I'm kind of a Gambit player though, sooner than later. I'm gonna rip good numbers with Gambit. Yeah, but Viv is great. I like Viv a lot. Turn was better than it looked at the start. Yeah. Casino gambling's good. This is fine. That's that. No discard pile. This goes to 2. Enchantress attacks us for 2 and a card. 1, 2, 3, 4. Toughness. No retaliate because we're not at full health, but this goes to 3. Enthralled Brute does nothing. 2 encounter cards. First being exhaustion. Beans. We're exhausted. We draw another encounter card. Next one though is, I don't think we've seen any of the expert cards. I don't know what this does. From our encounter set, Angry Acolyte. Each Acolyte minion, activates. If no minion, discard cards from the deck until an Acolyte minion is discarded. There's at least 1 in here. 1 could be on the table. Magical Restraints, Dark Designs, Under Fire. Last card. The fuck? Oh, did we get the other one already? There's 2 of them. So firstly, we deck out. I just want to make sure we haven't messed it up. Was the other one in here? We probably got as a boost card. Oh yeah, we was Fabian. Okay, so this card full whiffed. So we did deck out. Mind you, this was in the discard pile when we decked out. So this will get shuffled. This isn't. From my understanding, the cards discarded were in the discard pile because they get discarded into the discard pile. I don't think they get discarded to a set aside area. If someone knows this ruling, that would help me because I'm not sure about this one. But when you discard cards, I think they get discarded straight into the counter pile. I don't think they get discarded onto the table, which means this doesn't get shuffled back. This does. And then we draw Frenzy, who Frenzy has Quick Strike. For health, quick strike. After Frenzy attacks, you discard the top 2 cards of your deck. Sometimes that helps us. So this is just 2 damage. We could always block with Nightcrawler, Lockjaw. We're obviously exhausted. We have Taken Acceleration, which I don't love that. No minion? I mean, besides the minion, but yeah, no minion. I never remember Lockjaw in deck building. Played Nebula yesteryear with friends, and we both had the same turn with garbage hands. I had 3 doubles and 3 0-cost cards. I'm appreciating any deck that has situational cards, a lot of resources. Like, it just stops you from getting the dead hand, right? Like Lockjaw being permanently a +1 hand size, and not exactly the translation. The treachery's in the bin, the rest recycle. Okay, cool. Thank you, Andy. Okay, cool. That's that. Frenzy attacks us for 2. Fine, but we'll take 2. We discard the top 2 cards. No. Give us White Fox. No! Why is it so bad? I can't imagine 2 cards I wanted more. I wanted the bubble. At least we can jump down. No, I guess we have to jump down this turn. Dang it. I don't think we're greed ripping it. I think we're going to play Nick Fury first. Because if the cards get too expensive, yeah, we're going to Nick Fury first. Actually, what we're going to do first is our hero text. So we're going to hero text, start ripping cards. Def Focus, so we have plus block. Change of Fortune, we have plus thwart. Magnetic Missile, not too bad. That was just bad luck. Okay, hold on. So the Magnetic Bubble is going to get shuffled back as long as we use Asteroid M. No, it's not. I messed this turn up. Because as long as I play Nick with no magnetic cards, no, it's impossible. What have I done? Okay. I guess we're not getting the bubble back. Unless we spend a whole turn down there. All the dark designs are back. So Enchantress scheming is like real. We need to get rid of that damn crown. Function gives her +1 scheme. It's not the worst. Okay. Thinking. The chance of the top deck being unplayable, that's a resource, is like relatively high here. So I'm going to play Nick. I'm going to throw out all of these. Do we need to destroy Frenzy? We can do it on the table. Issue is we throwing out 2 physicals. If we don't draw a physical, there's no reason to keep this card. But I'm going to hope. Nick Fury. This actually means that we don't jump down, because then we can't block with Nick Fury. So I guess we won't hold on to this. We'll hold on to the Electromagnetic Blast, which seems so much valuable because of the helmet. So we'll play Nick Fury, we'll draw 3. And we won't jump down this turn. 1, 2, 3. Okay, fine. Acceptable. Issue is Frenzy says after Frenzy attacks you. I don't know whether this is intentional or not. It doesn't say after she does damage. So if we pin down Frenzy, she's still going to force us to discard cards. At the end of the day, like, it doesn't matter. But in theory, we can pin her down. I think we're just going to do greed now and hope for the best. We have to play an energy. We can't. We take a damage. Ow, we're actually kind of hurt. I could see us dying. I could see us losing to death. That could sneak up on us. So if that's the case, we need a... I'm just going to pin down Frenzy. Just punt that problem down for a bit. And we do... This is a good hand, actually. We will Lockjaw for 2. Off Future of Despair. Then we'll do Magneto plus Digging Deep for Electromagnetic Blast, clearing Future of Despair. Electromagnetic... I spelled it right. And because we defeated this, we can remove an attachment. Nice. Then we'll spend 4 for Dumpster Dog. Here you go, you big guy. It is really thematic. From my understanding, this character just shows up out of portals constantly. So I do think the fact that he just keeps coming back and at weird times is like super flavorful, as much as I don't know who this character is. Something to do with the Inhumans, I think. Oh yeah, it says on it. I'm very clever. Then we'll thwart for 3, clearing this. She can now take damage. This could be an angle that we jump down this turn, but then we have to defeat Frenzy, which actually seems totally doable. I think we do jump down this turn. This will shuffle back 2 Electromagnetic and 2 resources. It's like not my favorite. And it'll shuffle back a Magnetic Missile. I mean, that seems fine. Oh, but then we lose the Nick block. I think the Nick block, we should just capitalize on that and then shuffle back better cards. So Nick will... attack for 2. Lockjaw will attack for 2. 16 damage. We could win next turn. We could win next turn. We need to draw a 7 damage card, and we could do it. Let's go. We did it. We did it. On track. Metal shards wrapped in metal, so we could wrap frenzy, but we don't need to. Profx, that readies us, and if we have boosted attack, very quite good. Another metal shards. We only have 1 resource generator, so it'll be hard to play both of these, but this is 14 damage if we can get there. And then we have an X-Jet. I said we wanted resources, not exactly like that. This goes to 2. We'll block with Nick. Enchantress attacks for 2 and a card. 1, 2, 3. Nick Fury is defeated. This goes up 1. Frenzy attacks us. Now, she's going to summon a white fox. She attacks us for 0 damage. We no longer have Retaliate. She doesn't do damage, but we have to discard the top 2 cards of the deck. It's going to be digging deep into white fox. Shit. Never mind. It would have been cool. 1 encounter card. Another minion. Law of Attraction. 2 threat. When revealed, discard cards until an enthralled minion. No. No. It has Quick Strike. That's okay. Imagine we had mana on the wall. Aha, laughs and Tigra. Quick Strike attacks us for 1. We're just going to take it. And then we put a counter here. 3 health. It's hammer time. Yeah, you are right. Okay, it's back to us. None of these have guard. Enthralled Brute's guard is blanked. So how much damage do we have? We have 4, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. As long as we can generate 1 damage here, we can win. I think it's just that simple. If we whiff, we don't have the damage. But I think we're just going to win. I think our plan is winning. At least it doesn't have guard. Yeah, I could have got the other Enthralled Brute. That would have been really ugly. I think we're going to try and win this turn. All we have to do to win is generate 1 more damage. So we'll find out relatively quickly after we whiff Magneto from the top. So Magneto will attack Enchantress. She no longer has Stalwart. She hasn't for a bit. So we'll attack for 2. She's still steady. Then we will use our hero text to start ripping cards. Nice. I can't believe this has barely happened. I played an entire campaign. This will happen every turn, but it's okay. We got 1 resource that matters. Yes! On the turn that we needed 1 more damage, we finally get a white fox off the top deck, and she is going to win the whole scenario. She is an energy, so that's good. Blue, okay. Yellow, we already have that. Blue, okay, hold on. Blue, okay, that's fine. Nice. Red, we win. We so win this turn. Wait, are we decking out? And a Master Magnetism. This is such a cracked turn now because we have the resources to play double metal shards and maybe even play Lockjaw again. We're going to do all the damage. We'll just find out what the biggest number we can do is. 1, 2, 3. Metal shards. I don't care about the toughness. 7 damage to the villain, down to 7 health. We're going to do it 1 more time. 1, 2, 3. We can't play Lockjaw again. Metal shards. Deals 7 damage to the villain. We defeat the villain. There's no guard on the table. We get a toughness, but we're not done yet. We're going to attack for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Yeah, she was playing our game. Oh, the first one I did 7 damage and 6 damage to the 7. Sorry, I think we missed 1 damage. Did you see my prior message? It's free real estate. It happened. No, I didn't. What was your previous message? And did you make that see your dog deck? In your hour of need, just like M'Baku and Marvel Snap. Oh yeah, M'Baku out of nowhere. Top rope, enters your lane. You lose that lane because it's the one where you need negative energy. It's really funny that was the 2 cards after Frenzy attacked. Yeah, it mattered. The bottom of the deck was this. So this is here, this is gone, this is gone. Yo, Magneto Loki's kind of sick. Kind of really good. It's fun. You can pop off. It's really, really cool. Awesome way to end that. White Fox for the win. Yeah, I don't think we needed her at the end there. We were over 8 damage if I didn't do the math wrong, but you do want it. Like there are just the burst turns. And that's like the really cool thing with Magneto is like you usually use your stats to keep the board in check. And then at some point you just see the line and you're like, okay, I can send it full here because I don't need to do 7 damage to knock out this to get toughness or whatever. Nick Fury, the MVP. Nick Fury is really good. Like it's a staple card for a reason. I don't mind Nick Fury. Like sometimes it gets tiresome to play these same staple cards, but Nick Fury allows you to like just make dead hands better hands or different hands. But yeah, that started. No, that wasn't a Nick Fury turn. The turn prior was, but like that matters. We do go through our deck super, super fast. Hopefully that's obvious. Obviously things are attacking us and discarding our cards, but we do deck out relatively quickly and get more encounter cards. Frenzy did mill a magnet card. The magnet card would have won the game, but let's act like it made this turn. No, it made this turn. Like, this is the butterfly effect, right? That's sick. That's a list. It is linked below in the YouTube description if you do want to play it. It's not published. I should start publishing more decks. I do think the Nightcrawler change for armor probably is correct. I think if I knew this was in the deck, I would maybe play the X-Jet with a bit more priority, both because it allows us to replay this and on the basis that it wants an energy icon. Our resource generators this game were kind of scuffed. Like we didn't find Deft Focus. We didn't get X-Jet on the table. We got Magneto's helmet really late. I think some of that was on us. Our opening hand was like very, very almost perfect. Like one digging deep away from being super, super perfect. Weapon X2, yeah, I would consider Weapon X. I don't like how it interacts with toughness, but in any deck that has the sort of openings that we can have, it's 100% worth it. Like Weapon X on turn 1 probably draws you 2 cards on average. And the 1 damage, that's the only thing. The 1 damage really messes with Dauntless. So I think if I'm going to play Weapon X, I would either play whatever that card neutral, I can't remember the name of it now, that gives you +3 health, or I'd wait until we have defensive, whatever it's called. I don't know the name of this card because I don't have it yet. Defensive conditioning. I would either get that. +1 defense is actually not super useful. So maybe we wouldn't. We would just get the one that gives us +3 health. Endurance. Yes, thank you. For those who know, it's a much better Netrunner card. Yeah, we would play Endurance. I think like Dauntless is really that good that we probably should have it. Sick. That was really fun. Enchantress is actually really quite cool. If you do play this deck, let me know how it goes. If you have any changes, love to hear it. I think actually that's been like one of my favorite things about doing these sort of streams and like playing Marvel Champions somewhat publicly is that the amount of feedback I get from folks who say like, try this card out or test this or do this. Sometimes like, I know in Netrunner, sometimes I'll be like, I've tried that. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Regardless, I still want to hear the opinion. But I do think in this game, there's a bunch of cards that like, once I try them out, I learn something about them, even if I don't like them originally at face value. Like, I don't think I'd be playing Lockjaw today if it wasn't for a lot of people supporting Lockjaw. And oh my God, it's been a huge difference. It is 10 o'clock. I think we have time to maybe do one more. I thought I was going to wrap it down, but it's only, we've been streaming for less than 3 hours. My voice is not that bad. I think we can do one more. I will clean this up. There's a bit more stream delay than I'm used to. If you want to recommend a scenario that won't take an hour and a half, let me know and we'll consider doing it. I want to see what you do with a deck with Spider UK. I think that would line up perfectly for protection. What's it called? I'm assuming it would be cool in Silk, but I think I would do it in SPDR. I think in SPDR. Spider UK is really cool. There's no spider character that can play like multi-faction spiders, right? I didn't realize Spider UK was an interrupt, so you actually can defeat the thing first and change of fortune. I do also want to watch out that all the content we're putting on this channel isn't just like protection change of fortune decks, but also like be true to yourself, Andre. All right, give me my cards back. Trance Agreed, 10 out of 10. Really cool. Probably the most cool one because there's unknown information and sometimes it's just sick. Sometimes it's really bad, but we won't worry about those cases. These are out. We don't have this. This has to go. Where did I put my rest of my trances? I'm here for the protection deck. It's my second favorite aspect now. So it's your third least favorite aspect. It's such a fun aspect. It's only been getting cooler. Like I want to be very clear. I was one of these protection when it was bad players and loved it. And now it's good. I'm only sort of joking. But yeah, no, protection is really, really fun. Becoming a believer in change of fortune protection decks, it's so fun. Like this is the coolest thing with this game is that, and it's any card game, honestly, right? You can print one card that opens up an engine, or now it's like something that is you could pursue is now worth pursuing. It just opens up so much deck building. Like I love cards like that. This game doesn't do it inconsistent. Like, what am I trying to say? This game does it. Every once in a while, they just print a card that opens up archetypes. Like Firepower was another big winner recently. It's cool. I want more cards like that. Give me more cool cards, he says. Such a interesting statement. Legions of Hell didn't seem super impactful, but whatever. It's cool to see the little zombies. Let's go. Enchantress is really cool. I like Enchantress a lot. Good scenario. I like Justice for so long, but it actually does things. Yeah, Justice is the sort of thing where you can add a bunch of Justice cards to your deck and you know they'll do what they say they'll do, and what they say they'll do is really good, especially in solo. Leadership is maybe even further down that path, but yeah, Justice is very, very consistent, which, yeah, some players really value that, myself included. Spider-Woman, Justice, and Protection Web Warriors. Oh, yeah, right. You can make Spider-Woman a Web Warrior by attaching the thing to her. Yeah, so she can play multicolor. The problem is, like, I don't think she's really good in multicolor because I'm assuming Spider-Woman, it's been a while. You want to play a lot of small cost cards, and a lot of the good Web Warriors are neutral, which does not work with her at all. But yeah, she can play multicolor. You're right. Sabretooth is a great villain. Love Sabretooth. Really big Sabretooth fan. 2 cards don't seem like much, but I found with Change of Fortune Unflappable, I'll look at my hand after the villain phase and wonder where all the cards came from. Unflappable is like the first good protection card that made protection interesting. Spider-Woman can also use the Defender's Chance Encounter. Oh, I don't play this card a lot. I really don't play this card a lot. That's good, though, as a cheap card. Yeah, I could see that, to get cards on the table and fire. Yeah, that's neat. That's actually really, really neat. All right. Anyone have a suggestion? Otherwise, what's our panic play tonight? I have Age of Apocalypse and I have the other box next to me. Only a meter and a half further from the other boxes. Iron Fist and Jess are Justice, and Luke and Danny are Protection. Oh, like playing a Defender's deck in Spider-Woman. Oh, I see what you mean. Sabretooth with Brotherhood and Sauron. I mean, like, Storm Wakanda build? What? Why? Nocturnal. Why that combination? I was thinking Storm was actually a good choice for Xavier's Final Stand. I think Storm is a really good choice for Xavier's Final Stand. Sorry, Xavier's Final Exam. I'm assuming you just like Hurricane. Or not Hurricane, you do the other one, where everyone gets +1 attack. When I started playing MC, Justice interested me the least, but I found myself playing it the most consistently. Yeah, when I got into this game, it was like I played the most Justice. I played no aggression. Still don't play a lot of aggression. I played Leadership, and it was like the easiest and least interesting if you ask me, so I played it less. And then Protection overtook Justice. But like out of my first 500 games, I imagine like 300 of them were Justice alone. Especially because like Justice supported a bunch of the characters I liked early that weren't very good. Like I've played maybe 3 dozen. I guess we have the stats, but I've played so many Hawkeye Justice games, and that's because Hawkeye just really works well with like shield stuff. Storm was married to T'Challa, so was Queen of Wakanda for a while. Oh, cool! I had no idea. That's neat. I'm not gonna be able to build a hero deck, so we're just gonna have to grab something. Let me just grab something again. I guess I'm gonna grab something. Because I talked shit earlier and said that when you ever have 20 minutes, that's how long it takes you to beat Dark Beast. Let's play Dark Beast. For all the Dark Beast enjoyers, it's Dark Beast. Let's go. This actually doesn't show a lot because Dark Beast is hyper modular. It's Dark Beast. Dark Beast has a couple attachments, treacheries, and side schemes. Notably, Dark Beast has cards that say activate again with another boost card. Then there is 3 different scenario sets. Randomly, we'll be adding one. The one that deals 1 damage to us, Blue Moon's probably bad because we want to keep at full health. Genosha adds threat, which is fine. Adds all these, add a bunch of minions, which we really like. And Savage Land discards cards from the top of our deck, which honestly we like. So we'll play against Dark Beast. Oh, Dystopian Nightmare should be in there. Let me just grab that from Unus. Did I? I didn't organize this, did I? No, I did. I was good. Where did I put it? Does anyone remember where I put those cards? Beans. Unus is here, but where are the dystopian? I found them. They were here the whole time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nice. Okay, cool. How about the horror mod set? Ooh, that adds quick strike to everything. That's neat. Yeah, let's try the horror mod set. Well, okay, the problem is it doesn't work perfectly because Dark Beast wants a special and it doesn't have a special. We could invent a special. What's it called? Horror? Is it just called horror? I can't find it. It must be called something else. Okay, the problem is like I can't do a speedrun timer because the speedrun means I won't show cards on screen, which like I think I need to show cards on screen. But that's the issue. Is like if I want to speedrun, I won't show cards on stream. My games take way faster in person than they do on stream. Hopefully that's obvious. Villain named Dark Beast. Villain set 18. This is Dark Beast. When revealed, reveal a random set aside environment. We should do this in the right order in case there's something here. This goes here. This is Dark Beast. Then we have Moon. That's the worst one I'm imagining. We have the Savage Land. Yeah, it's called Horror from the Mojo set. I thought it was, but it's not showing up in my thing. Maybe I misnamed it. What's another card from that? Like Vampire? I have that. So maybe I misnamed it. Maybe it's under Environment Horror or something. I'll have to look into it. Apparently I can't bring it up, but it needs special text to be like really synergistic with Dark Beast. Yeah, Vampire, Wooden Stakes, Werewolf, Acolyte. I think one of the Acolyte is in there. I forget what the big Kraken is called. I think it's called Kraken. Not Craven. Kraken? The Kraken, maybe? It's a cool set. Yeah, the Kraken. Really, really cool set. All right, for another time. I'll keep that in mind. I think if we just add a horror to special, like discard the card from the top of your deck, maybe even. Jump scare. Dark Beast's Bogus Journey, man. So we're playing stock standard. We're playing on expert. Blue Moon, Genosha. In expert mode, we attach the high-tech goggles. High-tech goggles are not super important. They have a hero action to get rid of them, so we're really good at getting rid of them. It just says that you have to exhaust the special, otherwise Dark Beast schemes for 3. And there's only one main scheme. If Dark Beast gets the card that says Dark Beast activates with an extra boost card, like we can lose relatively quickly. Now this flips over. 1 threat, adds 1 turn, hits 10, we lose. Pretty low threshold, and has no active text. Now we go over to Dark Beast. Dark Beast says, when revealed, reveal a random set aside set and shuffle into the deck. I need to get a better D6 because the ones I'm using don't show up on stream really well. 1, 2, 5, 6. 3, 4, Savage Land. Nice. So the special on this, and mind you, we'll be adding one of the other to this scenario in the near future. So Dark Beast gets Retaliate 1. We don't love that because Retaliate threatens our perfect health. Specials discard the top 3 cards of our deck. That actually might help us. And then this set has a whole bunch of minions. None of them are elite, which is perfect. Some of them have quick strike. The monkeys, I believe, have guard, but that's not too bad at all. So we can show that while I'll shuffle this. Time to make sugar cookies while I watch. Beat the hell out of She-Hulk and Vision since SmackDown is good. Now I want a Namor hero. Oh yeah, at some point I imagine we'll get a Fantastic Four thing. I watched the Fantastic Four movie the other day, the new one. I don't think I cared for it. How do you store all the modular sets? Binder, deck boxes. Haven't found a good solution. There's so many sets. So what I do is I try and keep everything where it came from. So if I want to play, and mind you, a big part of this is because I am a player who plays mostly campaign mode. So this is the Age of Apocalypse box. So it has all the Age of Apocalypse stuff and stuff that came around it. So for instance, organized on this half of the box, this is all Mojo, and then all the Mojo encounter sets. So like here's Magog. Then this is all of Age of Apocalypse, and all the encounter sets that are part of the thing are behind it. So I can just pick up Pestilence and the Four Horsemen and play it, barring that I would need to grab the Dystopian Nightmares from the first scenario and add it to that. That's all I do. If there's extra encounter sets from that period of time, if there was like, heroes that came out with encounter sets, they are just in the back here. So this will be like where I think Sauron will hang out. All the scenario encounter cards and other cards from the set are here. And then I keep the heroes from that section in these nice boxes from Burger Tokens as well. These are the 22 sleeved, which perfectly holds 15 cards plus 5 Nemesis cards plus 1 obligation plus 3 resource cards. Some of them are the 30 card boxes sleeved, so these are slightly bigger. Any card that has extra cards, so like ice, frostbites, or stuff like that. And so I know where all they are. Sometimes you have to open extra boxes. That's fine. I keep my player cards and binders, but I keep all my scenario stuff kind of where they came out together. That's what I do. I found it to be perfect. It holds sleeve cards. The only weird thing about this box is that the alleys are slightly different length. So this alley, I think, is slightly wider than this ally. alley, excuse me. So when you use dragon shields, they actually don't fit perfectly in here without doing some damage. So you always have to put your stuff on the right side. You'll figure out what the right side is for you. But it matters what sleeves you're using. It was mid. Love Pedro Pascal as he rocks. He was miscast as Reed. Should have been Dennis from Always Sunny or Glenn Howerton. I don't know exactly who Glenn Howerton is. Like, I could recognize him. I don't think I've seen him before. But like, Reed had no personality. Like, it felt like people were just saying stuff. The chemistry wasn't there. It just feels like they edited out so many scenes. But I do think a big part is that they didn't want to do like an intro, like, you know, welcome to who the Fantastic Four are. So like, you didn't get to see the chemistry between them. It seemed really disjointed, but like Reed was just not a character. And the whole thing is like, spoilers, is Galactus says, so small spoilers here, that he will spare the world if they give him their child. And they're like, no. Which obviously, if I'm in that chair, I'll have to make that call on my own. But that kind of seems like a shitty call. I could see why everyone would be upset with you. And then they make a powerful speech how we're all family. But no, I'm pretty sure it's your responsibility to give your kid up if it saves 7 billion people. Obviously, that's going to be a very hard choice. I hope no one ever has to make that choice. But you know what I mean? Like, super not a sympathetic thing. Maybe I need to like the characters, but shitty take. I don't know. And everyone's like, wait a second. And then they do so much damage to the whole world. And then they fight back. Everyone's like, ah, you're the heroes. I'm like, this was all preventable. It's like the worst trolley problem. It's one, like on one track, it's one. On the other track, it's 7.5 billion people. And they're like, we'll risk it. I'll roll the die on this one. I don't get it. It's like super not sympathetic. Reed having no personality is about all I've ever gotten from the comics to BH. Yeah, I don't know the comics that well. So maybe that is like perfect casting. I like Johnny and Sue. Agree on Reed though. Can't see Pedro as the maker at all. Anyways, if you thought different, that's fine. I haven't seen any of the other F4 movies. But yeah, it's fine. I don't think my partner, I really cared for it. Okay, let's go. It's 10:10. We'll got this in 45 minutes. And we're off. Nothing really we want to prioritize. Dark Beast is like pretty generic. The only thing you have to watch out is there's an encounter card that says he activates twice with an extra boost card. That is a problem. So Confused goes hard. He doesn't have any stalwart, I don't think. The Maker's the evil Ultimate Universe version of Reed. Oh, neat. I think they said his name in that thing, but they didn't show him. Magnetic Missile, we don't keep this. Should be obvious why. It doesn't do anything. No good. Wrapped in Metal doesn't do anything. We could consider keeping this if we draw Come Get Me Bub. The toughness is fine. Electromagnetic Blast. This is like not my favorite thing on turn one. Sorry, not that. It's always coming up like that. Whatever, you know what the card says. He panics. Electromagnetic Blast. The thing with this is that it clears, it clears Dark Beast's goggles. That is like slightly worth something. So I'll put it in the maybe category, but it's not one of the upgrades we want to attach. Metal Shards, 7 damage we don't need on turn one. Prof X actually might be worth keeping. High-tech goggles, all it takes us is to exhaust our hero and add 1 threat, or sorry, discard 3 cards. So that's honestly not that bad. Prof X, the Confused is really good. We can chump block with him. So I think our priorities have shifted. And then our 5th or 6th card is ready for a fight. That's nice, but it's not a priority. Keep going. Prof X is like a speculative keep. It means that we won't draw a useless hand, but it's like not a priority card. Like that's something. Bubbles here. Nice. Magnetic Bubble. Lockjaw. Happy to discard him. Change of Fortune is fine, and a Nick Fury might tie this all together. This is a hand where we should do the math, whether we can play both Nick Fury and Bubble, or Nick Fury and Prof X. We'll figure it out, I think. Never been able to get into F4 comics. How's it going, by the way, WRX? I do think they can make some fun playable heroes, though. Yeah, I think they could. Like, for sure, they have a really cool theme when it comes to the mechanics they would make. Evil subjective based on who's writing, like Donny Cates, but Maker's majorly evil when John Hickman was writing. Try Jonathan Hickman run for FF4. When was that? Like, at what point of time? All right, this is us. We're in alter ego mode. We didn't care about the order of the discard. In theory, we marginally should. I think the most important card we'll put on top is Metal Shards. Technically this matters, but it probably won't. So we should consider it slightly. So when we jump up, we can rip off the top of our deck. I think we've decided that we should do the rip first, because if we draw Digging Deeps, it'll make the Nick Fury easier to play and we can keep more playable cards. Right now we have 2 cards we have no interest in playing on turn 1, technically 3, but if we can make that higher, it'll be better. So we're just going to do Magnetic Pull. Nice. Okay, so that helps, I think, a fair bit. Because now if we go 1, 2, 3, 4, we draw 3, we get Nick. Those 3 cards, if we draw a double, we can play double and a card for this. Another double, a Change of Fortune for Prof X. I think that's good enough. So we'll start here. Dumpster Dog. We'll put on the bottom Digging Deep and Master Magnetism on top. So we pay 4 for Nick Fury. Draws 3 cards. Double. Second double? No, we got Electromagnetic Blast and a Come Get Me Bub. So that's fine. Okay. Nick Fury is a fine candidate to attack into Retaliate because his health does not matter. Now we can do 1, 2, 3 for Bubble, and then just do 2 for Electromagnetic Blast and be really happy. So that's what we'll do. We'll play the Bubble. I'm struggling. Oh, never mind. Magnetic Bubble. So now we get Retaliate 1. Oh, actually, before we do this, I don't think we're going to do anything with our text. So that means we should do the high-tech goggles because we could get more cards on the table or in our hand. So we'll exhaust our hero. The special ability is discard top 3 cards. So in theory, we could get more resources. We lost a pin down. We lost the strength. All right, well, we believed in ourselves. But now we can get rid of these goggles. Oh, no, we shouldn't have done that because we're going to get rid of it with the Electromagnetic Blast. Yeah, it's fine. Could have been fine. Could have been fine. Whatever. I forgot about that. All right, so then we're going to do Bubble for 1, 2, 3. We have the Bubble. Has 6 health plus whatever extra it takes before it cracks. And while it's all round, we have Retaliate 1. I guess it's one of these. Nick Fury will attack for 2, taking 1 Retaliate. So Dark Beast goes down to 16. And then with this hand, I'll just play Change of Fortune. It's so much less worth it. So Change of Fortune's on the table. It'll take us a while for it to matter. At least we have Retaliate 1. And then we can hold on to Prof X. So next turn we can jump down and shuffle some of these cards back. Knowing that we biffed the turn, it's very important with the Magneto, you plan your turn before you do anything, because now these are the top 3 cards of our deck, and we could have had a different. So do just keep that in mind. We had 1, 2, 3 cards, so we couldn't have played Lockjaw. But yeah, you should plan your whole turn. I'll hold on to this. We might not jump down if we have Prof X. Actually, we might stay up one more turn. 1, 2, Wrapped in Metal. 3, our Cape. We want that. This card's really good. Does a lot every turn. For sure it does. 4 is Dauntless. We want that for Retaliate and Polaris, who we might not play here. This goes to 2. Dark Beast attacks for 2 and a card. Oh, hold on. Villain, Dark Beast 2. So when Dark Beast attacks, resolve the special ability on the setting, and the Savage Land says that we discard 3 cards. So we're looking for White Fox, but instead we get a Digging Deep. Again, Digging Deep doesn't care who discarded it, so after this card is discarded, so we just got stronger. Attacking for 2 and a card, we'll block with Nick. 1, 2. Boost off of War Weary. I'm assuming it stuns us. You are stunned? Yeah. Okay. Nick Fury's defeated. 1 encounter card. Under Fire, 2 encounter cards. So Surge, and when revealed. War Weary. Wow, cool ordering. So this just does 2 damage to us, which doesn't actually matter. Oh, there's too many war cards. What have I done? So you are stunned. We're already stunned. Take 2 damage instead. So that has to come off our bubble. And then targeted for extermination. Extermination, not elimination. Comes in with 3 threat and a crisis. When defeated, confuses their identity. Eventually we'll find a helmet, but until then, that's okay. So it's back to us. We want to play our Cape, then fire our stuff. So these 2 cards are definitely not necessary. That leaves us with this, which is not a playable hand. So unless we get another Digging Deep off the top, we're not going to be able to play Professor X if we want to play our Cape. I think our Cape is much more important than anything else going on, so I think that's totally fine. At a minimum, we can play Dauntless and chill. Yeah, okay. We'll play 1, 2. Magneto's Cape. Magneto's Cape. So that's here. We will thwart for 2. Thwarting is probably with our bubble. It's like we lose to scheming more than we lose to anything else, and then we'll fire our magnetic pull ability. We need a resource here. Asteroid M. Okay, not a resource. Wait, no, we can play Professor X. Why was math hard? Of course we're drawing a card. We're ready. Okay, we'll use Magneto. Thwart for 1. When defeated, confuse yourself. So we have every status known to heroes. Then we'll just play 3 for Prof X. Cool. Prof X could ready us, but I think we're going to go for the confuse here. Prof X, I don't think we're going to use the block. I think I'd rather jump down. So we're going to go just in thwart for 3 here. If the jump down allows us to shuffle Asteroid M, Polaris, and Dauntless back into our deck. In theory, we could have changed the order to get this on top of our deck, but I don't think it matters. Dauntless is like an okay shuffle back. It's not the most important, but I think I'd rather draw 6 cards in this next hand. So I think we will jump down because we have the confuse. We could block with Professor X and then jump down next turn and then shuffle 3 other cards. That's probably a bit better actually, because I don't think these cards are super, super important. This is the only card we care about really. Awesome, catch you live. Got to run, finish with the vid when I get back. Hey, enjoy the rest of it. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday night or however your week is going. Evening, good. Glad to be able to hang out. Jumped on to do some late night editing. I'm surprised to see you live. Oh, hopefully editing as well. Yeah, we usually stream Sunday mornings, but Sunday evenings sometimes makes sense. I think we'll stay here and chump block with Prof. We'll draw 5. Come get me, bub. Our helmet's great. Digging deep, that's the last copy. So if we play the helmet, we functionally get rid of a stun and a confuse. There's our friend Nightcrawler, and such a bummer to draw White Fox playing against Savage Land. But we can get it, so we shuffle her into the deck when we jump down, alongside the Digging Deep, which would be kind of nice. So this goes to 1. Dark Beast is going to attack us. We're going to block with Professor X, and before he attacks, we discard 1, 2, 3. I think we've discarded every copy of Pin Down. Here we can choose the order that they go into our discard pile. I think this is acceptable. And so is attacking for 1, 2, 3 damage off of a Velociraptor, knocking out the Professor. 1 encounter card. Deja vu, huh? Is this still up here in this window? Yeah, it is. Okay, easy. 3 threat. When we clear this, we get confused. We're already confused. Crisis. We can ignore this and jump down this turn. Totally fine. Okay, so we are confused. If we play our helmet first, that is a start. The problem is as soon as we start discarding cards with our magnetic ability, we might bury these. So not great, but I think we still have to do it. So I think we'll do in this order 1, 2, 3. Are we going to deck out? We might deck out, but I don't think we can play Lockjaw this turn. So we'll spend 3. Oh no, and I don't think we jump down now either, because if we shuffle these into this deck, we're going to draw them. So these are not very good. So yikes. 1, 2, 3. Their helmet. We have steady. It's a research generator for a kind of card that we don't exactly have here. Yeah, that's really ugly. Yeah, those are not cards you want to shuffle back into your deck when you're just about decked out. The last card we have is we have our cape, our shield. We want our armor, which is here. We could draw our armor right now. We would be able to play it. So we're going to thwart for 2. We will ready ourselves by pulling. So we'll pull. If you play the helmet, you get that steady and loose, stun and confuse 100%. Yeah. Hey, we got the armor, which we'll just play it. We'll generate 1 for magnetic. We'll play the armor. Now, the weird thing about Magneto's armor is I'm pretty sure it needs to see the cards discarded because it says after you resolve your magnetic pull. So if this is on the table, if it's not on the table, excuse me, it does not see the cards we discard. So we don't get buffed stats. We will just thwart 4-2 into this, clearing it. So we get fully confused. You're confused? We're steady because of the helmet. Yeah, the helmet gives us steady. But I do appreciate it because I do miss confuses and stuns, not irregularly. So keeping me honest is worth a fair bit. Okay, if we jump down, we can shuffle 3 into our deck. The way that we did it will be Nightcrawler, Digging Deep, and White Fox, which is not great. If we don't jump down, we get attacked. We might end up blocking here so we can keep our bubble. But if our bubble pops now, we're going to deck out no matter what. So if the bubble pops, then we can jump down and shuffle the bubble back. So I think this is acceptable. We'll just pass. We draw our last 5 cards. Genius. Metal Shard for 7 damage. Depth Focus for setup. Master Magnetism. X-Jet. This is a really good hand for setup because we have 4 resources. So we can play the X-Jet. We can probably play Depth Focus too. And then probably play like a cheap Metal Shards. Maybe. Because we're going to get 1 more card. But this is all our very dense resources and resource generators. So this is probably quite playable. We deck out. We lose Dumpster Dog. Yeah, steady lets us hold too, for sure. Now we're totally confused. These sleeves shuffle so much better. I guess I can kind of show. These other sleeves I've been using are Gamegenic Prime sleeves, and like just over time, maybe it's just because I'm gross, they get foggy. Like, I think it's just because I'm oily as a gross human being, but I'm wanting to see if these sleeves get there, but these sleeves are still new, but these over time kind of get to a point where they don't spark joy anymore. It feels so wasteful to re-sleeve a game because it's like a lot of sleeves and there's a lot of plastic. I really like the Ultra Pro matte clear sleeves. I haven't messed with Ultra Pro in a really long time. I was always not impressed with their sleeves. But this was like when I played Yu-Gi-Oh! In like 6th grade. Like I never loved their sleeves. What did you change to? The best sleeves money can buy. This was during what's it called? I've never seen, they shipped 2 boxes of these. I ordered a lot of sleeves. These are Dragon Shield mattes. And then for villains, or sorry, heroes, anything that's 2-sided is Dragon Shield clears. They were like 15% off. So I just like F it. I bought a whole bunch. I asked my brother-in-law. He also got in. So we just saved a whole bunch. The budget busters. Yeah, you know how it is. On that. This is the natural transition to, hey, if you're new here, if you want to subscribe to this channel, you're probably being shown ads. If you're on YouTube Premium, you don't get shown ads. But no matter what, YouTube is going to be showing you ads until this channel gets 1,000 subscribers. I can't get any of that ad revenue. As soon as we get to 1,000 subscribers, that ad revenue, some portion of it, and if you're on YouTube Premium, gets sent to me so I can reinvest into the channel and buy nice sleeves. So I'm just saying it. We're almost there. But yeah, you're being shown ads anyways. Why not let the content creator get some money from it? Tangentially on topic, I started reading the Superpowered book series again. I want to plug it as good read. If you even have little into superhero stuff, the author is Drew Hayes. Wasteland Sniper, is it? Obviously, it sounds like fiction, but it's a book. I also like Ultimate Guard Supreme sleeves. I didn't know they did it. Ultra Matte, Pro Red, Green, Light Blue, and Lime Green match the MC colors. Oh, yeah. Yeah. My card backs have some issues. I could see some value in doing that. This goes to 2. Dark Beast is attacking for 2 and a card. First, we discard 3 cards from the top of their deck. 1, 2. Nice. Savage Land, more like value land. Am I right? Getting attacked for 1, 2, 3, 4. Time travel shenanigans. This pops the bubble, but because the bubble is popped, Retaliate does not go through. That's it. 2 encounter cards. It's a good reason to be face up here. It's a Pterosaur. I think the Pterosaur has text. When revealed, resolve the special ability. That just means get a white fox. Wait, that's sick. I had no idea that was going to happen. I just had to believe in myself. But yeah, it was get a white fox. That's incredible. So 1, 2, 3. A white fox, when she's discarded, she hits the table. We haven't had good white fox luck, so I'll take the cheeky white foxes when we get it. Also, this bird, this dinosaur schemes for 4. Or sorry, schemes for 0. So like, very good turn to jump down if that's what we want to do. That's not good. Evil Alliance, each Nemesis minion in play activates, otherwise plays 3. If this hits 4, we get our Nemesis. That's fine. Yeah, there she is. Just in time. Just when we need her. Okay. All right, this is us. So, in our discard pile, the top 3 are Magnetic Bubble, and Come Get Me Bub, which means if we want to get the Magnetic Bubble back into our deck, we need, and mind you, if we didn't do White Fox, we would have lost the bubble. We need to jump down immediately, which is totally acceptable. Besides the fact that we can't crank the Pterosaur for like 7 damage. Yo, Mila, how's it going? How are you doing? They should 100% make Howard the Duck ally a bird. Injustice to see as a detective. We do need more birds, that's for sure. I've been using the Gamegenic Clear mats. The 200 count pack is great value. That's what I'm talking about. That's what these are. And it's like really good value. Don't get me wrong. They're like, they don't feel as good as Dragon Shields, but like over time, maybe I'm gross, but they're getting faded and weird. I don't know. We'll see if these do that eventually. Okay, so if we want to get our bubble back, we have to jump down immediately, which means we're not doing anything in hero mode. The only thing we lose out is metal shards. We also lose out the ability to crank 3 cards from the top of our deck. So I'm assuming we're just gonna, we're just gonna let it go. So we're gonna scheme for 2, get rid of the confuse, or sorry, thwart. And then we're gonna do our thing. So we'll discard cards, pull, Nick. So 1, strength, 1, 1, 1. Okay, another metal shards. Doesn't really matter. We can choose the order these go back, so I'm going to put Nick and Strength on top. Okay, cool. That's fine. Do we want Nick back before we start playing cards? I don't think it matters. I think it's so much more important we just do our stuff. So our attack can defeat the pterosaur, but I'm assuming we're going to metal shards it. So I think we just do all our setup. So we'll do digging deep for a deft focus. I think we can afford all of this. We'll put a resource generators here. This feels right. Then we'll do 1, 2, 3 for the X-Jet. I want to shuffle these back. We could have played these in the other order, so I will. So it'll go like this. Yeah, I think that's right. And then we'll do 1, 2, 3. Ooh, metal shards. Deal 7 damage to enemy if it defeats an enemy, which it will. Get a toughness. The steady doesn't matter. We have, the stun doesn't matter. We have steady. So we'll take the toughness. We will thwart for 3, clearing this. We'll jump down so we can shuffle in, as we planned, metal shards, digging deep, master magnetism. I think with Savage Land, it's so important we shuffle every single like discard pile from the top of the deck's synergy card. I think that's all she wrote. And we'll just pass. I'll slide this up. Cut. Will I hold on to a double in our hand? I don't think so. I think we have 3 resource generators. We're in a good spot. And we'll just strain the board state up and we'll draw. Oh, White Fox will attack for 1. No, it has Retaliate. I don't know how much threat this was on. With the Retaliate, we won't attack. We'll use her for like spot thwarting. We definitely need her get into the bin before we deck out. Can't stay to hang. Lots of grading to do. Yo, but wanted to pop in and say hey on Dump a Pile of Love in the chat. Thank you. Looking forward to catching the VOD. Good luck. Good luck with your grading. Hopefully it goes well. Don't stay up too late, huh? I have Game Jennings sleeves also. Mine are getting grimy. I'm thinking about resleeving and treating myself this holiday season. That's exactly where I am. I'm glad we can both be like publicly totally comfortable with the fact that we're gross and that we're going to buy more sleeves. But yeah, they do just kind of come off gross. And I don't think it's me. I think they just kind of get like that. Okay, Lockjaw's good in the bin. Master, magnetism wrapped. If we draw a minion, double master means Lockjaw is cheap and a pin down. So this is a hand that we really want a minion. Hopefully we can find one. Goes to 1. Dark Beast does nothing. In theory, with a double boost confuse, maybe that's a problem. I think maybe the double boost is only on the attack. Drawing near. Okay, so we're going to have a nemesis. So this is actually kind of perfect. Obligation goes into play. After your turn begins, which it is now, discard the top card of your deck. It's a physical. Based off of the amount of icons on it, we add that many counters to Pursuit by the Past, which means it hits 4. And so we draw our nemesis minion at the safest possible time, which is the start of our turn. We've seen him once today. It's Exodus. Exodus has 6 health, a whole bunch of traits, toughness. I'm not going to give him the steady counter, but he has villainous, so he draws a boost. And after he attacks you, you have to discard cards from your deck. We get a Martyr, 4 mutants. Good old Marty mutants. Martyr, 4 mutants. Yeah, that's it. This comes in with 3 threat and an amplify, and when defeated, you rip 9 off the top of your deck, which is not the worst thing. And then we shuffle 2 minions into the deck alongside a card that grabs the minions. The winter Canuck sweats is what I call them. It's warm in this room. I always like overcompensate and put this room to like super warm temperature and then very quickly realize all the lights are on. Find sleeving cards to be a chill zen kind of thing, but resleeving everything might try my patience. What I promise to do is I'm only resleeving cards as I use them. I think I'm going to start resleeving villain sets too, because you do shuffle this deck and manipulate a lot. But basically, I'm going to be able to tell in a year from now which cards I just don't play. Then maybe they're not worth resleeving. Back to NOS energy drink when you went live. I'm good. Sunday night. Oh, you're even further ahead, huh? On coastal time. Okay, problem with Wrapped in Metal is Exodus is elite, and Wrapped in Metal cannot attach to an elite enemy. I just don't think the game wants to get cards that blank text on elite enemies, because elite enemies are usually really important to scenarios. So that's not great. We could give him minus a bunch of attack, but that's fine. I think we're going to deal with drawing near while we're down here. It's super convenient. It says discard an identity specific card, so we'll get rid of that Wrapped in Metal to discard this. So that's fine. Exodus, we don't have any obvious damage, but we'll find some. We'll jump up. This is why we keep White Fox away. She'll crack off the toughness. Nice. We have a toughness, so the amplified doesn't really matter immediately. We have only 2 stats. We'll attack for, if we attack for 2, and then we can attack with Lockjaw and ourselves again. So we'll attack for 2. We'll pull. Energy, so we get +1 defense. Energy, so we get +1 defense. Okay, this can knock out Martyr for Mutants for free. Unfortunately, that means we have to attack for 2. We can't do 2 damage to Exodus, so there's no setup there that will knock him out with Change of Fortune. We really need to find our 2 Retaliate cards. One's in the bin, the other one we haven't drawn yet. So I think we play Brother Voodoo. We can do Brother Voodoo for 1/2 plus X-Jet. We can do Magneto's Helmet and Magneto's a Death Focus for Electromagnetic. But that leaves us 1 resource short of playing Lockjaw. I guess we can get the resource from Brother Voodoo. So this is acceptable. So we'll do Master Magnetism plus Lockjaw to play Voodoo. So when Brother Voodoo comes in, we really need him to hit. Actually, we probably should have played this first. Let's play this first before attacking with our self. Because if we get the, our second attack, because if we get the thing that does 7 damage and a toughness, we'll just knock out Exodus. So Brother Voodoo comes into play. We look at the top 5 for an event. So we have Upgrade, Event, Digging Deep, Dauntless, and Magnetic Missile. I guess we'll take... Where are Wrapped in Metals? We have 1 in the bin, 1 coming up. So we'll just take this. There's not a lot of threat to deal with. And we shuffle these back in. Your ability to multitask and still be focused is insane. Thank you. A lot of experience streaming. I don't play as well when there's like 17 things going on at the same time, but yeah, I've been streaming for a long time. It's definitely a skill set, I promise. And the coolest thing is that whenever I mess up, I have something to blame it on. So it's like such a win-win. The deep cold has started here in Vermont too. We went into negatives overnight most of last week. I don't know. I don't have a good idea what negative F means in Celsius. Your freezing is like what, 20? We hit negative 22 somewhat recently and feels like negative 22. I guess that's worth something, but okay, cool. Brother Voodoo, not much we're gonna do with Brother Voodoo. We're gonna attack for 2. We're now gonna spend 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll put this on the top, I guess, for Lockjaw from the bin. Lockjaw will finish off our nemesis. You're the best boy. I'm assuming Lockjaw's a boy. Don't actually know. If you know, let me know. Exodus gets knocked out. Order Lull is a bit silly here because we could end up with more cards. Martyr for Mutants knocks out 9 cards from our deck. I mean, otherwise we waste this, but I guess we should have done this first because we could have got more resources with Digging Deep. So this is a misplay. We'll do 1, 2, or sorry, 1, 2, because we could play a card with X-Jet, I guess. Electromagnetic Blast. Remove 3 threat. If this clears, you can do a hero action or hero response, or sorry, you can remove an upgrade. This is when defeated, discard 9 cards from your deck. Do you love discarding cards? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We add 2 Digging Deeps to our hand. Totally useless. These go on top of our deck. We can choose the order. So we hopped up this round, so we can't hop down immediately. We're going to discard our whole deck. We're going to deck out, so this doesn't matter. We'll just do that. We'll throw out 2 Digging Deeps at the end of the turn. We have no resource sink. Will we thwart for 2? White Fox is missing this cycle. That's kind of mentally painful. No, they just chill. That's a bad use of allies, but what are we going to do? Lockjaw's a good boy dog. Okay, cool. That's good to know. Negative 22C is around -7. Okay, so we're about the same spot. Colby, -40 is -40. That's the only Fahrenheit I know is -40 is -40. Missile, come get me, bub. Digging Deep. Bummer that Digging Deep misses rotation. We deck out. 32F is 0C. So water freezes at 32. Do you think that's a system that makes a lot of sense? That's like just kind of convenient. 32 is freezing. Fahrenheit's weird, y'all. Magneto pool is quite strong if you focus on resources. I don't see the pull for playing pool. I probably should play it more. I think the meta cards are really cool. Love Iceman. He loves Upside the Head and Justice. Yeah, I was building an Iceman Upside the Head. Upside the Head's a sick card. That's a really, really cool card too. Because then you can stack the ice cards and then jump down because they'll be like confused. And so you have a lot of ice. Or if they're stunned, the ice sticks for a turn. You really do like status cards in Iceman. Nick, that's acceptable. We have 2 Digging Deeps in the deck. All right, this goes to 2. Dark Beast attacks us. We have no Retaliate, but we have Toughness. First, we have to discard 3 cards. Pin down, Digging Deep, nailed it. Metal Shards, fine. We can choose the order. That order's fine. So Dark Beast is attacking for 2 and a card into our Toughness. 1, 2, 3. It's a Velociraptor again, Toughness. 2 encounter cards first. Hunted. So this card just has a hazard on it. We have to go Alter Ego to get rid of this, so we'd love a Confuse here. Angry Acolyte, so this discards a lot of cards from the deck because there's only 2 Acolyte minions and there's a lot of cards here. So discard cards from the encounter deck until an Acolyte minions reveal. So 1, 2, one of them has Quick Strike. Look how much damage is happening to the deck right before our eyes. Oh no, all these cards, they're in the bin. Hope you don't like acceleration icons, Andre. Oh no. Oh, found one. I mean, like, sometimes it feels so bad. You play like stupid energy, the power gauntlet, whatever the thing is with Thanos, and it discards the whole deck because there's like 1 ally in there. Cool. Really cool game. Frenzy. Quick Strike. When Frenzy attacks you, discard the top 2 cards of your deck. We're at perfect health, which we kind of want to preserve. I feel like this is an acceptable role for White Fox, because if we're going to jump down, we can get White Fox back into the deck. We probably are going to jump down. We have no good way to deal with Frenzy. I think White Fox will block here. So doesn't matter. After Frenzy attacks you, discard the top 2 cards of your deck. Doesn't matter if a minion blocks. We lost Prof X. We wanted that. And we lost Raptor Metal. Bummer. We would have top decked Prof X off of Nick and would have been in a good spot. I prefer Celsius, but I live in the US. Science stuff. My stance is Fahrenheit is great for weather. 0 is effing cold and 100 is effing hot. Just the various degrees between 0 and 100. I want Aggression Iceman. Definitely need to experiment with other aspects. Probably back to protection. He came with a precon in aggression, right? Like he has a whole bunch of very cool upgrades matter cards, or attachments matter. I guess upgrades matter. It's really, really cool. Okay, it's us. We want to hop down. To get rid of Hunted, you just have to discard a card from your hand as an alter ego. I think this is a very easy Nick Fury line. So X-Jet is worth keeping if it's better than any of these cards. Magnetic Missiles is not an attack, so it beats Retaliate. We've done very little damage to Dark Beast. I think we really need to push it. We're not going to play Blast, so I'll just do these 4. We'll keep X-Jet in case we draw a Ready for a Fight and need a physical. So we'll pay 4. I'll put these on top because I can shuffle those back in really easily. And we'll play Nick. Nick Fury, like, actually Nick means we probably don't jump down, so wow, what can you do? We'll draw 3 cards. 1, 2, 3. Not good. We don't have extra defense. We need a Knockout Frenzy. We do need a Knockout Frenzy. This hand is a bad hand, so we're going to wait until we do our Magneto thing. So I'll start by attacking for 2. Then we'll pull. We get Electrostatic, so we have plus defense. Not great. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4 for dog, and we can play Ready for a Fight. We have a lot of resources left over, but we'll just play Lockjaw again. Lockjaw will attack for 2, knocking out Frenzy. And then as soon as he left, we're just going to do 1, 2, 3, 4 for Lockjaw back, who heals. Then we'll do X-Jet for Ready for a Fight, so we can hop down and get rid of everything and not get schemed on. And then we can still use Nick Fury. Ready for a Fight says it attacks you instead. You can still block with allies if I'm not mistaken. We're ready. We want to keep our health up, so we'll just thwart for 2. Lockjaw will attack, taking Retaliate. Nick Fury will attack, taking Retaliate, doing 4 to the villain. Brother Voodoo's just chilling. We waste so many resources. We'll jump down, so we can choose to shuffle back into our deck. What are these cards? Oh, these were our dog cards. That sucks. We can shuffle Digging Deeps in. We're shuffling Master Magnetism and 2 Magnetic Missiles. Like, that's cursed. That's happening, I guess. That's optional. We'll still do it. That's that. Shit, maybe we don't do it. No, we're not going to do it. It's optional. I don't think adding 2 Magnetic Missiles to... No, we should. We should. It might line up. It might line up. We'll discard this to get rid of Hunted. And we chill. We have to start doing damage. Oh my god. Iceman is the coolest hero. I like him every aspect. He's easily one of my favorite heroes. As much as the last time I played him on the channel, I did not have any success. So on the Christmas list this year, hoping to finish collecting the mutants and Shield Wave before the end of the year. Cool. Hopefully it's not that hard to find. I don't know what they're doing for reprints, but Iceman is like very cool. Total leap, pun intended, but very cool. Congrats on 1000 game. Thank you. Do you still play Marvel Champions on TTS on your stream deck? No, I haven't in a long time, but I haven't played on my stream deck in a long time, unfortunately. I've just been really busy doing like stuff like this, like content. Like this is the time I'd probably play video games. I'm doing this instead. It's also just been a busier time these last couple months. So I haven't in a while. It's something I'll like when I go see family on vacation. I'm not going to take all my Marvel Champions cards. I might just take one box and a deck or two, but I'll definitely play on my stream deck if I feel like I need to. Usually it's pretty busy playing board games with family and stuff like that. 1, 2, Asteroid M could do something. 4, nice bubble. 5, 6. Raptimental is really good too because we shuffled. Because we did decide to shuffle them in. Good for us. This goes to 1. We can let Dark Beast scheme out on the first one. And then if he schemes again, we'll ready for a fight. This hand has no thwarting, but we have a lot of thwarting on the table. So we'll let him go. 1, 2, 3, 4. This goes to 5. If he schemes again, we'll interrupt him. He does. We have to interrupt him. So this says Dark Beast schemes. Oh, it doesn't get another encounter card. That makes sense. Give him a tough status card. So he's about to scheme. Ready for a fight. We'll pop in here. This says we flip up and he attacks us instead. We'll block with Nick Fury. I think we're allowed to block with Nick Fury because he says he attacks you, which means the attack is targeted towards us. You can still interrupt with a block. So we'll block with Nicholas Fury. Savage Landfires. 1, 2, 3. Fine. This came from the top of the deck, I think. And so he's attacking for 1, 2. Boost. Nowhere safe. Add a counter. Nick is defeated. That's a cool thing. Like, it's very easy to always pop up with ready for fight, but keeping as like insurance policy also like sits really well with me. Hell is Us has been a fun video game. Still working on it. Hell is Us. That sounds familiar, but I don't know if I could tell you what that is. Waiting to get Marvel Cosmic Invasion. That's the beat 'em up, right? Yote is also on the Christmas list. I don't think I know what that is. There's a perfect use of RFAF. Evil Genius gets me a bunch. Yeah, Evil Genius, like on both sides is how you lose. Like getting attacked for 2 boosts is like very, very cruel. All right, it's back to us. We have some good stuff to do. We lose this. We need to thwart a bit, and then we're going to start sending some damage. Like, I don't care about Dauntless. I'm going to put first, I'm going to play the Magnetic Bubble, and then we'll start attacking. But for here, we'll do 2. Then we'll pull. 1. Okay, we get plus thwart, plus defense. Fine. That incentivizes us to thwart again. I think we will. But before we do that, we'll do... We can play Dog again. So Dog, hold on. Voodoo will attack off the toughness, taking 1 Retaliate. Lockjaw will attack for 2 to the villain, getting defeated. We'll just replay Lockjaw really quickly for 4. Lockjaw will attack again for 2, taking 3. Okay, chipping away. We'll thwart for 3. I haven't planned the turn out entirely, if it might be obvious. We're just kind of flying. We'll do 1, Magnetic, Wild, Superpower. We have our bubble. We got a Retaliate damage cooking. We don't have a toughness, but we have 3 defense if we want to pull it up. And then we're left with this. We probably just play Nightcrawler here. We could play Asteroid M, but I don't really value Asteroid M the way I play, so I'll play Nightcrawler. The issue with Nightcrawler is we can use it to protect the bubble. Not you, but God, your art is so good. If we attack, he dies to Retaliate, so I don't love that. Was there a better line? I don't want to play Asteroid M. I love getting out of rotation, though, but we'll just pass. Start sending 7 damage to the face. Dark Beast will be defeated, and we can get a toughness. Let's drop. Let's get a 7 damage card. Polaris. Energy. 7 damage card. Come get me, bub. Strength. Nice. Put 1 here. Dark Beast attacks us. We rip 3. 1, 2, 3. Totally acceptable. 2 cards left. Order. This goes on top at a minimum. So Dark Beast is attacking us. We want to replay Lockjaw this turn. We have 2 for this. This hand's great. So we're just going to take it. Very impossible to burst our bubble. So 1, 2, 3. We take 3 off of this. Dark Beast takes 1 Retaliate. All right, encounter card. The deck is almost decked out. It's Fabian Cortez coming in the way. So has guard, unfortunately. Not you, but basically you. So we can't just send 7 damage, which I wanted to do. When defeated, the defeating player discards the top 4 cards of their deck. We only have 2 cards, so that doesn't really matter. Technically, we should know what these are. It's a Digging Deep and a Dauntless, so we're happy to defeat Fabian, and I think we'll just do it with... Unfortunately, not with Lockjaw, because then Lockjaw misses the cycle, so we'll probably do it with our face, and then Nightcrawler a bit. Hey, Kuroyura. Sorry if I'm not saying that wrong. Or I'm saying that wrong. Congrats on 1,000 games. Thank you. Love the data breakdown. Can't wait till you're on Winning Hand. Keep up the great video. Thank you. Yeah, I'm very excited to be on Winning Hand. It'll be in the new year, if I'm not mistaken. I've already pre-built my deck for it. I'm really excited. But thank you. That's really kind. Mind you, the data that I shared was slightly wrong. I've since updated it, and I've updated all the links. It's technically a bit better, and there's more data to look at. So you can see divided expert stats. So if you like that, you can dig in more. I love Tsushima, so I get stoked by it. I also played Horizon Forbidden West. Got a PS5 for my birthday this year, so I've had some catching up to do. Oh, enjoy. Winning Hand? Yeah, it's a podcast. It's been around for a long time. They're just about on episode 100 soon. But they generally make episodes where they focus on a single card and talk about it and invite people to build cards together. Check it out. It's quite good. Okay, we'll attack for 2 into Fabian. Nightcrawler will defeat Fabian. When Fabian is defeated, we discard the top 4 cards of our deck. We know one of those cards goes to our hand, the other gets discarded, and we deck out. This is the last card in the counter deck. It's totally empty. So unfortunately, we've been a bit slow. This gets acceleration. We shuffle this. Bang guy. The person that was on somewhat recently, not that they've had bad guests, but the person they've had on recently who was talking about the history of Iceman in terms of like queer identity representation was really good. I know that person's been on before. I like that a lot. Yeah, they finished a month-long breakdown of Iceman. I've just listened to all of them. Winning Hand is why I got into this game. Very fun podcast. Great guys. The other podcast I listened to, and I haven't in a while, is the one that focuses on villain lore. I feel like I'll listen to the earlier episodes when they came out, where they were talking about like core set villains and like heroes as they came out. I'm assuming it has a villain-based name. I enjoyed that one too, because I do want to know more about like comic book lore. When you're done with the stream, do you sit down and record your games on BG Stats? I totally do. And then I'll update it on the thing on the Google Drive. But yeah, I do. For sure I do. If I don't do it today, I'll remember to do it tomorrow. And the good thing is there's video evidence of what I've done. So why am I shuffling this much? I've been really enjoying Stunned and Confused. I know that name, but I haven't seen it. Okay, the deck is out. I need to shuffle this now. What am I doing? All right, we'll pull. I don't think there's anything we want to do to interrupt the pull. We have, actually, no, the one thing we want to do before we interrupt the pull is we could get White Fox here. So if that's the case, there's nothing smart to do with Lockjaw. There's nothing smart to do. So actually, before we pull, this actually could matter in case we get White Fox because we're over limit, is we're going to do Magnetic, Wild, Superpower. We'll do Metal Shards. We couldn't have done this before the cycle because there was guard. So Metal Shards does 7 damage to Dark Beast, which knocks out Dark Beast. Now Dark Beast, the second Dark Beast won't have Retaliate, so we don't do Retaliate damage, but we do get a Toughness. But when Dark Beast advances, because we do 7, the next Dark Beast says when revealed, 22 health. Reveal a random set-aside environment, which will defeat this environment, so the Retaliate is not there. It's also the only card in the discard pile, so we probably won't see it again. But now we have to do a 50-50. One of them is Retaliate. Well, sorry, one of them is deal 1 damage. That's this one. Sorry, that's one threat. This is deal 1 damage. 1 damage is bad because it's really hard to keep toughness against this. So even, odd. Odd. We got the lucky one. We're going to Genosha. We also give ourselves an encounter card. I think I forgot to give ourselves an encounter card on turn 1. Did I? I think I might have. Maybe we were not meant to. I forget. So Genosha setup. Villain gains steady. That's fine. Specialist place 1 threat on the main scheme, and then we shuffle in a whole bunch of cards. We have 5 minions, and then an attachment that a lot of the other cards interact with, and a side scheme. We're shuffling it into nearly the biggest deck possible. So usually you do this at the point where the deck is like half empty. So like the bottom of the deck is super concentrated on your second scheme. But because we got that card that discarded like 10 to 12 cards from the deck, we did deck out before the second thing. I don't think I've ever done that. So usually the bottom half of the deck is super concentrated, but right now it's as equally likely to be a dinosaur as it is a Genosian. Kind of strange. The Scarlet Rhodey, good vibes. My partner's LGBTQ+, and they really appreciate the lore. Made them look up on Iceman Comics. Yeah, understanding how they did that representation over like, you know, the decades and decades, especially because already X-Men is pretty on the nose metaphor for, you know, outsider groups in popular culture. It's really sick. I wear it to the MC meetups. I have the Iceman and North Star Pride shirt. I went to MC meetups and paint my nails the aspect colors. Oh, super cool. One of the Stunning Confused hosts was on Winning Hand a few months ago. That's how I found them. Two guys who like to chat about the game and have some fun ways of approaching episodic topics. Cool. Partner made it for me. That's really, really cool. That's it. Yeah, okay. Now we have to do 22 more damage. That shouldn't be a problem, right? We'll pull. No, we'll attack with Lockjaw for 2. Lockjaw is in our bin right before we deck out. That's good. We'll pull now. So we ready ourselves. Blue, red. Nice! I'm so glad we played around that because it actually worked. So White Fox is in play. That's sick. Sometimes when you're good, you're good. Sometimes you're just plugged in and you're making all the right decisions. Red. Digging deep? I mean, okay, I guess. Red, metal shards. That's awesome. That's so good. Okay, we have a lot of damage to do this turn. I think we're going to win in 2 turns. That's just kind of how it happens. So we'll attack for 3 into the villain. We have 3 attack. We're going to ignore this. I'm not worried about it. Actually, I'll just White Fox for... No, I'm not going to worry about it. We'll Brother Voodoo for 1 attack. Cool. We'll White Fox for 1 attack. I think this is probably okay. For safety, it'll be silly to lose. I'll Thwart for 1. I don't think 1 damage is going to matter. Okay, so now we have a minion slot issue. I think we want to play Polaris, like, let's just dump stuff. We'll do 1, 2, 3 for metal shards. That's 7 more damage coming in. Nothing to defeat. Beast is already at 10. Sorry, I did 6 damage. That's 7 damage. Then we can just, I think we just play Doggo again. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think we hold on to any of these cards. It's Lockjaw. Lockjaw attacks for 2. Good boy. Attacks for 2. All right. That was a lot of damage. We'll pass. I'm not going to hold on to this. Let's draw up. First, Genius. Master Magnetism. Not damage. Not damage. Damage. I always forget you can do 4 damage with Nick Fury. Drawing 3 cards sometimes is just a riskier way to get 4 damage. I know there's been content on this channel where I've been like, I really hope Nick Fury draws into damage, forgetting that Nick Fury can just do damage. So that's kind of cool. Goes to 2. Dark Beast now attacks. When Dark Beast attacks, so we have to first do the setting environment. Genosha's setting says place 1 threat here. So yeah, we should thwart here just in case, because we could lose this turn actually. So Dark Beast is attacking for 2 in a card. We won't block because we have toughness. 1, 2. Boost. Attach this card to Dark Beast. It's back. So actually we could lose if we get an activation here. That would be really, really stinky. High-tech goggles. I didn't put a hyphen, did I? No. So it gives +1. And because of the special ability, it's kind of like he has +2 thwart. So we actually could lose if we draw a card that says he schemes. So that's 2 damage. Takes out the toughness. Takes Retaliate 1. We draw 2 encounter cards. We could lose here. It's not impossible. That's fine. I think. Cruel Experiment. When revealed, discard cards from the top of the encounter deck until you discard a minion and attach it to this. It gets +2 hit points on guard. That's frustrating. Guard sucks. So we discard Sinister Strike. We discard Magistrate. We reveal the minion. No, put that minion into play. What does it say? Reveal that minion. Okay, we reveal the minion. It's a Magistrate. When defeated, the defeating player finds escaped mutants and attaches it. So this thing has 5 health, guard, and bigger stats. Hopefully we can get through that. Not an activation. It's drawing near. That's acceptable. Drawing near. So obligation, when your turn starts, like right now, discard a card. Magnetic Missile, bummer. We add 1 here. Let me catch up on chat. Just want to be an ally. Partner made it for me. Oh, that's such a cool gift. Dark Beast, you crashed out, wins the game. Is that the one-liner right before the CSI Miami intro starts? I wonder if the power in all of us might be a good include. I'm like really nervous of playing more resource cards in this deck because the more resource cards, the more likely you are to draw a bad hand. Admittedly with Lockjaw, that's something. And we have some good neutral cards, but we don't have that many neutral cards. Like it's only X-Jet and allies. I think Lockjaw goes pretty far in that though, but like we never want to play White Fox. It can remove 2 thwart. The fact that no one has ever chosen. No one has chosen that. That's really bad. At least Nick text and ignore guard. You'll be fine. Yeah, well, no matter what, we have to get through the magistrate, but like we have it. We definitely have it here. So our stats reset. So we will attack for 2 with Nightcrawler, I guess. Okay. Attack for 1 with White Fox. Attack for 2 with Magento. The feeding player attaches Escape Mutant and attaches their identity. Hopefully that doesn't matter. Probably doesn't matter. I shouldn't do this. This is just... no, it could matter. It could matter. Probably does. It could matter. I think it's an attachment, right? It has to be. Okay, hold on. It was at the bottom. Each Genosha minion engages you gains quick strike. Who cares? Alter ego action, resolve the special ability to discard this. That's totally acceptable. But a bunch of the other cards actually say they have additional text if this is attached to you. Yeah, well, we have more than enough damage on the table. Just to show that I'm capable of doing it, I will use Nick Fury with an alternate mode. We'll pull. +1 attack. Got him. +1 attack. Okay. It's that. We will attack for 3. Technically, the most damage involves us going deeper into the deck. We'll do 1, 2, 3, 4 for Nick Fury. We'll use Nick Fury's text to defeat the villain. We'll do 4 damage to the villain. If we drew 3, we draw into useless, useless, useless. So, okay, we did fine. We also had 2 more damage from Lockjaw. We can attack with Nick Fury. That's 2 more damage. We can replay Lockjaw. That's 2 more damage. So we had 2, 4, 6 more damage. Nice. Dark Beast, no problem. Not a struggle. Never scared. The only thing we're scared of is this combination is absurd. Because if he does activate, he schemes for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a card. It's very hard for that not to be your end. He has steady too, so confuse is no good. So yeah. The best we could do is have our safety plan, which is like prioritize getting it ready for a fight. But because this is one of the cards that's not magnetic, we can't like recur it intelligently. There are those cards that say like shuffle protection cards back into your deck and alter ego. I've never played any of those. I think there's some scenarios where they're worth something, but they're like limit 2 per decks. They probably have like a naming convention that is consistent. Cool. That was it. You can play this deck. It's linked below. Mind you, you can play... So far, it hasn't been that good. I could see armor maybe being a bit cheaper, so maybe a bit better. But you could play Nightcrawler. You can also just play any other card in that slot. Maybe giving us +3 health actually helps. It gives us a bit of wiggle room so that it's easier for us to play Dauntless. Points at the Change of Fortune that fired once. Points at the Dauntless not on the table. But yeah, Change of Fortune is probably the most suspect card. There's certain scenarios where it does something. I think that's mostly it. It's 11 o'clock, so it's getting a bit late. We're going to call it here. Again, there's a video we uploaded on Friday in which we play the weekly one-shot with an additional rule that we play the whole game stuck in alter ego. We do make 1.5 big rules mistakes, so apologies for that. It's still worth watching. I think it's a fun time. And that's mostly it. We'll be back next Sunday in the morning, and it's really exciting because Civil War looks like it'll be out in Canada, and maybe also Synthezoid SmackDown, which... doesn't matter. We'll start with the box and then we'll go from there. But that is very exciting. It's been months. We're really looking forward to some new big box content. Heroes Aid, and outside the game cards made for each hero. You use a basic 1 per deck event that searches outside of it. Great games. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for dropping in. Good games, Andre. Happy holidays. Thank you. Great stream. Have a good night. Thank you, HFT. Night. Thanks all for the stream. That's mostly it. We'll be back next Sunday. If you want to take a second to leave a like on the stream, it does help a lot. If you want to subscribe to the channel, leave a comment. I think you can do that as soon as I wrap up the stream. It just really helps. A lot of people are discovering this through like nice podcasts, it seems, but also just from the algorithm, and that sort of stuff really does help a heck of a lot. That's all I got. Thanks so much for hanging out. We'll see you in the next one. If you have any comments, suggestions for decks, this was all because someone asked, like, can you do a Magneto thing? And it's a fun thing to do. As long as it aligns up with the heroes that I have to finish a campaign with at the end of the year, I'll promise you that. I think the next one we're looking at is probably Gamora, but if the new set comes out, that will interrupt that for sure. That's mostly it. Take care of yourselves. We'll see you in a bit.